Hey, welcome back, everyone. It's me. Gonna listen to the State Department briefing. And I'm gonna find a video for the middle screen on what's going on.
Are so many of our allies and partners around the world. So Moscow can be obstructionist in some ways. Moscow can politically stand in the way, but Moscow would have a hard time standing in the way of this work, and Moscow won't be able to stand in the way of the accountability to which we're committed.
What specific things are you worried about? There have been reports of cluster munitions, but I guess neither Russia nor U.S. are full signatories to that. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield has mentioned possible atrocities. What specific things are you looking at or worried about? What reports concern you the most?
We are concerned about the entire gamut. We have seen reports that civilians have been killed. We have seen reports that children have been killed. I'm sure all of us have seen the images of kindergarten that was destroyed, tales that have emanated from Ukraine of innocent civilians who have been maimed, injured, or even killed in the conduct of this senseless war. We've seen residential buildings with giant pockmarks in them, smoke billowing from civilian population centers. All of this is cause for profound concern, even if and when civilian infrastructure and civilian locations aren't intentionally targeted. As we know, there is no weapon in the world that can be as precise as any belligerent would like. And so when another country seeks to take civilian population centers, encircles a city of 2.9 million people like Kyiv, apparently has an interest in forcibly taking Kyiv, that has the potential to result in significant civilian harm and civilian loss of life. That's something we're going to be watching very closely. Paul.
Sanctions and oligarchs, Britain has just expanded its list of people they're sanctioning, including the tycoon Usmanov. Is the U.S. going to expand its sanctions of oligarchs, or did what we had today, is that the last of U.S. sanctions?
We will do more, assuming the Russian Federation continues to escalate. And we have seen no indication at this point that the Russian Federation is prepared to do otherwise. You're right that the oligarchs and cronies that we've sanctioned, the lists are symmetrical, but they are not identical. Just as we have done with our allies and partners with our other economic and financial means, we will increasingly bring those two things closer together. They may not be identical at the end of the day, just given different authorities and our different systems, but they will ultimately be symmetrical and mutually reinforcing. And yes, we will do more. Beyond additional targets, what we are launching and what you heard about recently is the task force that together with our allies and partners, we are going to identify, we are going to hunt down and freeze the assets of Russian companies and oligarchs. We are going to hunt down their yachts. We are going to hunt down their mansions. Any other ill-gotten gains that we can find and freeze under the law. No longer will they be able to operate with impunity in the West. No longer will they be able to invest their ill-gotten gains in other jurisdictions. Their ability to send their children to boarding schools around the world. These are all things that we are going to go after very aggressively together with our allies and partners.
Two follow-ups. One is one of the most powerful oligarchs is Roman Abramovich, who is an Israeli citizen. Yet he seems to have sweeping influence in Russia. Why hasn't he been targeted?
Again, our sanctions, they are statutory, and every target has to meet the statutory definition, statutory requirements. So I wouldn't want to rule any entity or person in or out, but as appropriate, we will continue to go after additional oligarchs and cronies.
Okay, and the final one is, do any of these oligarchs, billionaires, actually have currently significant assets in the United States?
I think we have all heard and know there are certain jurisdictions, including in this country, where Russian oligarchs have attempted to hide their ill-gotten gains. We will, working with our allies and partners, do everything we can to identify those, to root them out, and to close their ability to hide those gains.
So will we know if anything is seized or blocked? Is a home, a yacht in the United States?
Any of that would take place in a law enforcement context, I would presume. So I would need to refer to my law enforcement counterparts.
Presumably, you guys already know.
Right?
I mean, I'll give you yachts and aircraft. They can move and might go out of U.S. jurisdictions. But if some guy's got a massive mansion in Palm Beach, it's not like you know about it already, right? No?
This is an effort to share information with, to work with, to coordinate with our allies and partners. You're right. Some of this is about assets that can move between jurisdictions, but clearly there is a determination on the part of the United States and the part of our allies and partners, including some partners who previously have sought to maintain some degree of neutrality. The fact is that no responsible country around the world can be neutral when it comes to Russia's unprovoked, unjustified, needless invasion of Ukraine. And we've seen any number of countries demonstrate very clearly, very vividly, that they are standing on the side of Ukraine. They're standing on the side of the rules-based international order.
Fair to say then the U.S. contribution to this task force, since you most likely already have identified assets, immovable assets like property and maybe money, and that mainly what you're going to be doing in this task force is assisting other countries in finding these properties or whatever in their jurisdictions?
Well, clearly, anything that's in the United States would be under the purview of domestic authorities here, and
Right.
it would be under the purview of law enforcement to take any appropriate action. But yes, we have intelligence, we have information, we have an ability to identify and to pinpoint some of these assets that other countries might not.
I have two non-Ukraine.
Okay,
But-
I didn't hear you say very quick, but I'll assume very
They
quick
will be
non-Ukraine
very
ones.
quick.
Great,
Does anyone else want to go though? I don't want to.
it's all you.
Okay. Today is the day. Today is the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the Shanghai Communique. Did you guys make a conscious decision to snub the Chinese or to just let this one go by?
Matt, there are many anniversaries that go by
I know, but this is
without
a
a
significant one.
without a statement from the State Department. It doesn't in any way mean that we are trying to
I
diminish
first started coaching,
the
I was
historical
still
meaning or
taking
importance
naps.
of an anniversary. I know you look forward to our
I
statements on
worked
every
hard on
occasion,
them,
but
but I didn't come here to make
sometimes
friends. I came
Well,
here to
okay,
make
but
a
it just
statement.
seems.
Teamwork
I
makes
do.
the dream
I
work.
mean, the National Day of Narnia, you guys put out a statement on, It's,
All right,
but,
guys,
but,
bring
but
it
this
in.
is a pretty big
Coach has
deal,
something to say.
or at least it was 50 years ago. So I just want to make sure that you're
Great practice
intentionally
today, team.
not
I think we're
recognizing
about ready for the
anniversary.
big game.
I am not aware of us having any plans to issue a statement, but I wouldn't read more into it than
All right.
This morning,
That.
as my
Okay,
mom was
second
driving
one.
me and
You
Coach
had
Stupid
the
to work,
secretary was at, and then
encouraged
presumably
me
you
that
left
what
to
we
go
really
do other
need
things.
is to
but
just
the
work
Bahrain
together.
strategic
Seems like the whole
dialogue
world
happens,
could use a little more
or
working together right about
whatever it
now.
was. I just want to
Good job.
ask about political prisoners in Bahrain, and if that issue
We
was
need to get
raised
together
as
like
particularly
peanut butter and
based on
jelly.
race.
Yeah. Like mac and cheese.
I know that we've
Like
engaged
chicken and waffles.
Bahraini authorities on that
Yeah.
specific case
That's right.
previously. I couldn't say whether it was raised
When
today. I
was a
wasn't
kid,
in that meeting.
It was
but
always
if we
about
have
looking
anything to
out
share,
for
we
each
will.
other. We played
Thank you all very
together,
much.
and you know what? That's how we win. That's right. That's what I'm
Where
talking
we
about.
are in Iran talks, clearly, and you heard me say
United
this
we
last
play,
week,
united
there
we win.
has been
Good job,
significant
guys.
progress
Coach,
in
let me hear
recent
it.
days that we are at a decisive moment. And I think you all saw the reports that the Iranian negotiator went
The Home
back to
Design and
Tehran
Garden Show
only
is
recently
April 2nd and
returned
3rd
to
at the
Vienna.
Alera Center in
So
Grand
I would
Forks.
expect
Ideas
we
and
will have
expertise.
bring your
additional
projects to
clarity
life.
in the coming days. And we will need to have additional clarity in the coming days, given that we are at this decisive, consequential moment, knowing that Tehran's nuclear advancements will soon render the nonproliferation benefits that the JCPOA conveyed essentially meaningless before too long.
One thing on that, since we're going to Iran. He also said, Iran also said there are three main unresolved issues and they're still really important. So you're saying this week is critical. You guys have said that for a while now, but are you prepared to walk away if those issues are not resolved by the end of the week?
We are prepared to walk away if Iran displays an intransigence to making progress. But let me be clear that walking away won't mean leaving the status quo. We have talked about the alternatives, at least in general terms, the alternatives that we have developed and we are prepared to pursue together with our allies and partners if the Iranians are unwilling to engage in good faith, in a constructive way, on the remaining outstanding issues. Thank you all very much.
Always go further, seeking the truth, the secret in its depth, as if what we thought we knew was what we knew least. A waterfall, a mountain, an infinite sequence, the universe here and not there, like an eternity. Water, mountains, forest, and the gods of the forest. To go elsewhere is to go beyond the very idea we have of the idea. See otherwise, live differently, and discover. That's how we find out who we really are. The real begins at the heart of things. Gifu.
So that's all you need. Okay? Well, the gift card numbers are 29322-9871.
We know your customers can't wait for you to open your doors. So how do you stock your store with products your customers will love without getting...
Russia has said it will now hold accountable any nation that supplies weapons to Ukraine that lead to the death of its own forces. Is there a risk here that this could escalate if Russia decides to retaliate against nations that are providing these weapons?
There's been a risk of escalation since before Mr. Putin decided to move in, with tens of thousands of troops and tanks and mechanized forces and aircraft and ballistic missiles. You want to talk about escalation? Let's talk about escalation. Mr. Putin is the one escalating this and continues to do so. We're going to stand by allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves. As other NATO allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves.
Today announced that they are closing the straits to all warships for the littoral and non-littoral countries. Do you have anything on that? Do you have any comment?
I haven't. I don't have anything on that. Yeah, Abraham.
Thanks, John. Is DoD coordinating air defense assistance with partners, and can you comment on the EU offer to give Ukraine combat jets?
I can't comment on the EU offer. We've seen that. I mean, that's really for the European Union to speak to. But separate and distinct from that, and I think this gets really more at your first question, we absolutely remain in close consultation and coordination with allies and partners about security assistance. I don't have a coordination mechanism to speak to, like all of it's being funneled through a single point or that kind of thing. But we continue to coordinate closely with allies and partners about the security assistance that the Ukrainians continue to get, not just from us, but from them as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Many European nations are providing Ukrainians with advanced weapons. They're not shy in revealing what types of weapons they're providing to Ukraine. In the past, the U.S. has been reluctant in providing lethal weapon, but now, openly we're talking about these things. However, we're still talking anti-airborne, anti-armored, but there's no specificity. Is this because of intelligence reasons, or as some might say, you don't want to provoke the Russians more? What is the reason that it's open? The U.S. will support the Ukrainian forces. We're going to continue to do that, as you said, and other officials. But what on the specific side of these weapons?
Fadi, I don't think we've been inconsistent at all. I can't speak for what other nations are saying and doing. They can speak for the security assistance they're providing the Ukrainians, which is welcome and certainly encouraged. We've been pretty consistent about A, acknowledging we're doing it and going to continue to do it. B, giving you a sense of the size and scale and the scope of it in terms of the dollar figures applied to it. And C, been pretty, I think, transparent about what's generally in the package. We're not going to give you an inventory list. We're not going to put that out to the public because, as I've said from this podium many times before, we don't think there's a value to operational security for the Ukrainians to have that out in the public, that what the shopping list looks like on any given day. Just don't see a value to doing that. I think we need to think about, we should always think about operational security, certainly in this case on the Ukrainians' part. So we're doing that. The kinds of material that are going to be in these security assistance packages going forward, I think you've rightly said, we've detailed. It's going to be some weapons that can support them on the ground, as well as weapons that can support the airborne challenges that they have. And I think we feel comfortable going about that far.
And on the images coming from Maxar, the satellite images of this convoy that extends for 17 miles, do you believe the Russian forces advancing on Kyiv are planning on basically encircle the city or storm Kyiv? This type of troops and armaments at this size, are you able to draw any conclusion from what you've seen?
I think the main conclusion that we can draw, this gets to Lita's question, is that they continue to want to move on Kyiv, to capture Kyiv, to take Kyiv. Although we don't know everything about this convoy, it is certainly in keeping with what we believe to be their intent with respect to the capital city. How they're going to do that, whether it's encirclement or bombardment or street-to-street fighting, I just don't think we have that level of dexterity now to give you that kind of detail in terms of Russian planning. We don't have insights to everything that they're planning on doing. What we can talk about is what we're seeing now, and that's what we're seeing now. And we're also seeing the Ukrainians put up a very stiff and determined resistance on their capital city. They have made it very difficult for the Russians to continue to move ahead. We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance than they anticipated. Court.
Can you update us on any efforts at deconfliction, and have there been any close calls or specific cases in the last 5 days where there would be a need for a tactical deconfliction? And then are there calls that are being made from this building, from the White House, from the State Department, whatever it is, to try to establish that? I would tell you
that there is no deconfliction mechanism in place right now. But certainly we understand the importance of deconfliction, particularly now that the airspace over Ukraine is contested, and some of that airspace butts right up against NATO territory. And we're exploring options for should there be a deconfliction mechanism, what would that look like? How would that be run? We're exploring those options, Court. I think that's where we are right now.
When you say we, you mean the Pentagon?
The Pentagon, yes.
Is there a consideration of sort of like a larger NATO deconfliction? So like somehow NATO would be the one who would be communicating?
Sure, that could be part of the calculus. Again, we're kind of exploring the options right now. We don't have concrete decisions, and we don't have any indication right now from the Russians that they would also be interested in exploring those options. It's got to be a two-way street, but we are having discussions here about what that should look like, could look like, and certainly one option could be that it's done at, inside the alliance rather than a unilateral thing.
So at this point, Russia has shown no interest in establishing this deconfliction.
I think that's a safe bet. Yes, ma'am. Carla?
Thank you. Now that we've seen civilian targets that have been hit, is the U.S. considering installing a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace?
No.
And then to follow, can you tell us if there's been any more requests from NATO allies for U.S. military assistance, and give us an update on the troops that have deployed for this potential inclusion in the NATO response force? What are they doing right now?
There's no additional requests for allied support that I'm tracking, Carla, but obviously this is a dynamic situation. We're in constant touch with our allies and partners, and we'll certainly continue to talk about that. I would not rule out in coming days additional repositioning in Europe as appropriate. I don't have any updates for you on the NATO response force or the troops that we have contributed. The president spoke to the 7,000 that were going over there. They could be elements of our contribution to the very ready joint task force
All right, we want to cut in here. You're obviously listening in at this Pentagon press briefing, but we do have a police pursuit of a Honda Civic believed to be armed and dangerous. We want to hop into coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as always, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Take a listen.
All right, let's maneuvers going through areas that, basically you might not want to drive a car. Right now, look at 82 miles an hour. We're on surface streets out here in the Costa Mesa area,
All right, and it looks like they are having a little bit of trouble with the signal, which is pretty normal when it comes to this high speed of a chase right now. We want to hop back into coverage as our shot stabilizes here.
At a silver Honda Civic. Again, this has traveled many miles because it was picked up in the Lakewood area. The Lakewood Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is in pursuit of this driver. Stu, you mentioned as it crosses over the yellow lines there, weaving through traffic. Yep, in the center divide. Stu, you mentioned suspects. So what do you know about how many people are actually inside the wanted vehicle? About how many people are actually inside the wanted vehicle?
Do we have a receive light? Oh, okay.
Stu, do you hear us? All right, we're still continuing following this pursuit. Again, from what we understand.
Right there again, doing that same maneuver that he's been doing here for a while, just riding that center island. That was one of the things also I was just going to mention. Some of those center islands, they're a little bit elevated at those high speeds. If that driver's not paying attention, that might bring this thing to an end. Right now, wrong side of the road. You can see those deputies. They're not going to take that chance, but they're going to keep an eye on where this guy is going. Coming up to a major intersection right there. Doesn't look like he's slowing down. Making a hard right from that center divider right there, continuing on. Brookhurst is the street. Clearly you see that right now. The speeds are always dropping when they make those high-speed turns, but he's really pushing that little Honda Civic. And again, deputies Lakewood down here in the Orange County area right now. They have their helicopter above it. They've been on this pursuit for most of the time. The reason why they don't want to give this thing up is this is a very dangerous suspect, and it's also going to be interesting when it comes to an end because that driver wanted for a car shooting, so that's a good possibility that that driver is. Deputies right there, not sure what they're doing, but they are making some moves. It's giving this suspect an opportunity to kind of put some distance between him and those deputies. Now the helicopter's keeping an eye on him as well, so even if they don't see him, they're getting information that he's making his way back out onto Brookhurst. Just heard the deputy in the helicopter say that. Those officers, they're kind of stuck there in traffic, but right now I would guess that they're going to start. The cruisers have all come to a stop. they've been told to disengage. There's a good chance that somebody station might be watching us right now, seeing these dangerous moves, and even though there's an armed suspect, they're saying there's more danger to the public than it's worth telling those officers, those deputies, to back off. Now, the helicopter itself, that's going to be another thing. We're going to kind of listen in and see if that helicopter continues to follow.
All right, looks like we lost a signal there. We'll get back to it as soon as we can. It's now in the Huntington Beach area. This is a pursuit now underway, very dangerous pursuit. The suspect wanted for some sort of a shooting or a car-to-car shooting. Started in the Lakewood area and then stretched all the way down to the Costa Mesa area. And as you see, it just went across the city lines there into the Huntington Beach area on Brookhurst, a really busy street there. I think we have Stu back up in Sky Fox with a look at this. I think our camera's back up, Stu?
Yeah, that's right, Bobby. We've been given a bunch of information. I'm not sure what you heard or what you didn't hear. We were just talking in the blind, but from their desk, and maybe because they're watching it on our station, to basically back down. They backed down just for a moment or two, but that gave this suspect plenty of time to create a distance between him and those deputies on the ground. There's the one, now it's just finally catching up. The helicopter's been above it the entire time, not giving up at all, but it would have been interesting to see those deputies give up on a suspect that's wanted, an armed suspect, or probably armed, because this vehicle's wanted in a car-to-car shooting. Right now, though, you can see some other, the local law enforcement, we talked about that a moment again too, in the area blocking traffic to try to keep the public safe. Now that one Lakewood deputy moving very, very quickly this afternoon, that suspect basically did not slow down. I was kind of curious to see, without those deputies behind him, is he going to slow down or not? There hasn't been any change in the driving. This vehicle still keeping speeds well above what they should be on the street, making very dangerous moves, but that one deputy from Lakewood Sheriff's Department really keeping up this afternoon. Bobby?
We are on, Stu, right now, Adams Avenue and Mesa Verde Drive in Costa Mesa.
Some of the announcements that have been made even over the last couple of days. One, the president has always been an advocate and a supporter of countries abiding by the 2% component. He was a supporter of that back when he was vice president, where, for history's sake, there was a great deal of progress made before the last president even took office and talked about it. But as we look even over the course of the past weekend, not only did you see a NATO alliance that was incredibly unified and agreement among Europeans that there needed to be additional assistance provided in the form of security assistance to Ukraine, but you saw a number of countries take steps that they had not taken in recent history. Germany has historically not sent weapons to conflict zones. This weekend they changed course. Sweden also has not sent arms to countries in active conflict. That changed this weekend. Finland also changed course. Not all NATO members, of course, but the point is, what you're looking at here is a unified Europe, a unified West, a unified NATO, who are standing up to the aggression and the invasion led by President Putin.
If I could just quickly follow up on that, we've also seen some signs and responses beyond sanctions to isolate Russia. I think FIFA and I'm sorry, I'm not a soccer fan, I think it's FIFA, how you pronounce it, and the IOC have taken action to put pressure. Can that type of pressure, is it sustainable in the long term, given the economic pressures, the longer this crisis goes on? Can you maintain that sort of unity and those sort of collective actions, can they continue beyond this early moment?
Well, and you're referring to the IOC as in the International Olympic Committee, and I don't know if it's FIFA or FIFA. FIFA. Okay. I tried to be soft there. Okay. FIFA. Look, I think, Amr, obviously the preference of everybody is for President Putin to take de-escalatory steps. That is everybody's preference. But as it relates to unity among international organizations, among the West, among countries, among many leaders in the United States even, I think what we've seen over the last few days is a commitment to remain united and to send a strong message to President Putin that these actions, this rhetoric is unacceptable, and the world is building a wall against it. Go ahead.
I think the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia had a call with Emmanuel Macron yesterday where he's reiterated the commitment for OPEC Plus's production agreement. Has there been an explicit U.S. request to Saudi or to members of OPEC Plus to increase production given what's happening right now?
Well, without getting into specific details from here, just because it wouldn't be constructive to our overarching objectives, we have been in touch. I think you may remember that Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to the region just a few weeks ago to have conversations with the Saudis and others about a range of topics, including the conflict in Yemen, but also to have a conversation about the need to address any impact on the global markets, global oil markets that we expect at the time could happen and could continue to happen as a result of President Putin's invasion.
Was any request made for a specific production increase?
Again, there has been an ongoing discussion about steps that we can all take as a global community to address any volatility in the market.
And then given, I think, the speed and scale of the ramp up on the sanction side of things over the course of the last 72 hours, does the U.S., European allies have a threshold for which they view if you cross this, it would be viewed as an act of war by President Putin? As in, how do you calibrate your actions in terms of response and what may be coming back?
Well, he's already in a war, committed an act of war, invaded a sovereign country.
For NATO countries or EU.
Oh, you mean for NATO countries to act further in terms of further military steps or further sanctions?
If you game out, game out what a response would be, given the scale of the sanctions package that was unveiled, is there a line that if we do this sanction or if we go this far, then that would for sure draw a response directly towards the U.S. or towards the EU from Russia?
Well, if you look at the significance of the steps we've taken to date, including the announcements over the weekend about cutting off major financial banks in Russia from the SWIFT banking system, we have continued to escalate and build in close coordination and alignment with the Europeans. Unity is a top principle for President Biden as we take steps forward. That doesn't happen on its own. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens as a result of a lot of conversations, diplomacy, and hours by the president and others on his national security team behind the scenes. But the other piece, just to get to the core of your question, that we very much weigh is maximizing the impact on President Putin, the Russian elite, the economy, while minimizing it on the global markets and the American people. So as we look at steps to take, I mean, even if you look at the impact on the energy sector, you know, we have taken steps. We have not taken some steps on energy sanctions, in part because we weigh that. It doesn't mean they're off the table. They remain on the table. But Europeans, for example, are very concerned about further price spikes on gas in particular. Their prices have gone up 335% over the last year and 26% over the last 5 days. So sanctioning energy would affect Russia's income stream. Certainly that would be a reason to do it, but it would also have extreme consequences on the world energy markets, particularly for our allies in Europe. So I use that as an example because we have to weigh all of the factors as we weigh whether to take additional steps. We have additional steps we could take, but we consider all of those factors as we make determinations.
And the last one, just real quick, is the Biden administration considering following what the EU and Canada did and barring Russian flights from the U.S. at any point?
I don't have anything to update you on that front at this point in time. There are obviously a range of options that remain on the table. So it's not off the table, but I don't have anything to announce and no decision made.
Jen, you spoke about a little bit about the sanctions that were announced over the weekend on Russia's central bank. How long does the U.S. anticipate keeping them in place? I mean, is there sort of a time frame there? Perhaps you spoke about, Russia considering de-escalatory tactics, or maybe announcing a ceasefire, or Is there sort of a broad time frame that the U.S. is thinking about?
Well, let's hope that's the discussion we're having. Obviously, right now, President Putin is continuing to take escalatory steps. So we're not at that point of having that discussion. We hope that's one that we will be a part of.
Okay, so for the time being, there is sort of no discussion on perhaps putting an end to the sanctions that have been put in place.
Well, I mean, President Putin and the Russian military is moving toward the capital of Ukraine and there are hundreds of thousands of refugees leaving the country because he has invaded a sovereign country. So, no, I would not say we're talking about reducing sanctions at this point in time.
And sorry, one quick question on President Zelensky saying he wants to be a member of the European Union. We did see some comments come in from the EU over the weekend saying they are a part of us. However, this morning there were some conflicting comments again from the EU saying, you know, there are sort of discussions among EU members about, you know, whether such a decision can be made. What is the U.S. Position on Ukraine joining the EU?
It's up to the European Union. We're not a member of the European Union, as you know.
If they did consider taking Ukraine in, would you support that?
It's up to the European Union to make that decision. There's a process, and of course we support the aspirations of any country to join any organization and the decision of that organization to make a decision.
President Zelensky is urging President Biden and NATO to impose this no-fly zone. You've said that this would significantly escalate the situation. So just to be clear, is this a no-go for right now, or is this completely off the table, something that you would not consider?
Well, the president has been very clear that he is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight a war with Russia. And I think what's important to note here is that is essentially what this would be a step toward, because a no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require deploying U.S. military to enforce which would be a direct conflict, potentially a direct conflict, and potentially a war with Russia, which is something we are not planning to be a part of.
And on Vladimir Putin, you've said, you're not going to assess his mental state, but the president has said, he knows Putin well. They've talked a few times over the last several weeks and months. Has the president himself noticed or commented on any change that he's picked up on in Putin's demeanor or tone?
I don't have anything, any more assessment about the president's view of President Putin's mental acuity to state from here. There's no question outside of that, we'll leave that to others, that what we've seen from President Putin, whether it is escalatory rhetoric as it relates to nuclear capabilities and nuclear intentions, something that is in direct conflict with something President Putin himself and the Russians committed to, had an alternate, committed to something else just a year ago, or whether it is the speech he gave last week, where he questioned the sovereignty of the country of Ukraine at all, or the actions he's taking right now. Those are not actions of a global leader that should be treated with respect on the global stage.
Given the behavior that you have seen, some of the things that you just noted, and the very severe consequences that he is now facing, these severe sanctions, is there any concern that instead of retreating, that Putin will feel so squeezed and so pressured that he will lash out even more, intensify his attacks, that any of this could backfire, essentially?
Well, I think that it is our responsibility, the United States, President Biden, as a leader in the world, to rally the world in making clear how unacceptable his behavior is and to put in place severe consequences. Now, what he is feeling on the ground, there are protests, there have been oligarchs in his own cozy circle who have been outspoken, and obviously the pinch is being felt significantly in the Russian economy. Even if you just look at the fact that the market was closed today, the ruble has been plummeting. So those are the ways that he is feeling this. He has a decision he can make to de-escalate, and certainly we would welcome that decision. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Does the White House believe it is possible to say whether Ukraine or Russia are winning this war right now?
I don't think we're going to make an assessment of that from here, but what I will reiterate is something we have said in the past, is that President Putin and Russian military have made clear that they have every intention of taking over the capital city. While there has been a greater pushback in the country than they may have assessed to begin with, and I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense have spoken to this, the Ukrainian military, President Zelensky and others have fought courageously, have fought boldly in this moment. They are continuing to proceed, continuing to move towards the capital. So I don't think their ambitions have changed.
What would Putin have to do to get these sanctions lifted? Would he have to agree to a ceasefire? Would he have to pull all of his troops out of Ukraine?
I'm not going to make a prediction or assessment of that from here. If he starts to take de-escalatory steps, I'm sure we can have that conversation.
How great is the concern, this is sort of building on Mary's question, how great is the concern that these sanctions are so punishing that essentially Putin will have nothing left to lose and no off-ramp?
Well, the sanctions are punishing so that they will inflict significant consequences and change the outcome at the end of the day and de-escalate at the end of the day. That is what they are intended to do.
And then you were talking about a no-fly zone over Ukraine, but I know officials have been discussing the possibility of imposing a no-fly zone for Russia over the U.S. Where do those talks stand right now, and what are the pros and cons to doing something like that?
Well, no option is off the table. I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of a decision or anything along those lines. I would note that there are a lot of flights that go over that U.S. airlines fly over Russia to go to Asia and other parts of the world, and we factor in a range of factors.
And then finally, what's the U.S. doing to reduce the possibility of nuclear war?
Well, I think, one, we are not escalating our own rhetoric. Two, we are certainly assessing what President Putin's comments mean. But as I noted a little bit earlier, we have not changed our own posture. What we are trying to do is reduce the tension, take the tenor of the rhetoric down, and make clear that we have seen this pattern in the past, which is posing threats or suggesting through misinformation of sorts that there are threats posed to President Putin in Russia that don't exist.
Thanks, Jen. There are reports of illegal cluster bombs and vacuum bombs being used by the Russians. If that's true, what is the next step of this administration, and is there a red line for how much violence will be tolerated against civilians in this manner that's illegal and potentially a war crime?
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If that were true, it would potentially be a war crime. Obviously, there are a range of international fora that would assess that. So certainly we would look to that to be a part of that conversation.
And then the new aid that you just laid out at the beginning here, the Post reported over the weekend that this aid will not include Stingers, that it would likely come in a future batch of aid. What is the reason for that?
I'm not going to get into specifics of what is in the military package. It is a combination of ground and airborne defense capabilities, and obviously we have provided those in the past, but I'm not going to have more details to outline for you from here.
You mentioned that this next batch is going to be coming in the next few days. Why so long? I mean, days doesn't sound like a long time to us, but...
The package that we had already announced continues to be delivered. So we have expedited the plans for delivery of this new package.
And then on the nuclear rhetoric we've been hearing from Putin, does this influence at all the upcoming nuclear policy review?
In terms of how our relationship with, look, I would think it's a good question, Jackie, but I would say what's important for people to note, and this is why I noted it a little bit earlier, is that even at moments where we had huge tension with President Putin and Russia around the 2016 election, around invasion of Georgia, around their prior invasion of Ukraine, it was agreed that escalatory rhetoric around nuclear ambitions was dangerous. And that was something we committed to with Russia not to pursue. So, I think for right now, we're going to remind the global community of those commitments.
And on that same note, does this administration trust Russia to be an honest broker in the talks with Iran right now?
Well, I think it's not about trust in any of these negotiations or discussions. It's about verifying and then trusting later, including with the Iranians. But the Russians have been in the past a part of the P5+1 negotiations. They're a part of it now. I would just convey that it is in everyone's interest to have an understanding and visibility into Iran's capacity to acquire a nuclear weapon. There's no question about that. So at this point, we're just continuing to hope to make progress on that agreement.
And then after all of this, what is the stance of the U.S. and buying Russian gas at this point? At this point, are we ready to pledge not to buy any more Russian gas?
Well, as you know, it's really. Let me give you actually kind of an update on this because I think there's been a little confusion. One moment. So as it relates to Russian gas, U.S. government doesn't dictate where the U.S. market sells our own oil and gas products, nor where it acquires crude or refined products from for domestic consumption. This is all up to the private sector, other than exceptions like countries under sanctions. So the U.S. refiners currently importing Russian products are largely legacy refinery operations tooled in Hawaii and Alaska for certain supplies because of geography, and imports to the Gulf, both of certain refined products and of crude, as refiners in the Gulf mix crude supplies to meet the needs of their particular refinery designs. There have been companies, obviously private sector companies, who have made decisions and announcements, and we certainly applaud that.
So, can you just explain, though, what you laid out at the beginning? 'Cause I'm a little bit unclear. You just in layman's terms, we are not going to be making any policy from the U.S. government that would prohibit the sale or the purchase of Russian gas, then, because it's not something that we already do?
We haven't ruled out that, but I think what I wanted to convey is what is accurate about what happens now and how it currently works.
Go ahead. Jen, thank you. Staying on that topic for a moment of oil and gas, you have said nothing is off the table when it comes to releasing more reserves, more barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Where are those negotiations right now? Is the administration closer to moving forward with that, given the sanctions and what we're seeing?
I don't have anything to preview for you on that front. It remains an option on the table, and obviously it would help meet any supply issues in the marketplace. There are conversations that we've been having with global partners, and obviously we have our own Strategic Petroleum Reserve stockpile to tap into.
Characterize if you're closer to making a decision on that front, though, given what we are seeing and obviously the global impact that these very harsh sanctions.
It has remained on the table. I just don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
Just a short time ago, the president was asked by our colleague here if Americans should be concerned about a nuclear threat. He said very firmly no. Can you explain what gives him that confidence?
Because, as I said a little bit earlier, while we think provocative rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous and adds to the risk of miscalculation and should be avoided, which we're not going to indulge in, we are continuing to assess President Putin's directive, and at this time we see no reason to change our own alert levels. We've also seen throughout this crisis, President Putin falsely allege that they are under threat and use that as a predicate for taking more aggressive action. So we assess, we have our own capacities and capabilities here, but nuclear war cannot be won. And what everybody should be doing around the world is taking steps to reduce the rhetoric, reduce the tension, and that's certainly what our objective is.
One breaking news development that I wanted to ask you about, the U.S. has expelled 12 diplomats, 12 Russian diplomats. The Russian ambassador just said a short time ago that that move was a hostile step toward Russia. Can you give us the thinking behind the decision? And again, following up on some of the lines of questioning that you've already gotten, could there be a backlash to this step? Is this escalatory?
Well, let me first say that today's action has been in the works for several months. The United States informed the United Nations and the Russian mission to the United Nations that we were beginning the process of expelling 12 intelligence operatives from the Russian mission who had abused their privileges of residency in the United States by engaging in espionage activities that are adverse to our national security. So it takes some time to make those evaluations, and that, again, those actions were in the works for months.
And your response to the Russian ambassador who called this a hostile act?
I think the hostile act is committing espionage activities on our own soil.
And Jen, just finally, on the issue of refugees,
yeah.
You have also said, you were asked by my colleague earlier today, whether the administration would move to give refugees from Ukraine protective status. Can you give us a timeline for that? These are people who are suffering, and they want to know what the answer is.
Well, I think, to be clear, temporary protected status applies to people currently living in the United States, right? So that, I think, is one of the questions, a good question that has been asked. I don't have any update on that. That's a process that's run by the Department of Homeland Security. They evaluate through an interagency process both what everybody's recommendations are and obviously the conditions on the ground in Ukraine. The second piece is whether we would accept refugees. Yes, we would. But I think it's important to note that the vast majority of refugees are going to want, in our assessment and through discussion with refugee agencies, with other countries in the region, will want to be in Europe, in neighboring countries, many of whom have already conveyed very clearly that they will welcome refugees in. Many of them have family members there, many have work there, so we are also coordinating and supporting those efforts as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The U.S. has authorized the departure of non-emergency employees and diplomats relatives from the embassy in Moscow. How confident is the administration that the U.S. embassy in Moscow can remain open in the long term?
Well, I can't make an assessment of that. That's something the State Department looks at and assesses. Obviously, our embassies and consulates around the world play an incredibly important role in communicating with American citizens who are in a country, but also with the Russian people. And so that is something. That's why we have diplomatic, consulates and around the world, including in Russia. There are also decisions that are made for a range of reasons. The State Department could outline it more specifically for you, including temporary departure. It's something that has happened around the world for many, many decades for a variety of reasons. I would, give you an example of just a couple of years ago in Turkey, there was ordered departure, right? Then diplomats return. That's obviously the objective, but it really depends on the conditions on the ground.
What level of concern is there for the safety of American citizens who are living in Russia? Is there concern that they could face retaliation in light of this conflict?
Again, I would point you to the State Department. They do assessments and they give clear guidance to people who are on the ground and what their recommendations are for their security. I would note that one difficulty right now in Russia because of these sanctions is of gaining access to U.S. currency and using banking cards, and that is a hindrance for many people.
Does anyone know why the bells are going off?
To deploy U.S. troops to engage militarily in this conflict, but would you say that there is any particular red line that this administration has that would necessitate military action?
As in sending our U.S. military into Ukraine? The president has no plans to send U.S. military to fight a war in Ukraine against Russia. Go ahead.
Can you share any details about what came out of the president's secure call with other allied nations this afternoon?
Sure. I know we were working on a readout, which we will get to you shortly after the briefing. It's been a bit of a busy day, so let me venture to get that to you. The purpose of this call was for the president to have an opportunity to continue to engage with other leaders about what we're seeing on the ground, the range of assistance we're providing, the financial sanctions and economic consequences steps we're taking, and ensure we remain closely coordinated. But I will see if there's more details we can get you.
Administration officials earlier today had a background briefing with reporters about the State of the Union coming up. Can you tell us a little bit more? We understood from the call that the president will be addressing elements of the Build Back Better plan when it comes to things like child care and paid family leave. And officials talked about how those things, if implemented, will lower costs for families, but they were hesitant to use the word inflation or say whether that would be addressed directly in the president's speech. So can you say whether the president will be addressing any new policies, not necessarily new domestic programs, but policies that would address inflation directly?
Well, first let me say the president will absolutely use the word inflation tomorrow, and he will talk about inflation in his speech. Of course, that is a huge issue on the minds of Americans. Now, one thing to note is one of the best, most important steps that the Senate could take is to confirm his slate of eminently qualified nominees to fill out the Federal Reserve Board, given they have a very important role as it relates to inflation. But I think what you will hear the president talk about, and I think this is what they were talking about on this call, is how we're going to address costs for the American people and lower costs. And we talk a lot about inflation in here. Economists talk about inflation. The Federal Reserve talks about inflation. Hugely important. How people experience it is what it means for their pocketbooks, for their budgets, for their bank accounts, and how they're paying for things. And that's why a lot of what you're going to hear about tomorrow as he talks about it is how he's going to reduce costs. Now, the Build Back, parts of his agenda that he has talked about significantly a lot over the course of the last several months, lowering costs for child care, lowering costs for elder care, lowering costs for prescription drugs, those are not done yet. So he will reiterate his call for Congress to move forward on those. But I would also note that in the speech, he's going to make clear that one of the best ways to lower costs over the long run is to increase the productive capacity of our economy, to make more things in America with more American workers contributing and earning a good living. He's going to describe the emerging manufacturing comeback with American companies betting on America again because of the administration's commitment to domestic industrial revitalization and technological development. He will also explain that we can also lower costs by promoting fair competition in the U.S. economy, and there are new steps to lower. And he will talk about steps to lower consumer prices and level the playing field for American businesses and ocean shipping, and new steps to protect seniors and other nursing home residents by cracking down on unsafe nursing homes. And he's also going to talk about reflect on one of the strongest labor market recoveries in American history, and make clear that it's important to continue to take steps to eliminate barriers to good-paying jobs for workers across America. So I would expect that you will hear a lot, the American people will hear a lot about how he's going to lower their costs, how he's going to continue to build a strong economy over the long term.
Follow up on what you were saying about addressing lowering costs for families. The president has been encouraging Congress to pass at least elements or his entire Build Back Better agenda for months. Congress has been negotiating for months. What gives the president any confidence that this time around things would be more likely to pass, given that we are just months out from midterm elections?
Because there is strong support across the country for lowering costs for prescription drugs. It's incredibly popular. Who wants to pay more for prescription drugs? I don't know why that gets to be a Democratic idea, but we're happy to own that one. Or for lowering the cost of childcare, for lowering the cost of elder care and health care. There's also strong support for those items and those priorities and those good ideas in the Senate among Senate Democrats. So he's going to keep pressing to get it done, and he thinks the American people want us to get it done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Sure.
First, just on Ukraine.
Yeah.
Over the past 72 hours or so, there have been a series of announcements that have come on aiding Ukraine or punishing Russia. But it has appeared that Europe has taken the lead on many of these announcements, and I can go through a few of them if you want. But the brunt of my question is, I know whether you can explain whether there's a deliberate strategy right now in this moment to have Europeans and European nations and European leaders being the ones out front on punishing Russia or supporting Ukraine.
Well, I would say first that the SWIFT banking system is a European system. So in terms of the steps that would be taken, it would be only natural for those steps to be taken or announced by them. It is something we have clearly been long open to, but I just wanted to state that from the beginning. I would also say that the president in the United States has been leading this effort around the world and building this coalition, which includes many countries in Europe, but also many from other parts of the world, in standing up to President Putin and standing up to the aggression and the invasion of Ukraine. And so all of this coordinated action did not happen by accident. It wouldn't have happened without the president's efforts, the president's time he spent on diplomacy, the time of our national security team, the order of announcements, and how that has gone. I would not overread into that, because we would not be here had the president not been leading this effort around the world for months.
I think you just saw, over the weekend in particular, this sort of onslaught of news and sort of changing posture in Europe, and the president was not present at all in the sort of, living rooms of the American people. We were seeing newscasts of these vacuum bombs and whatnot, but no sort of visual image of the president doing the kind of behind-the-scenes leadership that you just described. And I do wonder if that is on purpose or if that just happens to be the way the schedule worked.
Well, the president was at a memorial service for a family member yesterday, and he was with the family on Saturday. And so that was his priority this weekend, or one of his priorities this weekend. He also, though, engaged in a meeting with his national security team, and I think you saw him quite visible last week and again today. Well, I guess you know about his call he had today, and you will continue to, in the days ahead, lead the world in not only building the coalition, but pushing for agreement and a coordinated effort to hold Russia accountable. So I would say this weekend he had some personal family reasons, an important one, memorial service for a family member, as to why he was not giving a speech yesterday, but he is somebody who has been leading this effort behind the scenes for months.
And on that front, if you could just preview for a minute, the call earlier today was very focused on the president's economic agenda.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could talk a little bit about what the president may say and how he will, frame this moment in sort of this international crisis, and the extent to which he sees this as a global audience, more so than it normally would be in a State of the Union.
Sure. Well, first I would say that there's no question that this speech is a little different than it would have been just a few months ago. And there's always national security in every State of the Union speech, but every State of the Union speech also reflects a moment of time. And so the president will lay out the efforts he has led on to rally the world to stand up for democracy and against Russian aggression. He will talk about the steps we've taken to not only support the Ukrainian people with military and economic assistance, but also the steps he's taken to build a global coalition imposing crippling financial sanctions on President Putin, his inner circle, and the Russian economy. And he will talk about the steps he's taking to mitigate the impact of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the global economy and the American people. And certainly, I think people can expect to hear him, position that as the importance of the United States as a leader in the world, standing up for values, standing up for global norms, but also the efforts that he has undertaken to mitigate how it will impact people here.
I just have one other quick one. Again, based on the background briefing earlier today about the State of the Union, focused on the economy and various programs that the president wants Congress to push. Could you characterize what percentage of the programs that the president will talk about are
result of the Russian invasion? My Russian colleague may try to paint the UN's reporting as hysteria, just as they said it was Western hysteria to warn of their impending invasion. But let's look at the facts. 500,000 people have already fled to Poland, Hungary, Romania, Moldova, Slovakia, and other countries. 7 million people have been displaced, and that figure, as the High Commissioner told us, is rising exponentially. UN agencies and humanitarian partners have been forced to suspend operations. In this moment, as the High Commissioner said, of urgent need, the situation that the agencies face is impossible. The UK stands with the Ukrainian people during their time of need. Yesterday, Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister, announced $54 million in aid to help our Ukrainian friends. This latest assistance package brings the total amount of UK government aid pledged to Ukraine this year to $190 million. Last week, Prime Minister Johnson also announced the UK would guarantee up to $500 million of loans to Ukraine through the multilateral development banks. The UK will also participate in tomorrow's UN appeal. UK government experts have also deployed to the region to provide humanitarian support to those fleeing violence in Ukraine. But colleagues, we know that a humanitarian response is not enough to save the Ukrainian people from the disaster that Russia is inflicting on them. So our message today is simple. Once again, for the sake of humanity, we call on President Putin to stop this war and withdraw his forces from Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, let me thank USG Martin Griffiths and High Commissioner Filippo Grandi for their very sobering briefings, which unfortunately confirm the images we are seeing on the media. Ghana expresses serious concerns about the unfolding humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The briefings highlight the indiscriminate attacks in civilian populated areas, which have spread fear and panic among the population, who have also been forced into shelters and subways. Children and newborn babies have not been spared of this regrettable situation. Thousands of people have also been internally displaced, including Ghanaians and other nationals, with more than 500,000 people forced to flee to neighboring countries as refugees. Ghana calls for the immediate and unconditional cessation of the hostilities, which have resulted in the current humanitarian crisis, and urges the parties to refrain from further attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure in accordance with international humanitarian law. We strongly call on the parties to grant unfettered access to humanitarian agencies and to guarantee their protection and safety. We also call for the safe passage of all civilians caught up in the war and who desire to leave Ukraine. In this regard, Ghana encourages neighboring countries of Ukraine to facilitate the free passage of persons fleeing the war without discrimination and provide them with humanitarian assistance, including medical care, in line with the principles of humanity, neutrality, and impartiality. We continue to urge the parties to accept the path of peace and seek an early resolution through dialogue and diplomacy. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Under-Secretary General Martin Griffiths and the High Commissioner Filippo Grandi. I thank them for their very informative briefings. I welcome the participation now in discussions of the permanent representative of Ukraine. Mr. President, our message on the situation in Ukraine is clear. We do not want a war against a United Nations member state. Our message against the humanitarian consequences of the war is equally clear. My country is very concerned by the attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure. We call on the belligerents to refrain from any and all use of the weapons whose impact would be indiscriminate. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the population who are victims of the war they didn't choose, the war they did not provoke. And we ask, therefore, that humanitarian assistance be supplied to the population in need without discrimination or hindrance. We, therefore, commend the generosity shown by the neighboring countries to Ukraine who are hosting the people who are fleeing the war. Mr. President, I would like to echo the note of alarm as regards the African students, including some from my country, who are fleeing the war in Ukraine and are encountering this process discrimination as they're seeking to flee and for refuge. We've received several reports of racism. This is unacceptable. We ask for the respect of the dignity and for an equitable treatment of all people in dire circumstances. It is the opportunity for my country to recall the African Union appeal for the respect of international law, who requires equal treatment for all people who cross international borders in conflict areas. Mr. President, the humanitarian disaster and the distress of the people can only stop if the hostilities stop. And that is why we reiterate our appeal for an immediate ceasefire and de-escalation. There has to be a humanitarian response on the scale with the needs in Ukraine and neighboring countries. The appeal that will be launched by the Secretary General tomorrow for humanitarian assistance is therefore very timely. To conclude, I would like to say that my country urges the international community to show empathy and support all the victims of war without discrimination by nationality or race. I thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Martin Griffith and Mr. Filippo Grandi for their briefings. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation in Ukraine has deteriorated significantly in recent days, as the continued fighting results in damages to civilian infrastructure and civilian casualties and deaths. according to UN reports, hundreds of thousands of people are suffering because of a great shortage in essential services. Furthermore, many homes were damaged or destroyed, while residents, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, are becoming displaced or seeking refuge in neighboring countries. All civilians who are seeking refuge must be able to do so freely and without being subjected to racial discrimination. In light of the crisis in Ukraine, we stress the importance of focusing on the deteriorating humanitarian situation of all civilians, including by working to ensure the protection of civilians and preventing the disastrous humanitarian situation from escalating beyond our ability to address or contain. For its part, the UAE is looking into the humanitarian needs for Ukraine. Based on our consistent efforts to alleviate the suffering of civilians suffering from the conflict. We deplore the ongoing violence in Ukraine and reiterate the need for restraint, for a ceasefire and a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The continuation of the fighting will lead to further losses among innocent people, in addition to worsening the humanitarian situation, which is exacerbated by the extreme temperatures this winter, as civilians are fleeing the crisis, seeking refuge and safe havens. In addition, we urge all parties to implement their obligations under international law, including by allowing humanitarian aid to reach those in need and to refrain from targeting civilians. We also reiterate the need to comply with the principles of international law and the Charter of the UN, especially respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of states. These principles, upon which the United Nations was founded, apply to all member states, regardless of their resources, capabilities, or geographical size. In conclusion, my country reiterates the importance of working to reach an immediate ceasefire and seeking peaceful solutions that serve regional and international security and stability. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the briefers for their informative presentations. Let me also take this opportunity to express our solidarity to all families who have lost someone in this war, to all people left without home, water, and electricity, to those who are fleeing in fear, sometimes with nowhere to go, and to everyone who is now trapped in a conflict zone, desperately attempting to find refuge. I wish to commend all personnel that are now in Ukraine trying to alleviate the suffering of the population. We know that you are doing your best in very challenging circumstances, and we know that more could be done to assist you in your efforts. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of civilians have already fled Ukraine. Many more will certainly follow, millions perhaps. Most hostilities are being conducted in densely populated areas where the risks of civilian casualties increase, including children, particularly with the use of explosive weapons. Civilians are being called to join the fighting, possibly with no proper training. There are pressing humanitarian needs for medical services, medicines, health equipment, shelter, and protection. Brazil calls all parties to fully respect international humanitarian law and uphold at all times the principles of distinction, proportionality, precaution, necessity, and humanity. It is of paramount importance to ensure the protection of civilians and of critical civilian infrastructure, as well as to ensure unhindered humanitarian access to all those in need and the protection of refugees and displaced persons. We also reiterate our appeal to Ukraine and Russia to facilitate the withdrawal of all persons who want to leave the Ukrainian territory. Brazil expresses its gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and others who are facilitating the exit of people fleeing the conflict, including Brazilians and Latin Americans. Mr. President, for international humanitarian law, it does not matter how a war came to existence or who was responsible for it. What matters is to spare civilians and maintain a minimum of humanity in an already inhumane situation. So, beyond any discussion in the Council on the reasons for this war, we can and we must come together to adopt measures to minimize the humanitarian impact of the conflict. This is the minimum that we can do. In moving forward, it's important to closely monitor the situation on the ground, the number of civilian casualties, and the immediate needs of the population. At the same time, there is no doubt that the best way to protect civilians and avoid a humanitarian crisis is to prevent conflict and, when it erupts, to immediately cease it. Any war will generate devastation, death, chaos, and fear. The greater the escalation, the higher the risks of human suffering. In the past few days, permanent members of the Security Council, the ones that bear the greatest responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, have been openly referring to severe unilateral sanctions, military actions, and nuclear forces. This must stop. The world needs these escalations to stop and dialogue to resume. The severe economic sanctions being imposed might have rippling effects in the world's economy, with consequences felt way beyond Russia. Possibly, the population in developing countries will be the ones that will suffer the most. The supply of arms and increasing militarization of the region will hardly promote dialogue. It will probably provoke more tensions. As we have seen reports on nuclear forces being put on high alert, I would like to recall what the International Court of Justice has once said about nuclear weapons. They have the potential to destroy all civilization and the entire ecosystem of the planet. And their threat or use would generally be contrary to the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict. Any use of nuclear weapons would have unacceptable humanitarian consequences for present and future generations in the territory of Ukraine and beyond. So far, we have received reports of around 200 or 300 of civilian casualties in Ukraine, which is already devastating. If a party resort to a weapon of mass destruction, what will be the number of deaths? What will be the extent of destruction? We have seen that before, and we hope We plead to everyone involved that we do not see that again. I thank you.
I thank you. I now give the floor to the representative.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to thank USG Griffiths and High Commissioner Grandi for their briefings. What is now unfolding in Ukraine is indeed heart-wrenching. We call upon all parties to exercise restraint, de-escalate the situation, and avoid civilian casualties. The safety and security of life and property of all civilians, including foreign nationals, and their humanitarian needs should be effectively ensured. It is of the utmost importance to prevent a large-scale humanitarian crisis. We welcome the remarks by the Secretary General where he indicated that the United Nations will play an active role in coordinating the humanitarian assistance. In our view, the United Nations and the international community should provide humanitarian assistance in accordance with the principles of humanity, neutrality, and impartiality as set forth in GA Resolution 46/182 in order to avoid politicization of humanitarian activities. Mr. President, what remains most important for the time being is to return to the track of diplomatic negotiations and a political settlement as soon as possible, and to promote a de-escalation of the situation. China supports the holding of direct dialogue between Russia and Ukraine, which is the ultimate way out of this crisis. The international community should provide favorable external conditions for dialogue and a political settlement, and avoid exacerbating the situation. Any action by this Council should place it in a better position to play a constructive role rather than leading to further escalation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of the Russian Federation. We listened very carefully to the briefings by Martin Griffiths and Filippo Grandi. The situation in Ukraine is, of course, the kind of situation that gives rise to most serious concern amongst all of us. We can see that the ordinary people are suffering. The people who basically ended up being hostages held by the Ukrainian radicals and nationalists who are clinging to power at any price. Now, why am I saying this? Because in those territories which came under the Russian armed forces control, the people are not encountering acute humanitarian issues. The local authorities, after the radicals have left, are working normally and providing all the necessary services to the people. The life-providing services to the people are functioning. The acute issues are only remain in those towns where the Ukrainian authorities issued a criminal and responsible order to distribute arms to anyone who wants it, including criminals, the criminals who were let out of prisons for that specific purpose. And this resulted in mass instances of robberies and killings and looting. There's plenty of information about that in social networks. The social networks also have appeals from a number of heads of administrations calling on the Ukrainian authorities to stop this madness. We also note that there is many instances where later on the victims of the looters and gangsters are shamelessly presented as having perished at the hands of the so-called Russian infiltrators. We address the people in Kiev, held by the radicals in the city as a human shield. The Russian Ministry of Defense confirms that all those peaceful citizens of Kiev can leave the capital of Ukraine without hindrance via the road Kiev-Vasilkov. This road is open and safe. Let me repeat it once again, that the special military operation conducted by the Russian armed forces does not have the goal of occupying Ukraine or harming the local population. Demilitarizing the country, which is crammed with NATO weaponry, is aimed at protecting the long-suffering people in Donbass and Ukraine. The special operation conducted by Russia does not impact critical civilian infrastructure. Over the 5 days of the operation, there hasn't been a single documented case of targeted destruction or no evidence of the death of civilians caused by the Russian military. And we're constantly being told the opposite, referring to some kind of credible reports. Despite the fact that currently in the information area there is a huge number of fakes, the kinds of fakes that people are trying to place on us, the blame for what is being done by Ukraine itself. And this tide of dirty lies replicated in Western mass media, unfortunately, very unfortunately, have become a dangerous mark of our times. Today, at this meeting of Security Council, once again we heard about the bombings of residential areas, hospitals, schools, and kindergartens. It is reliably known that the Ukrainian radicals are placing their attack weaponry in residential areas, which...
Has the patient had these issues before?
If he did, I didn't take it seriously.
Do you do that a lot? Not take him seriously? It's stigma. When there's stigma, we miss all the signs, and the condition just gets worse.
We are bringing you the latest updates. We're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. You can reach me on Twitter. @Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me, @Lookner on Twitter. And thanks so much to all of our moderators who are in our chat rooms right now. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. And real quick, a few minutes ago, there were some sirens going off in Kyiv. For a few minutes each time, but I didn't hear any explosions or hear of any air attacks. So that is something we'll be keeping an eye on. It happened a couple times, and but I'm not aware that there were any explosions there. So I think what I want to do is, see, like right here, for example, Natik Malikzada, another night. Again, air raids, and people are using underground as shelter. There you go. It is 11:35. 11:35. I hadn't seen this one. Hang on one second here. 11:35 p.m. Kyiv time. I just came across a video I hadn't seen. I can't speak to whether it's legit or not. I don't know. I'll have to see if I see it somewhere else. The person posting it, I'm not familiar with them. What I want to start by talking about today is, so this morning, on Monday morning, well, I guess I don't know what time of day it was. It would have been Monday, probably would have been Monday afternoon, Ukraine time, because it was Monday morning U.S. time. Russia launched what looked like some sort of large rocket attack, perhaps a cluster munition attack, on a civilian area in Kharkiv. And reportedly, a number of casualties. There are videos out there which show what appear to be dead bodies lying on the ground. I can't show those. But very disturbing rocket fire, seemingly indiscriminate rocket fire in the sense of just landing in civilian areas in Kharkiv, which is a city of 1.5 million people, relatively close to the border with Russia. So we're talking about Kharkiv here. So it was... The videos are very disturbing, and it was very disturbing to see. So I'll show you a couple of things. I can't obviously show you the video with the dead bodies in them, but I did retweet a couple of them just because I think it's important to show what's actually going on there. So if you see here, hang on, we'll show you some of these. Very, very disturbing though. Very, very disturbing. Actually, there's one I want to show, which I thought I retweeted. Maybe I didn't retweet that one. I thought I did. Well, If I didn't, I'll have to find it. Give me one moment here. Yeah, here you can see Rob Lee. This is one of the videos. Possible use of cluster munitions in Kharkiv. There was a video posted earlier that showed a Smerch multiple launch rocket system, rocket booster, landing in Kharkiv, which can carry cluster munitions. We'll talk about cluster munitions in a second, but first, just notice this civilian area and explosions happening over a range of that area. Very scary video. The scariest video is the video, here's another one right here, Kyle Glenn. Oh, I did retweet this. What is happening in Kharkiv today is horrendous, says Kyle Glenn. Russian forces aren't able to enter the city. This is his theory. So they respond the same way they always do, indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas. It certainly does seem to be indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas. And to repeat, there are multiple videos showing what it's like on the street with multiple what appear to be dead bodies. I can't show that stuff on the air. I did retweet some tweets on my Twitter account. You can see it there. I just can't show that on the air. So there are more close-up videos. There's another one that I'd like to show you. What I need to do is just do something real quick, because in the corner of the video of that one that I'm going to show you, it looks like people might have been hit, and I want to get that off the video. So what I want to do is try to block out that part of the video if I can. I think I see it right here. Okay. And it's going to be too hard to do. Oh, here it is. I'll start it here. You can't see it. So here's I'm starting this about 10 seconds into this video. Woofers posted this, again, apparently from the Kharkiv area, where you can see he says he believes it's 100% cluster munitions seen here in use in Kharkiv by Russian troops. So you're seeing these, in the videos we've just seen, you just see lots of explosions in right around the same time in the same part of this civilian area. And let me show you, there's concern that it might be, I mean, there's obvious, it's horrible. I might have felt worse at watching those videos come out this morning than at any point in the last 5 days. But there's some thought that it may be cluster munitions. So let me show you about that. Wikipedia. Cluster munition is a form of air-dropped or ground-launched explosive weapon that releases or ejects smaller submunitions. Commonly, this is a cluster bomb that ejects explosive bomblets that are designed to kill personnel and destroy vehicles. Other cluster munitions are designed to destroy runways or electric power transmission lines, so on, so on, so on. Because cluster bombs release many small bomblets over a wide area, they pose risk to civilians both during attacks and afterwards. Unexploded bomblets can kill or maim civilians and or unintended targets long after a conflict has ended and are costly to locate and remove. Cluster munitions are prohibited for those nations that have ratified the Convention on Cluster Munitions. 120 states have joined that convention. I don't know if Russia is a member of that convention. Let's see. Russia is not on the list of the Convention on Cluster Munitions. I don't think the United States is on it either. I'm looking at the list. I don't see either on it. Anyways. You can read about that at Wikipedia. So it has not been confirmed it's cluster munitions yet. But, oops, hold on a second here. You can see Human Rights Watch has a page about cluster munitions. They say cluster munitions pose an immediate threat to civilians during conflict by randomly scattering sub-munitions or bomblets over a wide area. They continue to pose a threat post-conflict by leaving remnants, including sub-munitions that fail to explode upon impact, becoming de facto landmines. The 2008 Convention on Cluster Munitions prohibits the use, production, transfer, and stockpiling of cluster munitions among people who have signed the convention. More than 120 states have signed that convention. So we don't know if these were cluster munitions today, but some think they were. Either way, it certainly appears that you have a indiscriminate mass bombing of a civilian area. Certainly what it looked like. And let me show you some reporting on that here. Economist has an article about it. Rocket attacks on civilians in Kharkiv take the war into a new phase. The people of Kyiv fear they will be next. This is from The Economist. Just came out today. Only a few hours after the invaders were sent packing from Kharkiv. So, a day or two ago, you had a smallish group of Russian soldiers make their way into Kharkiv, and I don't know if it was like 30 or so, and they were defeated there. Only a few hours ago, maybe more than that, but it wasn't, I don't believe it was hundreds or thousands. Only a few hours after the invaders who were sent packing from Kharkiv, they resumed their assault, and anyone who thought Vladimir Putin's lyrical ramblings about Ukrainians and Russians being one people meant that his men would not kill Ukrainian civilians was sadly disabused. Early in the morning on February 28th, Grad missiles, those would be rockets that are launched from a multiple rocket launcher. So there's like a truck that can launch can be dozens of these rockets all at the same time or roughly around the same time. Early this morning, Grad rockets rained down on Ukraine's second city, killing dozens and injuring hundreds, according to the army. Still, if Mr. Putin's aim was to cause panic and demoralize his enemy, as ceasefire talks began across the border in Belarus, he failed. This happened around the time that ceasefire talks were going on. Among the men deploying to defend Kyiv, morale is sky high. Russia's immense armed forces have yet to win control of a single major urban area. Ukrainians have defended their homeland ferociously. In contrast to 2014, when war began in the east of Ukraine, social media and cheap mobile internet is generating a torrent of instant information as never before. Ukrainians are constantly sharing the videos of the latest news, horror, or morale-boosting small victory. Okay. Kyiv, the capital, knows it is likely to face a new wave of attacks, and it continues to prepare for them. I want to just get you some more of the Kharkiv stuff. I want to focus on that. I'll have to read the rest of this article later. It looks interesting. This is from The Economist. Then, Here's another article. Dozens wounded in the shelling of Kharkiv as Russia strikes buildings with suspected cluster munitions. Washington Post. Ukrainian officials say at least 11 people were killed and more were wounded in the eastern city of Kharkiv today after Russia launched rocket strikes targeting Ukraine's second largest city with some of the heaviest shelling since the invasion began. Suspected cluster munitions struck buildings in residential parts of the city, raising fears that as Russia escalates attacks in urban areas, it could use tactics similar to those it used in Chechnya and Syria, where it has been accused of widespread wartime abuses. The bombardments came as Russian and Ukrainian delegations held talks Monday for the first time by Ukraine's border with Belarus. The head of the Kharkiv Regional State Administration said dozens are dying and at least 11 people were confirmed dead. He called the attacks in 3 areas of predominantly Russian-speaking city that had been considered more friendly to Russia a war crime. The Russian enemy is shelling entire residential areas of Kharkiv, where there is no critical infrastructure, where there are no positions of the armed forces of Ukraine that the Russians could aim at, he said in a message on Telegram. Here is a photo showing cars burning in this residential area of Kharkiv from today, distributed by Ukraine State Emergency Service. As the shelling began, many Kharkiv residents were lining up for grocery stores and other shops to replenish supplies after being shut in for several days. In the aftermath, images circulated online of damaged buildings and streets dotted with blood and hastily discarded groceries. One video showed a still smoldering children's clothing factory entirely destroyed. And as I mentioned, I posted a couple of videos. I've seen multiple videos with with what appear to be dead bodies in them. It's very, very sad, very terrible, horrific. The associate director of the arms division at Human Rights Watch said that Russian forces had used Smerch cluster munition rockets, which disperse submunitions or bomblets, smaller explosives, in the attack, according to footage he reviewed. This attack clearly illustrates the inherently indiscriminate nature of cluster munitions and should be unequivocally condemned, he said. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the open source group Bellingcat have identified the use of cluster munitions and other Russian attacks in Ukraine over recent days, and what analysts say is a worrying sign that Russia may be turning to even more deadly military tactics. The Moscow-based Conflict Intelligence Team, an open-source intelligence group that monitors Russia's military, said, as Putin's special operation, in quotes, plan to quickly demoralize the Ukrainian army and occupy large cities unopposed appears to have failed, we may see a return to area bombings, which cause so much harm to Chechen and Syrian civilians. Russia appears to be adopting siege warfare tactics against Kharkiv, firing long-range weapons into the city, a senior U.S. defense official said. U.S. officials assess that if Russia can take Kharkiv and also seize Mariupol and in southern eastern Ukraine, that would allow them to section off the eastern part of Ukraine and fix whatever Ukrainian armed forces are in the east and keep them there. Siege tactics often involve bombarding from a target from a distance, even with civilians stuck in place, and cutting it off from food and ammunition supply. I have seen no reports that Kharkiv has been cut off from food and ammunition supply. Okay. Ukrainian officials gave conflicting reports about the number of casualties. Okay. Kharkiv is a city of about 1.5 million people, about 25 miles from the border with Russia. Okay. Michael Kaufman, a military analyst who I think is a super smart guy, he says he warned that he believes Ukrainian forces have put up a pretty strong fight, but the worst is yet to come. Russian forces haven't yet tried to take Kharkiv not seriously. He warned that after facing unexpectedly strong Ukrainian resistance, Russia was likely to increase its aerial campaign against Kharkiv, a densely packed city. The senior U.S. defense official said that while Russia's advance on Kyiv appears to be its main effort, seizing Kharkiv remained a clear objective. So very, very disturbing footage coming out of Kharkiv. Again, seemingly indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas in Kharkiv today. Multiple people dead and injured. Just terrible. And some really, really terrible, horrific videos coming out from there as well. So not good. And I hope we don't see that further. I hope that's not setting a pattern for what's to come. Our viewer says Alex has the South already. I don't believe that's true. You know, one thing I want to talk about is I've heard, you know, we hear once in a while that Russia has taken control of this city in the South or this city in the South. And I've said this before. I said, well, what does mean by taken control of? I'm not aware that in any city Russia has taken control in the sense of they're now running law enforcement. They now have complete forces all around the city that can observe what people are doing and keep order. So that, I mean, if you're really taking over a city, you've taken it over. You control what people do. You are running the city. You are in charge of law enforcement of the city. People in the city are forced to do what you want them to do. I'm not aware that Russia has done that in any city. We've heard that Russia had taken control of, what is it? Something like Berdyansk or something. There's video this morning from the city of a huge number of people, of locals, just yelling at a smaller number of Russians. And yelling at them and basically saying how much they hate them for being there. That doesn't look like much control to me. So I'd be careful when you hear these reports of Russia's taken the city. I've seen no evidence that they've taken the city in the sense of, are fully running the city in any kind of robust degree. See if I can find the video I was referring to. Here, look. Here it is right here. Ilya Ponomarenko, who's a reporter in Kyiv, posted this. Berdyansk is Ukraine. Local civilians are telling the Russians to F off. So there's all these civilians out there and a few Russian military trucks and some Russian soldiers. I mean, doesn't look to me like Russia's taken over the city in the sense that Putin would want. I mean, if you're in Russia, you're not allowed to do that. So I'd be careful with those proclamations that Russia has taken a city. Oh, wow, guys, I just saw this. I hadn't seen this before. Anna Wieslander, already tomorrow, Finnish lawmakers will discuss potential NATO membership. This is moving quickly. Finnish lawmakers to discuss potential NATO membership. Finland is not in NATO. Prime Minister Sanna Marin announced that Finland would provide Ukraine with lethal aid. Russian aggression in Ukraine has pushed the Finnish public closer than ever to NATO. Finnish political parties will gather on Tuesday to discuss Russia's attack on Ukraine and Finland's role in Europe's new power balance. Finland's potential NATO membership will also be on the table. The mood in Helsinki is tense. Finland has Europe's longest border with Russia at over 1,300 kilometers, but is not part of the military alliance. The country is a close ally of NATO, but there has been little appetite to join the club until now. The Prime Minister said it is very understandable that many Finns have changed or are changing their minds after Russia started waging war on Ukraine. Finns are evaluating what is the line that Russia has crossed and what is the line that Russia will not cross. And if Russia does cross some line, do we face it alone or together with others, she said. She did not comment on her personal position on NATO. A survey by a Finnish broadcasting company said that 53% of Finns support their country joining NATO. This figure goes up to 66% if the neighboring Sweden were also to join NATO. This marks a drastic shift in public attitudes. In 2017, only 19% of Finns supported NATO membership. Yeah, we'll show you on a map about Finland. Let me see something here. I hadn't seen that. Here is, you can actually, some of our viewers have been mentioning, Finland right here. Russia here, Finland here. So I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's being discussed. It's being discussed. A quick thank you, by the way, to Squidward Tentacles, Skunkworks, TJ, Seize the Day, Zachary McGillen. Seize the Day mentioned Canada. I did hear that. Canada announced a couple things today. They did say they're going to send military stuff to Ukraine. I think anti-tank stuff, anti-tank weapons. Also that they said they're going to boycott Russian oil. Let me show you something about Canada. Here you go. Canada sending anti-tank weapon systems, ammunition to Ukraine, says Trudeau. In just weeks, Canada has shifted to a policy of sending lethal aid to Ukraine. Canada will send a third shipment of lethal weapons to Ukraine as its military continues to fight off better armed Russian forces, Prime Minister Trudeau said. Today we are announcing that we will be supplying Ukraine with anti-tank weapon systems and upgraded ammunition. Ukraine government officials and members of its parliament have been calling on Canada and its allies to deliver more weapons, including guns and anti-aircraft missiles, to keep Russian forces from gaining control of key cities. Up until prior to 2 weeks ago, Canada had been sending shipments of non-lethal supplies, but that changed 2 weeks ago. Where is the oil thing here? Hold on a second here. That's from CBC. Trudeau announces Canada ban on Russia oil imports. I don't know how much of this they do anyway, but you can see here AFP reports Prime Minister Trudeau announces a ban on Russian oil imports. He says, while Canada has imported very little amounts in recent years, this measure sends a powerful message. So I guess they don't import that much oil anyway from Russia. Okay. Hey, I want to thank our moderators. Let me thank our moderators. They are all volunteers, and I really appreciate having our moderators here. Hang on. Hang on, folks. We have Yellowstone Yankee, our new moderator. Thank you, Yellowstone Yankee. I appreciate you helping out. Lexa Fulmer is moderating. Cynthia Moon is there. On Twitch, we have Duxor, we have Idaho Star, we have Mark and NC, we have Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, and Tariag, all over there on Twitch. Thank you for being there. Let me try something else here. Okay. Also, our Facebook moderators, I want to give them a shout out. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Amy Hannes, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Kay, for moderating. Any other moderators I'm missing as well. Jason Beers, thank you for the stars as well. And give me one moment here. I have a very interesting thread I want to show you. I have a thread, I think we're going to look at that next, a very interesting thread, an analysis of what's going on I want to show you. Thanks for the Facebook stars, Jeremy Medford, John Gates, Rosa Saboldi, Jason Beers, Christina Neal, Valerie Maglio Eccetti, Amy Hennis, and Autumn Bryan. Thank you. Okay, let me just do a quick check, but I really do want to show you this thread I thought was super interesting. I got some interesting analysis of what's going on with the fighting. But before we do that, I want to just make sure I'm not missing any kind of huge update here. Oh, I did see this reported. Something to keep in mind. Alexander Krebet, I've seen it elsewhere too. Huge areas of the city of Mariupol are out of electricity after a strike to an electrical substation. So Mariupol is in southeastern Ukraine here. So apparently a lot of them are out of power. So that's going on. I need to check the Telegram channels too. I don't have those up here. I got to get those up here. Some of the Ukrainian news-based Telegram channels. See if they're posting any updates as well. Is there new satellite stuff? Hold on a second here. No, I will talk about that in a little bit. Okay. There's going to be more negotiations, by the way, between Russia and Ukraine tomorrow. But give me one moment here. I'm just checking a couple different outlets. I think President Zelensky spoke recently about the negotiations. All right, let's do this. Hold on. Oh, I have an update about planes. Here's an update about planes. This is from Misha Komodovsky, White House correspondent for Voice of America. Ukraine will receive 70 more aircraft from NATO and the EU countries, says the Ukrainian parliament. Su-25 and MiG-29 from Poland, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. So that report is coming from Misha Komodovsky. He says that that's what the Ukrainian parliament is saying. My understanding is these would be planes that Ukrainian pilots already know how to fly. He posted this about an hour ago. Some people are saying Bulgaria said not true. Well, I will look and see if I can find more about it. I will see if I can find more about it. I just saw that myself. We had reported yesterday, we had seen reporting yesterday that there were going to be some more planes sent to Ukraine. I'm going to also check what some Ukrainian news sources are talking about this. See what they have to say. Looking at one paper, I don't see anything here. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on it. So again, that report was posted an hour ago by a Voice of America reporter. I've seen nothing to say that they're there yet. It's VOA News is reporting it because Ostap Yarsh is also with VOA News. Ostap Yarsh, you can see VOA News. He's saying the same thing. He says the official account of the Ukrainian parliament says this. So this is where it's coming from. This is the Ukrainian parliament Twitter account. That's where the report came from. This is the Ukraine parliament Twitter account. Plus 70 planes for Ukrainian army. Our partners gave us blah, 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 blah. So, again, that is, and it's from the Ukrainian government. So if it's not true, then the Ukrainian government has something wrong. But just so people are aware, they posted this. The Ukrainian government posted this about an hour and a half ago. See if I can find you their post here. Hang on. Sorry, I'm going back to find you their post. It might be the exact same as on their Twitter account. I'm looking on Telegram too. Yeah, the Telegram post, it's the same post. It's the same post. Our partners gave us the MiG-29 and Su-25. If necessary, they will be able to be based in Polish airfields. See this? Ukraine Armed Forces says if necessary, the new planes that are being given by NATO countries will be able to be based in Polish airfields from which Ukrainian pilots will perform combat missions. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Right there. I actually want to post that. I hadn't heard that before. Let's see if I can make this work. Ukraine Armed Forces says that if necessary, the planes they're getting from other NATO countries will be able to be based on Poland airfields from which Ukrainian pilots will perform combat missions. So where that's, you might say, like, why does that matter? Well, suppose Russia just attacks all of the airfields, various airfields, which they've been doing with some of the airfields, cratering the runways. And the planes have nowhere to take off. Well, they could take off from Poland, apparently, at least according to the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Okay, interesting. Hadn't seen that. Tim M says, is that not an escalation? Well, all right. Well, so a fair question. Would Russia consider that? Would Russia then attack Poland? First of all, so it's a perfectly fair question. Now, remember, planes are already coming in from other countries. So there's the fact that planes are going to apparently be delivered to them. There's that in itself, including from Poland. Now, as to whether planes could be based in other countries, all I can tell you is, I don't know how Russia would react to that, but again, that post is from the Ukrainian Armed Forces. I'm assuming that Poland knew that the Ukrainian Armed Forces were going to say that. I can't imagine that the Ukrainian Armed Forces just publishes that without Poland giving it the okay. So, Marco Rubio posted something. I think he's posted something. Hold on. Did he post something new? Hold on, let me just make sure here. Oh no, I thought he posted something new. Sorry. I got some bad info. He did post about Kharkiv this morning. We showed you some of these. In the first part of the stream, we talked about how Russian forces launched these large attacks, seemingly indiscriminate rocket fire on areas of Kharkiv, the city of Kharkiv. Multiple videos showing rapid explosions right next to each other in different areas of Kharkiv and residential areas. There's horrific videos showing dead bodies. So we talked about this a bunch. He said, brace yourselves, this was this morning, brace yourselves, the images and videos from Kharkiv of the war crimes committed by Putin will shock and outrage the world. Yeah, there's some really bad videos. So, you know, I don't know if Ukraine actually started using Polish bases to launch, to conduct air missions. Would Russia attack Poland? I don't know. I mean, Poland is a NATO country, so that would be an attack on NATO. Let me quickly say a couple thank yous and read a couple questions and comments. Thank you, Alexander, Kristen Bird, our new member, Derek Chiodo, our member, Way Too Much Info, Danny Phoenix, Caesar Day, Barbara Goins, Mika Walamis, Beetle Tuba, Skypool Highlander, Zachary McGillum, thank you. Also, I owe a thank you to Joshua Maddox and Thomas Striff, thank you. Hang on a second here. I need to get rid of something here. Hold on. Hang on. What is this? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I'm seeing it reported by multiple outlets, including the, I don't know how significant this is. Union, which is a Ukrainian outlet, news outlet, they're saying all mobile operators in Ukraine have banned calls from Russian SIM cards in the country. Now, I'm not sure what the deal with that is. I'll see if I can find out anything about it. See, Nexta talks about it. They said, according to the Ukrainian authorities, all mobile operators in Ukraine have banned calls from Russian SIM cards in the country. Is the idea that they don't want Russian people, like, for example, like Russian infiltrators? Suppose there's like undercover Russians in Kyiv right now, and they're using a phone that they brought from Russia. The idea would be that they can't use the phone because it would have a Russian SIM card. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure out what this is all about. That's a thought I had, is they wouldn't want people who came in from Russia to be able to use their phones. Yeah, one of our viewers, Web Security, said, because the spec ops guys infiltrating the cities communicate with them. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, hold on a second here. I wonder how many soldiers, Russian soldiers, have their phones with them and are using their cell phones. I would assume that the Russian soldiers, if they have cell phones, are using Russian SIM cards. Cody Keith says, right, and as Cody Keith says, our viewer, it also would affect presumably communications. It doesn't say that here, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, that you couldn't use like a data plan, you know? So people in the chat are talking about like GPS and stuff, which makes sense. I will have to see if I can find anything more about that. But multiple, I mean, it's coming from the authorities. By the way, I see some unconfirmed reports saying that Ukrainian pilots have actually gone to Poland to pick up MiG-29 fighters. This Telegram channel, Ateo Breaking, says it, but I don't know where they're getting it from. I will keep poking around to see what I can find. Yeah, so just to be clear, the reports I've seen about the mobile operators specifically say calls, but they might mean data. I haven't seen a story. I've just seen these short reports. The reports I've seen have said calls, but they very well might mean data as well. And this is, I'm seeing it posted, again, I believe it's from the authorities. Let's see here. Okay. Some of our viewers have mentioned Live UA Map. Are they having problem with their website, Live UA Map? Live UA Map, I guess, is having an issue with their site. Did they post about it on their Twitter? I'll see. They are posting on Twitter. Yeah, they said, look, they will soon be back. We are down almost completely. We will soon be back. That's Live UA Map. I've noticed, our viewer Don Teller says Putin bots abound today, spreading misinformation. I've noticed this thing in our chat that happens. I've definitely noticed this in our chat. No matter any video I show, pretty much, there'll be somebody will say something like, "That's a fake. It's from 2014. That's a fake. It's from here," even though when it's obviously not. So, for example, earlier in this broadcast, I showed a video that was from Berdyansk. There are multiple videos of this, of people yelling at the soldiers. And in the video, you can see that the Russian truck has the square and the Z in it, right? Which is well known. A part of this invasion is the trucks with the square and the Z. And the person immediately says, "No, that's from 2014. And it's like, well, I'm guessing that person is actually just reflexively saying any video is false. And I've seen this before with some of the other videos. And I'm like, I see this in the chat, I'm like, what are they talking about? So I really think there's people out there who just anything you show, they're like, oh, that's fake. And then they give this fake reason for why it's fake. And it's all this, it's just like this campaign to just undermine trust in anything. I keep seeing it though. I don't recall ever seeing this before in our broadcast, but boy, I've seen it a bunch when we've been covering this the last few days. I keep seeing it happen. For some reason, it keeps happening. But it's not just saying it's fake. It's like a fake explanation. Oh, that's fake. I saw this from over there. Oh, that's fake. It's from this country. Breaking news. BNO News. Russia used vacuum bomb on Monday, according to Ukraine's ambassador to U.S. So Ukraine's ambassador is claiming, Ukrainian ambassador to U.S. is claiming, now we'll have to see if there's evidence produced for this, that Russia used vacuum bomb. Russia has these thermobaric weapons. They have definitely moved the thermobaric weapon launchers into Ukraine. There's documented evidence. For example, Frederick Pleitgen has seen these being, I believe, has been, if my memory serves correctly, Frederick Pleitgen from CNN, who's on the border, has seen these being moved across the border. So there is evidence of these being moved in to, and we talked, there was a bunch of talk about this a day or two ago. So these thermobaric weapons, they suck up oxygen from the air, and they also do that to produce a very hot, high temperature explosion. They're also called like new flamethrowers. They're also called flamethrowers. They can produce very devastating, horrific consequences for people. So there's this question, I know some of our viewers have been talking about this, is have they been used yet? So I'm interested to see if there's certain evidence presented for it. I don't know the whole. So Reuters is saying this right now. I'm going to see if can I get any more from Reuters. But BNO says Reuters says that Russia used vacuum bomb on Monday, says Ukraine's ambassador to U.S. One of our viewers, Sabaledito, says there was a picture of an empty vacuum bomb tank earlier without ammo. A vacuum bomb tank earlier today without ammo in Ukraine. I'm not aware of it, so maybe there was. I'm going to see if I can find some more about this. Oh, Michael Kaufman posted some more. We're going to read the Michael Kaufman thread today is very interesting. We're going to read that. We got to just do that on its own. Let me check something out here. Here it is. Phil Stewart, Reuters. Russia used a thermobaric weapon, vacuum bomb, on Monday in its invasion of Ukraine, said Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova. They used the vacuum bomb today, which is actually prohibited by the Geneva Convention. Background, Human Rights Watch. Chechnya conflict, use of vacuum bombs by Russian forces. Human Rights Watch, backgrounder on Russian fuel explosives. Human Rights Watch says, in 1999, Interfax reported Russian forces were using fuel-air explosive bombs in the fighting in Chechnya. The use of fuel-air explosives, popularly known in Russia as vacuum bombs, represents a dangerous escalation. Fuel-air explosives are more powerful than conventional high-explosive munitions of comparable size, are more likely to kill and injure more people in bunkers, shelters, and caves, and kill and injure in a particularly brutal manner over a wide area. In urban settings, it is very difficult to limit the effect of this weapon to combatants, and the nature of the explosions makes it virtually impossible for civilians to take shelter from their destructive effect. Okay. Used in large numbers, fuel-air explosives and other blast weapons have enormous destructive effects. Because they cover a wide area, they are prone to indiscriminate use, especially in or near populated areas. Since this weapon is very effective against personnel in fortifications, bunkers, and other buildings, Russian forces may be tempted to use them in towns and cities where Chechen fighters are dug in. This is a background talking about when they were talking about about it in the context of the war in Chechnya. In urban settings, it would be impossible for Russia's military to limit the destructive effect of this weapon to combatants, and very difficult for civilians to take shelter from the effect. See that? So it says that you really can't take shelter from it. In its destructive capacity, it is comparable to low-yield nuclear weapons. How they work. A typical fuel-air explosive device consists of a container of fuel and two separate explosive charges. After the munition is dropped or fired, the first explosive charge bursts open the container at a predetermined height and disperses the fuel in a cloud which mixes with the atmospheric oxygen. The cloud of fuel flows around objects and into structures. See that? The second charge then detonates the cloud, creating a massive blast wave. Wow. The blast wave destroys unreinforced buildings and equipment and kills and injures personnel. The anti-personnel effect of the blast is more severe in foxholes, on personnel with body armor, and in enclosed spaces such as caves, buildings, and bunkers. They were first developed and used in Vietnam by the U.S. Soviet scientists, however, quickly developed their own weapons. Okay. Blast explosives kill or injure in 3 ways: with the blast wave, with flying debris, or by collapsing buildings, and the blast wind throwing bodies against blah, 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 blah. Okay. According to a CIA study, the effect of a vacuum bomb explosion within confined spaces is immense. Those near the ignition point are obliterated. Those at the fringe are likely to suffer many internal and thus invisible injuries, including burst eardrums and crushed inner ear organs, severe concussions, ruptured lungs and internal organs, and possibly blindness. Another Defense Intelligence Agency document speculates that because shock and pressure waves cause minimal damage to brain tissue, it is possible those victims are not rendered unconscious by the blast, but instead suffer for several seconds or minutes while they suffocate. Unbelievable. So these are scary sounding weapons, and Ukraine is claiming that Russia used one today. I don't have the evidence yet. I will certainly be keeping an eye out for it, but it's a very concerning report. Hang on one second here. So that the fuel spreads out in the air, and then another explosion lights all the fuel, ignites the fuel, so it can seep into buildings. It's effective against people in foxholes or in buildings and stuff, including civilians. So that's a very concerning report here. Now remember, earlier today, Russia seemingly indiscriminately attacked the city of Kharkiv with what may have been cluster munitions. Certainly, there were a lot of rockets or of munitions of some sort were fired at residential areas in Kharkiv. And there's video of dead bodies. There's video of the explosions. It really is horrific. So, and now we're hearing an unconfirmed report from the Ukrainian government that they used a vacuum bomb. This is not a good trend. And I wanted to, speaking of vacuum bombs, oh, sorry, no, that's something else. I'm going to show you that afterwards. But again, just to show you this again, right here. Where is it here? Where's the post from Kyle Glenn? So weird, I can't find it. I know I retweeted it, and it doesn't show up. Here. Kyle Glenn says, what's happening in Kharkiv today is horrendous. Russian forces... He thinks it's Russian forces aren't able to enter the city, so they respond the same way they always do, indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas. So this is an example of the explosions in Kharkiv today. There's multiple videos like that from today. Oh, he has another video here. See this? What appears to be Russian cluster munitions raining down near the Equator Shopping Center in the northeast of Kharkiv city. Date unconfirmed, believed to be today. I'm not sure if this one is from today. I can show you another one. I haven't seen this one yet either. But again, there's multiple videos. There's videos of dead bodies that are just horrible. I retweeted some videos on my account, but on Twitter @Lookner. I can't show them on the air, but you can see them there. But just some awful ones. I'm just going to want to show you another one of these real quick because they're so bad. Hang on. Just bad. That video we just showed you was, I guess, posted by the Ukrainian outlet Union. Rob Lee posted it too. He said a possible use of cluster munitions in Kharkiv. So, I can't show you the dead body ones though. Oh, look, another angle of the strikes in Kharkiv. From this angle, it looks more like MLRS impacts, but not cluster munitions.
Мам, подожди. Все. Все, гаражей нету.
Нас обстреливают, уйди.
Dead and wounded reported. Just terrible. Just terrible. So very, very concerning. And you got to wonder, is Putin getting frustrated with the pace of the war and the lack of success and switching tactics to more like terroristic war crime type tactics? I hope not, but very scary. Very scary. And there's other videos too. Again, we talked about this. I'm not going to go over it all again because we spent a bunch of time earlier talking about it. So I just, for the people who hadn't seen it, I wanted to mention it again. All right. I want to... Oh, Institute for the Study of War came out with a new update. We're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to read their new report too. We'll have to do that. I really respect them. We'll see what they had to say. Give me one moment. Oh, William Murphy just mentioned it. Thank you, William. Thank you also, William Murphy, Linda Cosma, John Paul Mahovsky. Thank you. RG, Bam C. Swee, Christopher Long. Thanks to all of our YouTube members as well. John Teller, Alexander, all of our YouTube members, thank you. Institute for the Study of War, the website is not working at the moment. Maybe too many people are going to it because they just posted this update. So I might, oh here, I found it. Let us look at the new Institute for the Study of War assessment. They are a research group. I think there's some smart people there. I like to hear what they have to say. So we're going to look and see what they have to say. Hold on a second here. We got to talk about the convoy too. What's going on with the convoy? Oh, Sylvia Thevison is moderating too. I missed Sylvia before. Thank you, Sylvia, for moderating over there on Facebook. Ruben Mears says Putin is liberating the world of someone's loved ones. Okay, here is here there is Russian offensive campaign assessment. There's also a really interesting, we're going to read it shortly. There's a very interesting analysis done today by Michael Kaufman. So I want to talk about that as well. Before I do any of this, though, give me one moment. Let me do something real quick here. Then we'll get into the Institute for the Study of War analysis. The Russian military is reorganizing its military efforts in an attempt to remedy poor planning and execution based on erroneous assumptions about Ukrainians' will and ability to resist. I would say the expert consensus now is that this has not gone as fast as Russia has hoped. They've made a lot of mistakes. There's an active debate among experts about what is the nature of Russia's relatively poor performance so far? Is it something overall wrong with the military? Is it something with strategy? So that's a debate that's ongoing right now. But the consensus is that things have not been going well, and also that there's a lot of just basic issues they're having. So I've been reading some different analysis of this. And by the way, that's not to say that they won't ultimately achieve their military goals. For example, Institute for the Study of War yesterday said that they predicted, I don't think they want this to happen, but they predicted that Russia would still overcome ultimately, the Russian forces would overcome the Ukrainian forces just because Russia has such advantages in terms of manpower, in terms of capability. So, just to be clear, it could be the case that the Russian army is having huge issues, and at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean they won't achieve their military goals. Now, even if they achieve their military goals, there's this whole other question of what does it ultimately get them in the end? Maybe we'll talk about that later. The idea, it just seems ridiculous. Every day it seems more and more ridiculous, but it seemed ridiculous to me anyway. The idea that they're going to permanently occupy this country or a large part of it, where the people there absolutely hate their guts because they've invaded their country, and killed their countrymen. So the idea, and it's a 44 million person country. So even if you take like half of it, you're talking about 20 million people or something like that, whatever it is. The idea that Russia's going to do this, and how many people would Russia need to occupy the country and every single day put down the resistance activities that go on, and think of the losses that would occur inevitably over time to all the Russian occupiers. This is why many analysts have said, and I agree, they thought he would never do a big invasion like this because the whole thing seemed crazy. And what is the long-term plan? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to a lot of experts, but they've done it anyways. But that aside, just the long-term issue is different than the military issue. Russia could achieve its military goals in a sense by, say, having the military defeat the Ukrainian military. Then there's a whole other question about what do they do after that. But let's focus on the shorter-term military stuff. So let's hear what the Institute for the Study of War has to say. They say the Russian military is reorganizing its military efforts in an attempt to remedy poor planning and execution based on erroneous assumptions about Ukrainians' will and ability to resist. But by the way, so I think what they're going to say, and I've seen other analysts say this, is something like Putin just thought they would just march through town, they would march in there, and Ukrainians just wouldn't resist, and they'd give up really easily. If that's the assumption, it's so stupid. It's like the stupidest, dumbest thing in the world. It's like, I honestly, I do think they might be right about this, the experts. Like, it does seem like maybe that's what happened, that Russia was expecting no resistance and expecting the country to just kind of lay down and then they'd be in control in 2 days. If they expected that, it's so stupid. Who would think that? Who would think that you're going to invade another country and they're going to be like, okay, we give up? We hate you, but we give up. A country that you've been fighting against for 8 years in eastern Ukraine. A country that already had a revolution. They had a big revolution in 2013, 2014. How'd the revolution start? Because their president wanted to be closer to Russia and not closer to Europe, and that started a big revolution. They don't want to live under Putin. So this, who has this idea? And again, it very well might have been Putin's idea. He might have had this in mind. It's just so dumb. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous if this is what they thought. It's so stupid. So anyways, again, I'm not saying it's not true, but I just want to emphasize what a stupid idea it is. It's so bonkers and just dumb. So anyways, you have to be in such a crazy place. If Putin thought that was going to happen, and he very well might have, you have to be in such a crazy place mentally to think this. Like, I see it described as like, maybe, well, Putin misjudged the Ukrainian people. He misjudged them. He thought they'd lay down. No, that's not misjudging something. That's just being like so stupid you're crazy. That's being crazy. That's misjudge is like way too kind a term. You don't misjudge. Like any country you'd invade, probably any country you'd invade. Now people point to the Afghanistan thing and stuff like that, but there's other factors there. That's not. This is just clearly a case where this is a country that hates the other country and doesn't want them there. And the idea that you think you're going to invade them and they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, we give up. It's so stupid. So I don't want to hear this misjudge thing anymore. If you think Putin really thought that the Ukrainians weren't going to put up a fight and lay down, then you don't think he misjudged it. You think he's like so crazy he would think something so stupid. Anyways, all right. I just want to get that out there. I feel like it's not being pointed out how stupid that would be. And ridiculous to think. In what world would anyone think such a thing? Okay. It's just so dumb. Anyways, all right, let me get to this. Sorry. Give me one moment here. I just want to make sure there's no emergency thing going on. Hang on, what is this? No. Okay. Sorry. Hold on. All right, I got to deal with this. I'll deal with that later. Thanks, Michael King, for the note about the audio. Yeah, I mean, I might have it up to. I turned it up a little bit lately. I can turn it down a bit. I recently adjusted the audio a few days ago because I thought it was a little low. It might be high. When I talk loudly, it might get too high. So, but people were saying it was too low. I'll keep an eye out. Let me know if there are audio issues, if it gets too loud. Some people said it was crackling. I think that's what happened. I think at some point in the past, I was having issues with it getting too loud, and then I turned it down, and then it was a little too soft. I mean, I think probably the big issue is just, I at a certain points I get quite louder than it most of the time. So, anyways, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. But I appreciate you letting me know. You can always message me, let me know about feedback. Okay, let's get into this. The Russian military is, before I get into this, sorry, we keep getting into this, and I just want to make sure there's nothing big happening right this second. So we'll do it. hang on a moment here. I'm just doing a quick check to make sure there's nothing like pressing right at the moment before I get into this other thing. So just give me one moment here. Just one more moment, and we'll be good. I like to make sure I'm not missing anything breaking. I just saw this posted by Michael Kaufman. He says, interesting episode here. Equipment found abandoned, but not because of logistical issues or breakdown. Ukraine weapons tracker says a Russian T-72 tank was abandoned with fuel and in fully working condition. The reason is unclear. Let's look at this.
Российская папмашинка. 72-ка. Та же самая херня. Шмотки, бирки, наклейки, колбаса, бочка даже печатная, пломбир, бирочка. Какие классные войска с бирочками. Просто бомба. Я соляру что не стырил. Ладно, сейчас заведу отсюда свои. Ну. Да? Вот.
It's a whole video. It's 2 minutes long. It is interesting. One of our viewers thinks the troops got scared. Somebody said they had to use the bathroom. Somebody said they deserted. I don't know what happened. By the way, Michael Kaufman specializes in Russia stuff. So, you know, this account, Ukraine Weapons Tracker, has been posting a lot of this stuff, but he also would be able to look at it and listen to the language. I assume he can also listen to the language and know something about that as well. So I'm pretty confident about the video. Oh, hold on a second. This is interesting. One of our viewers said that Bitcoin is up almost 15%. Pretty clear Russian money is going into it. So this is interesting. You know, so what happened in Russia, the exchange rate just went up. The value of the Russian currency has been dropping a lot in the past day. Been dropping a lot. Basically, the U.S. and Europe recently announced sanctions. And among the sanctions were sanctions that made it impossible for the Russian central bank to prop up their currency value. So the currency value has been dropping. Which could mean if you have rubles today, they'll be worth much less a few days from now than they are now. So a lot of people have been going to ATMs, trying to get their rubles out of the bank and trying to convert them to other currency, or you could buy something with it. Something else you could do is you could put it in you could like put it in cryptocurrency, because somebody might think like, well, my rubles are going to be worth way less today than they were, you know. Maybe they'll be way worse in a week than worth way less next week than they'll be worth today, but maybe the crypto won't be. Crypto will hold its value. So I do wonder if that's people in somewhat due to people in Russia taking their rubles and converting it. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with this today. It did go up a bunch. It went up 15%, you can see, in the past day. But I haven't been keeping up with Bitcoin today. There may be some alternate explanation. I just don't know. It's an interesting hypothesis by our viewer. I am still... Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I was going to read you the Institute for the Study of War analysis, and I was just making sure that nothing else was urgent, and I'd gotten distracted, so we haven't even gotten to that yet. So let's get to that. Oh, I just saw something about the International Criminal Court that I wanted to show you. The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court will open an investigation into possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Karim Khan said the probe will look at before the Russian invasion, but he tends for it to expand. ICC prosecutor to open probe into war crimes in Ukraine. Chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court said Monday he plans to open an investigation as rapidly as possible into possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. This is from the AP. The prosecutor, Karim Khan, said the investigation will look at alleged crimes committed before the Russian invasion, but added that given the expansion of the conflict in recent days, it is my intention that this investigation will also encompass any new alleged crimes falling within the jurisdiction of my office that are committed by any party to the conflict on any part of the territory of Ukraine. So, something to keep an eye on. I hadn't mentioned that yet. Okay. Oh, breaking news. More oil, more energy companies exiting Russia. So, I think another, I'm sorry. I think I might have posted about this one already. I thought there have been two today or one. We haven't talked about it, but I didn't know if there's been two or one. Let's see. Oh, I had already posted about that. Oops. Anyway, I posted the same story twice. So, but just to show you this, because I haven't talked about it, Reuters, Shell will exit all its Russian operations, including a major liquefied natural gas plant. It said on Monday, becoming the latest major Western energy company to quit the oil-rich country. The decision comes a day after rival BP abandoned its stake in Russia's Rosneft. And then Javier Baez had posted about that, and he thought that it was other countries were going to pull out as well. Because, let me show you what he said. Where is it? Isn't it Javier Baez? Javier. I got to find on my timeline the post about it here. It is Javier Baez. Or Blas. Javier Blas, I'm sorry. He says, and wow, after BP, the deluge, Shell announces it's exiting all its joint ventures with Russian state energy company Gazprom, including its 27.5% stake in the Sakhalin 2 liquefied natural gas facility. Okay? And he says, with BP and Shell leaving the country, I don't see how others can stay. The pressure on Exxon, Total and oil traders like Trafigura and Vitol and Glencore Metals is going to increase massively. So something else to keep an eye on. Maybe I'll try to find an article about that. Thank you, by the way, very much to Jeffrey Woodard for your support, and Lars Hansen. Lars thinks we could see NATO planes or troops in Ukraine if Russians start using the same methods they used in Syria to destroy the cities and did not care about civilian losses. Look, we've talked about that for weeks, and we talked about it yesterday, whether NATO is not saying they'll put any troops into Russia now or establish a no-fly zone, but the more these videos come out and images of horrific stuff happening to the people of Ukraine, it will put pressure on other countries to intervene more. What will that result in anything? That I don't know. Mochi, Peppy the Frog, thank you. Rosemary Hill, John Daly, Corey G, thank you. And also, all right, now Alicia Rivera, thanks for the Facebook stars as well. Okay, what we're going to do, let's look at Institute for the Study of War. Here it is. Institute for the Study of War, daily assessment, Russian offensive campaign assessment today. The Russian military is reorganizing its military efforts in an attempt to remedy poor planning and execution based on erroneous assumptions about Ukrainians' will and ability to resist. Russian operations around Kyiv remain limited as logistics and reinforcements arrive, but will likely resume in greater strength in the next 24 hours. So they think Russia's going to start making a renewed attempt to attack Kyiv within 24 hours. Ukrainian military leaders say they have used the pause to strengthen Kyiv's defenses and prepare to defend their capital in depth. I was thinking about that today. Kyiv knows this might be coming, so they're having time to prepare. Who knows what things they might be planning, but they are being given time to prepare because there's this very large convoy of Russian military vehicles. I want to say, I forget, it's like 20 miles outside or something now outside of Ukraine, outside of Kyiv. But here, Christopher Quetty of New York Times. The Russian convoy heading towards Kyiv is now stretched out over at least 17 miles, with breaks in between 2 to 3 rows deep in some areas, 20 miles north of Antonov Airport. Unclear if it will head straight to the city or join forces with other troops first. By the way, numerous military analysts have said this is not a good position for these troops to be in, for these vehicles to be in. We read you one analyst yesterday who said if they were fighting NATO, all these people would be dead, because they're sitting out there, they're in a row, and they're like, put it this way, they're in theory a vulnerable target being in that position, but it's not like Ukraine has a dominant air force. Although they have drones, they continue to do drone strikes. They posted more video of drone strikes today. They do have some planes in the air. Russia has not established air superiority like most experts thought they would, for whatever reason. We'll talk about that more later. But anyways, you can see here, Lucas Tomlinson says, Russian convoy containing hundreds of tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles now only 15 miles outside Ukraine's capital. But it's been there for several days. So, they know it's coming. I'm sure that Ukraine is working with countries like the UK and the US and France and whoever else, and I'm sure those countries are helping them with military planning, and I'm sure those countries are helping them with intelligence. So this is something that the Ukrainian forces are going to be aware of. Okay, let's go back here. The Ukrainian military likely cannot prevent Russian forces from enveloping or encircling Kyiv if the Russians send enough combat power to do so, but they likely can make Russian efforts to gain control of the city itself extremely costly and possibly unsuccessful. Let's hope Russia doesn't try to fight its way through Kyiv, because that will just be an awful, awful situation. There'll be lots of people who die. It'll be terrible on both sides. The Russian military has begun using area attack weapons, we talked about this earlier, in the city of Kharkiv, dramatically increasing the damage to civilian infrastructure and the number of civilian casualties it is causing. It is using tube and rocket artillery against Kharkiv, and unconfirmed reports indicate it's also using thermobaric weapons, which can have devastating effects, especially on civilian targets. Ukrainian resistance in and around Kharkiv remains determined, but it is unclear how long Ukrainian defenders can hold if Russia sustains or increases attacks of this variety, coupled with ground attacks supported by arriving Russian reinforcements. Russian advances in southern Ukraine remain slower than they had been in the initial days of the war, possibly due to Russian efforts to concentrate sufficient combat power to conduct decisive operations against Mariupol and possibly Zaporizhia. In bold type, the next major phase of Russian offensive operations will likely begin in the next 24 hours and play out over the ensuing 48 to 72 hours. That's what they think. Once again today, it's another day where I'm not aware of some like massive new Russian offensive. There's fighting in different cities. The Kharkiv stuff was terrible today with those rockets that area bombing going on in Kharkiv. But it's not like Russia didn't send like a huge force into there today or anything. So it's another day goes by. Just a reminder that before the invasion, I've read you different analysis, which a number of different analysts who said that the longer it goes, the better it is for Ukraine. It's in Ukraine's interest to just drag things out and make this go longer. The longer it goes, you can have issues of Putin could lose domestic support over time the longer it goes. And there are actually issues with the actual Russian military that could happen the longer it goes. For example, morale. One analyst I heard today was saying something like, think of the soldiers who are sitting there in that convoy, that huge miles-long convoy, like 20 miles outside of Kyiv. They're just sitting there for day after day after day. They're in like a tank, and they have to sleep in the tank. You can have morale issues there, as an example. So, okay. So anyways, let's continue here. Ukrainian resistance remains remarkably effective, and Russian operations, especially on the Kyiv axis, have been poorly coordinated and executed, leading to significant Russian failures on that axis and at Kharkiv. Russian forces remain much larger and more capable than Ukraine's conventional military, however, and Russian advances in southern Ukraine threaten to unhinge the defense of Kyiv and northeastern Ukraine if they continue unchecked. Key takeaways from Institute for the Study of War. Russia deployed additional heavy forces and artillery that it so far has failed to employ in assaults on Kyiv in the city's western approach on February 27-28. Russian forces will likely launch a renewed assault on western Kyiv on March 1st. So they think that Russian forces will tomorrow, and it's not tomorrow, it's now March 1st in Russia today and in Ukraine. So they think on March 1st, Russian forces will launch a renewed assault on western Kyiv. We'll have to see. One big theme of this whole invasion is Russia not using nearly all or not using much of its military capacity. It has way more Air Force capacity that it can use that it's not been using, with like bombers and attack helicopters. For whatever reason, they're not doing it. It's not clear. I'll show you some other analysis of that later. So they have not used close to the kind of force they could apply if they chose to. We'll have to see if that changes. Russian forces did begin using heavy artillery against central Kharkiv today, indicating a dangerous inflection in Russian operations as the Kremlin chooses to use air and artillery assets it has held in reserve to date. Russian forces resumed limited advances in northeastern Ukraine today after an operational pause the last 2 days. Russian and proxy forces resumed assaults on Ukrainian forces defending Mariupol from the east and deployed additional artillery and anti-tank guided missile assets to the Mariupol front line on February 28th. Russian forces may attempt a renewed assault on Mariupol in the coming days. Russian forces increasingly targeted Ukrainian airfields, that's something to notice too, and logistics centers on February 28th, particularly in western Ukraine. Russia likely seeks to ground the Ukrainian Air Force and interdict the ability of Western states to resupply the Ukrainian military by taking out the airfields. Russian and proxy forces resumed assaults on Ukrainian forces defending Mariupol from the east. Is this the same thing? Oh, no, this is a repeat of this. This paragraph is a repeat. Russian and Belarusian forces may be preparing for an additional line of advance from Belarus into western Ukraine. There were reports last night, early this morning, that Belarus forces may be getting involved. We have not seen yet any heard about Belarus soldiers being in Ukraine yet. We'll have to see what happens with that. Russian successes in southern Ukraine are the most dangerous and threatening to unhinge Ukraine's successful defenses and rearguard actions to the north and northeast. Russian troops are facing growing morale and logistics issues. Logistics means supply. The military needs food. They need fuel. They need spare parts. I'm guessing they need water. You have Russian forces who might be over 100 miles from the Russian border. You got to get this stuff to them. Russia's having lots of logistics issues. Ukraine has been attacking logistics convoys. That's something I've been seeing reported a lot, that the Ukrainian resistance has been going after logistics, like fuel trucks and stuff like that, which is going to hurt the ability for Russian forces to carry on a war day after day. Russian troops are facing growing morale and logistics issues, predictable consequences of the poor planning, coordination, and execution of attacks along Ukraine's northern border. Then they have a map here. And what you can see in their map is the areas, the red areas are the Russian-occupied, Russian-controlled Ukrainian territory. So they've been bringing up forces from Crimea, expanding this way, bringing in forces from over the border in eastern Ukraine, bringing in forces from over the border in northeast Ukraine, and bringing in forces from northern Russia and also from Belarus. And you can see what it says there's a close-up on Kyiv here. Okay. Let me just see if there's anything else I want to mention here. Last thing I'll mention, I think, in this paper is immediate items to watch. Again, this is the Institute for the Study of War. They post these every day. You can go to their Twitter feed. I actually went to their website and signed up for emails. So I get an email every day telling me when they've released their updates. Actually, yesterday I got two. They did 2 updates yesterday. It's really good. I think they're smart people, and they're thoughtful, and they seem to know what they're talking about. So I find these very helpful. Again, Institute for the Study of War. Their Twitter is, let's see. At the Study of War. They will post on Twitter when they come out with this stuff too. Okay, so the last thing I'll do is read their, what is it here? Immediate items to watch. Russian forces advancing north and east from Crimea in the south threaten to cut off Ukrainian forces in eastern Ukraine if Kyiv does not withdraw them in the coming days. We talked about this yesterday. The idea would be of this, that you have Ukrainian forces who are like in here. And that if what will happen is that the Russian forces moving north from Crimea could go behind and cut them off. So they couldn't go back and help Kyiv. They'd be surrounded on various sides, on all sides, by Russian troops. That's if they don't withdraw. So we'll see what happens there. They've been saying that. They've been saying also, let's see what else they say. Russian forces began using artillery against residential areas in Kharkiv on February 28th today, likely signaling a dangerous new phase of Russian operations. Russian forces face growing morale and supply issues, but will likely be able to overcome these handicaps. We'll see about that. Russian forces continue to refrain. This is very important. Russian forces continue to refrain from using their likely full spectrum of air and missile capabilities. The Ukrainian Air Force also remains active. Russia hasn't taken control of the skies. Russian operations will likely steadily wear down Ukrainian air capabilities and eventually take the Ukrainian Air Force out of the fight. I don't know if that includes the drones. Russia has sufficient conventional military power to reinforce each of its current axes of advance and overpower the conventional Ukrainian forces defending them. Okay, so nice summary there. Institute for the Study of War. You can go there and read the whole. They have more detail in there, but gives you a sense of some of the major themes of the fighting going on. Okay, now take some comments for you guys, give you more updates. Oh, what's going on with the Russian stock market? I think our viewer Mike just mentioned the Russian stock market. Did it even open? Russia today said we're not opening our stock market until at least 3 p.m. I don't know that it ever opened today. Here. The ruble crashes and stock market closes and Russia's economy staggers under sanctions. New York Times. The ruble cratered, the stock market froze, and the public rushed to withdraw cash today as Western sanctions kicked in. Russia's currency lost as much of a quarter of its value within hours. It never opened, people are saying. Oh, it's closed tomorrow? It's closed tomorrow? Okay, I didn't see that. Hang on, people are saying it's closed tomorrow as well. I did not see that today. The Russian stock market is closed tomorrow as well. Let me try to confirm that. I didn't see the thing about tomorrow. Let me see if I can find it for you. I did see they did not open all day today. That's true. That is definitely true. I haven't heard about tomorrow. Oh, MSNBC said it was going to be closed for the... hold on. Hang on, I'll get it. I'll figure it out. I'm sure some of you have seen it. Here. Anyways, let me just read more of this and I'll get it for you. Scrambling to stem the decline of its currency, the Russian central bank more than doubled its key interest rate to 20%, I believe, banned foreigners from selling Russian securities, and ordered exporters to convert into rubles most of their foreign currency reserves. It closed the stock exchange for the entire day because of the, quote, developing situation. Okay. With dozens of countries closing their airspace to Russian planes, major foreign investors pulling out, and the West placing debilitating restrictions on Russia's biggest banks, it was becoming clear that Mr. Putin's invasion of Ukraine was ushering in a period of international isolation for Russia unseen since the Cold War. Some analysts fear that Russia's economic instability could lead Mr. Putin to escalate his conflict with the West using new military threats or other means such as cyber attacks. But there was also extreme uncertainty inside Russia as the value of people's savings evaporated. Remember, if you're in Russia and suppose you have a bank account, so suppose you have a lot of your money in the bank, it's in rubles. Well, now ruble is worth a lot less than it was before. So the value of your savings has just gone way down, just sitting there, you know? So it's really scary. Let's see here. There was extreme uncertainty inside Russia as the value of people's savings evaporated and the interconnections with the Western world that Russians had come to take for granted in the last 3 decades rapidly broke away. It was not immediately clear whether most Russians would blame Mr. Putin for the crisis or whether they would take cues from the Kremlin propaganda and blame the West. Let me check this. I'm checking Bloomberg. Okay, blah, 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 blah. President Putin banned all Russian residents from transferring foreign currency abroad. You can't send your foreign currency out of the country. Okay. They don't have anything about the market there. I'm not seeing an announcement yet about tomorrow. Here, look, this is the Wall Street Journal, so I think they'd have an update if the article opens up. I would think this article would have some sort of update on it from the Wall Street Journal. Russia's stock. Oh, this is 12. It says 12 hours ago. Russia's stock market won't open Monday. The central bank added that the operating hours of the stock exchange would be announced Tuesday morning. Okay? According to the Wall Street Journal, the Russian central bank said that on Tuesday morning, they would announce the hours. Now, currently, it's only about 2:23 a.m. So my guess is that we'll have to wait several hours to see whether and when they're opening the Russian stock market today. Now, maybe they've made an announcement.
I'm going to find another video for that box. You can watch Chi-Chi for now.
Let's see. But maybe there's updated information. Live coverage feed. Let's see. Latest developments. Blah, 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 blah. Russian bonds plummet. Prices of Russian government bonds fell more than 50% today as foreign investors grew concerned that Western sanctions would undermine the country's ability and willingness to pay the bonds back. Even if Russia finds a way to pay foreign bondholders, it might choose not to in retaliation for the sanctions imposed by Western nations. That's really interesting. So, one way countries borrow money is they sell bonds. So you loan their government money, and they say, we'll pay you the money back plus some interest in 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. So, there will be people from other countries who would buy Russian bonds. Maybe they like the interest rate, but now, if you own one of those bonds, you're worried, well, maybe Russia won't have the money to pay me back, or even if they do have the money to pay me back, they might just say, we're not paying you back. You're from one of these other countries that's opposing us. So we're just not paying you back. We're not going to pay out the bonds. So the price of those bonds is going way down. They fell by half. Prices of Russian government bonds fell by more than half today. Okay. Somebody said they sent me a Guardian article on it. I'll have to look. Oh, here, Reuters. Mark Boots sent me this. I wonder if this is true. Reuters says Moscow stock derivatives trading will remain closed on Tuesday. Reuters. Trading on Moscow stock and derivatives sections will remain closed on Tuesday, the Russian central bank said. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that. Let me see if I can... Oh, here it is. I missed it. B&O News posted. I looked at B&O News. I didn't see the post. Sorry. I literally looked at B&O News to see if they had posted it like 5 minutes ago. And I went through all their tweets and I didn't see it. So I was like, oh, well, I guess they didn't report it. And it turns out they did tweet it out. Well, I'm sorry. That was a waste of 10 minutes while I looked for it. Well, we found some other articles. Yes, so it's not opening tomorrow either. How about that? Thanks for sending it to me. A quick thank you to Forget About It, Chris K, Animal. Think before you type, although I think you broke the rules. Lars Hansen. You know, Animal says, why doesn't Ukraine bomb that convoy? So, I don't know. You know, we're talking about, there's really, I know, just really quick, there's that big...
I hear sirens.
Why don't they attack it? Well,
sorry.
I don't know
At least
what
I
the air
did.
defense is there now. It's possible that there's air defense set up and that it's possible that Ukraine doesn't think they can get an airplane close enough without getting shot down. That'd be one problem. But that aside, and maybe they have other ways of attacking it, but that aside, I mean, maybe they're leaving it there for a reason. Maybe they like it there. I can imagine a world in which they figure, well, if we want to attack it, we can, but we like having it there. And there could be different reasons for that, right? But I was thinking about this today. As I said, I am sure that Ukraine is constantly talking to the militaries of countries like the US, of the UK, and France, and getting advice from them. So my guess would be, well, there's two possibilities. One could be they don't think they can. Another one would be like they could, but they just don't want to for some reason. And again, I'm not a military person, so I can't tell you. But I would not be surprised if there might be a military reason that it's beneficial to just leave it there. So they know it's there. I'm sure they're constantly watching it. So, but again, as somebody who's not doesn't have military expertise, that's not something I could tell you. By like it there, I mean, maybe there's things where they like, it's like not really moving fast at the moment. They know where stuff is. They can deal with it later. You know, I'm sure they have their, put it this way. I'm sure Ukraine is doing what they think is best for reasons. That's what I'm saying. I don't think if you walked into the Ukraine military office and you said, hey, why don't you bomb that convoy? They'd be like, oh, that's a great idea. We hadn't thought of that yet. You know, I'm sure they're thinking about all options. Oh, Mark Boot says they could be waiting for the talks to finish. Okay, what I'm going to do, I need to real quick do something. We have more to get to here. We have more to get to. I need 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. We're coming back in 2 minutes. We'll continue live coverage.
I'll just, whoops, wrong camera. I'm terrible at this. I feel bad for all the innocent civilians. That's what I feel bad for. Sorry. I feel bad for all the innocent people that get stuck in the middle of all this crookedness. I don't like any of them. Sorry, that's just my opinion. And I don't know if my mic's too loud. I'm sorry if it is. You can tell me and I'll turn it down.
Okay, we are back. We are back. Similarly to yesterday, I am not crying. I just used some eye drops. So
I
just said
absolutely
yesterday, you might
agree
think I'm
on what
crying
you're
at stuff
saying.
people say in the chat. Much of which is cry-worthy, but I am actually just my eyes are wet because of my eye drops. Okay.
I agree with
now,
you.
Let me just say a quick thanks to our moderators again before we pick up. Tom Smoth.
I'll find another video for the middle part where I'm sitting right now.
Our viewer Tom Smith says, yes, the ISW people are very smart. Retired General Jack Keane is the chairman. Okay. Thank you to our viewers. Sorry, our viewers. Thanks to our viewers, also to the moderators. Lexa Fulmer is moderating. Thank you, Lexa. Rusty G is moderating. Thank you, Rusty G. Lizzie is moderating. Sarah is moderating. Hang on. We also have moderating. Sorry. I apologize. Kay Lowry Body has been in there. I think we have, is it Sylvia, if I'm remembering right? I think. Sylvia Thefison is there. Thank you, Sylvia. Also, our Twitch moderators. Let me thank them. They are awesome. All of our moderators are awesome. Thank you. Bash and Girl Ducks, our Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, and Toby. Now, okay, let's go do this. Let me just do a quick check for breaking updates here. Then we'll move on. And let me kind of clean up my desktop here. I have way too many things open. The sound of explosions is heard near Kherson Airport. About 20 minutes ago, I just saw this video from Nexta. Sounds of explosions heard near Kherson Airport in southern Ukraine. Let's play this video. Wow. Let me see if I can find anything more about that. That was Nexta on. That was Nexta on Telegram. Somebody mentioned, did Joe Truzman post it too? I posted something else from Joe Truzman a couple minutes ago. Oh, here it is. Yeah, he literally saw what I saw. It's the same video. He linked to the same video I was watching, Joe. Joe posted something else very interesting. I had never seen this before. There was apparently there was like a drive-by Molotov cocktail attack on a Russian military vehicle that was being towed today. And I've now seen two different angles of it. So I'll show you the first angle here. I retweeted this before, and then I'll show you the second one. Ukraine Weapons Tracker. They say, seems that Ukrainian resistance, note barely visible AK, hit a Russian army a vehicle. It's like an electronic warfare complex. But I believe it was Joe Truzman said it was being towed. So whatever vehicle it was, with a couple of Molotov cocktails. Now, I don't know what kind of damage that would do to the vehicle or what it did to the vehicle. Seems a little splashback too, but I'll play you the two videos. Here's video number one. They actually recorded themselves doing it.
Давай, давай, блядь, хуярим нахуй. Кидай, блядь, кидай, кидай, блядь, кидай! Антоны, Антоны!
And then the other angle is here. Joe Truzman posted it, and he said, here. Another angle of the drive-by Molotov cocktail attack on Russian armor being towed.
Пиздец. Давай, уезжай, уезжай. Саня. Ебать долбоёбы, блядь.
Jonathan Sissow says it probably sets the gas tank on fire. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe it does. But I hadn't seen that before. That's the first time I've seen it. Is that account? Give me one moment here. Let me just do something really quick here. Okay, not going to worry about that at the moment. Robert Hunt says it scorches and kills the tires. Kelly says looks like the fire went out. Yeah, so I don't know what kind of damage, significant damage, if any, was done. But again, it is the first time I've seen that kind of attack in this conflict. Oh, there was also a couple of good articles I saw I wanted to show you. We haven't even gotten to them yet. So I'm just checking for some updates here. Then we're going to get to some other things. I want to check some of your messages too. I'm sorry, it's been kind of busy. So give me one moment here. One moment, please. Sorry, I'm just checking some of the messages people sent. There's so many messages people have sent me. This was just posted. Damage mentioned this. This was just posted. Our viewer Damage mentioned this. This is Berdyansk. Russian occupiers conduct evening patrols in Berdyansk. Now, as we've been talking about, Berdyansk is in southern Ukraine, city of about 110,000 people or so. I've heard reports that Russia is in control of it. I don't know to what degree they're really in control of it, in the sense of, are they running all of the law enforcement there? You know, it's like, or is it, my thought is it's probably that the military is spread throughout the city, but they're not running things there. So I don't know. It's hard to say at this point. I'd be careful of assuming some sort of robust sense of control that's not actually happening yet. But it says, Intel Crab posted this video here.
Там что, обычный чувак пошел?
You know, we've seen videos like this from there in recent days with some military vehicles and troops walking through the streets. Just, the thing is, though, that's not, if the kind of control Putin wants is not this. It's making the country different. It's making people behave a different way. It's making it a country where people, you know, do what Putin wants them to do. That's not, I haven't seen evidence yet that's happening. So, you know, this kind of thing might make it that people can't really go out on the street, or, you know, there might be limits on where you can move. I don't even know if that's the case, but that's not, you know, I'm not aware that they've formed an alternate government in the city, and that the alternate government's proclamations are being actively enforced. So something I'll keep an eye on. And you can't really tell from the video, just from the videos. Sorry, I'm so behind on my messages. There's so many. Emily Williams sent me this. Our viewer Emily sent me this from Andrew Desiderio from Politico. Senator Rubio says setting up a no-fly zone in Ukraine would lead to World War III. People have to understand what that means. That means a willingness to shoot down Russian planes, and that would mean World War III. Then there's this. I hadn't seen this before. Ryan Heath from Politico. Yes, he would. Fiona Hill on Putin and nukes. We are already, she said, in the middle of a third world war, whether we fully grasp it or not, repeating old patterns we told ourselves we had left behind. Fiona Hill is a former, I believe, national security official. Fiona Hill, one of America's most clear-eyed Russia experts, is in Politico. Someone who studied Putin for decades. Worked in both Republican and Democratic administrations, so on, so on, so on. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Where does she talk about nukes? There's lots of danger ahead, she warned. Putin is increasingly operating emotionally and likely to use all the weapons at his disposal, including nuclear ones, she said. Then there's the nuclear element. Many people have thought we'd never see a large ground war in Europe or a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia because it could easily escalate into nuclear conflict. How close are we getting to that? Fiona Hill. Well, we're right there. Basically, what Putin has said quite explicitly in recent days is if anybody interferes in Ukraine, they will be met with a response that they've never had in their history. And he has put Russia's nuclear forces on high alert. So he's making it very clear that nuclear is on the table. Putin tried to warn Trump about this, but I don't think Trump figured out that he was saying what he was saying. In one of the last meetings between Putin and Trump, when I was there, Putin was making the point that, well, you know, Donald, we have these hypersonic missiles, and Trump was saying, well, we will get them too. Putin was saying, well, yes, you will get them eventually, but we've got them first. There was a menace in this exchange. Putin was putting us on notice that if push came to shove in some confrontational environment, that the nuclear option would be on the table. Do you really think he'll use a nuclear weapon? Fiona Hill. The thing about Putin is if he has an instrument, he wants to use it. Why have it if you can't use it? He's already used a nuclear weapon in some respects. Russian operatives poisoned Alexander Litvinenko with a radioactive polonium and turned him into a human dirty bomb, and polonium was spread all around London and every spot that poor man visited. He died a horrible death as a result. The Russians have already used a weapons-grade nerve agent, Novichok. They've used it possibly several times, but for certain twice. Once in England, it was rubbed all over the doorknob of Sergei Skripal and his daughter, who actually didn't die, but the nerve agent contaminated the city of Salisbury. Novichok killed a British citizen because the assassin stored it in a perfume bottle, which was discarded into a charity donation box, where it was found by her and her partner. So if anyone thinks that Putin wouldn't use something that he's got, because it's unusual and cruel, that is unusual and cruel, think again. Every time you think, no, he wouldn't, would he? Well, yes, he would. And he wants us to know that, of course. Now, somebody could argue that there's important differences between those cases of using something that has radiation effects and nuclear weapons. But it's an interesting perspective and frightening. She says, it's not that we should be intimidated or scared. That's exactly what he wants us to be. We have to prepare for those contingencies and figure out what it is that we're going to do to head them off. Okay, interesting. Anyways, that is, you can read the article, the interview with Fiona Hill. It's in Politico. There's a whole article there you can read. A quick thanks to Think Before You Type, Zanti Misfit, Cesar Quintana, Tony Del Monte. More negotiations coming up, Tony, tomorrow between Ukraine and Russia. Our members Pan, Amanda Mosher, Akim Idler. Also thank you to Marius Persjana in Norway, Will L. Will says, how does Belarus benefit during Russian invasion? It's not that they benefit, it's that the dictator in Belarus owes the fact that he's still in power to Russia because he stole an election 2 years ago and people protested, and he only was able to put down the protest with Russian help. So he basically feels like he owes his existence as in power to Russia. So he'll basically do whatever they want now. That seems to be what's happening. Teresa, our member, Nick Doyle from Canada, Goose Fam, Amanda Mosier, Vicky Contravespi. She said, some people said that MSNBC said the Russian stock exchange won't open until like next week or something. I haven't seen that reported. So the only report I've seen, Reuters says they're not opening tomorrow. If I see other reports, I'll certainly let you know. Maybe it's true. I just haven't heard it yet. Let me also say a quick thank you to Expertech Computer Solutions. Oh, Crusader on Twitter. Thank you so much. And also, I want to say a quick thanks for the Facebook stars. I do appreciate it. Jeremy Medford, Jet Kennedy, Brian Van Wart, Janet McLaughlin, Alicia Rivera, Amy Hannes, Autumn Bryant, Shannon Leslie, Valerie Magliochetti, Christina Neal, Linda Cosma, Jason Beers, Rosa Siboldi, and John Gates. We will get to some more of your message shortly. I have yet to read this, I think, very important and interesting thread by Michael Kaufman. So I do want to get to that. Before I do that, though, let me really quick just check for some updates. You know what I've noticed the last couple of days? I have noticed that Russia seems to launch these military operations in the morning. So this morning there was that horrific bombing, area bombing, where multiple projectiles exploded in Kharkiv. Russia attacked civilian areas in Kharkiv. We talked about that earlier. There were many casualties and deaths. There's videos of dead bodies. It's horrific. That happened in the morning, Russia time, from what I saw reported. 2 days ago, they launched this weird kind of small mini invasion into Kharkiv, which was defeated, and it was very strange. But that was in the morning too. So I feel like there's this pattern of when they do these, I don't know, they've certainly launched attacks at other times, but I've noticed stuff happening in the morning a bunch. I've seen some people wonder whether they have the ability to like conduct an offensive at night and they're just restricted to the daytime. I don't know. Oops, I closed the wrong thing. Oops, I messed up. I need 1 second, guys. I closed something I didn't want to close. What did I just do here? Now what's going on? Something got messed up here. What got messed up? What got messed up? Let's see. I need to fix something here. Something is really messed up now. I don't know what just happened. Let me do this again. Give me 1 moment. I'm just fixing something here. I closed something and it messed something up, and I want to be able to show you stuff. So I need to... Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Give me 1 moment, guys. Give me 1 moment. I see what happened. I just have to update something really quick here. So hang on. Almost there. Now I closed something I wasn't supposed to, and then I realized I had to do one other thing. So everything is working fine. Everything is fine. I'm just fixing something. But I need to be looking at it to fix it. Let's see. All right. Our viewer Andrew thinks Russia has night vision capabilities, just not enough of it. I do not know myself. I promise you, we're just about there, I think. All right, I think we're there. Let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's basically the same one as the top right. I'll find a different one.
One other thing. There was just something I kind of needed to reload. Ah, okay. All this stuff needs... Okay. All right. I would say 15 more seconds. Hopefully. Okay, that's done. I got that done. I think we're good to go. Great, we're good to go. Done. Everything's working fine again. The one thing I need to do is just do this and put this over here. And I was watching one of those live streams, just kind of had it on the screen. I kind of accidentally closed it, so I want to open up that again. I was watching the one from, I think, Live Stream Events, where they're showing like the multicam. Live library, my history, live stream events camera on YouTube is showing a shot of Kyiv. That's the one I was checking out. So I'm just pulling that up here just so I can keep an eye on it. Okay, that's done.
That's the one I have in the bottom right corner.
Of analysis. By Michael Kaufman.
And I have the volume on all of the screens.
Let's look at this. Oh, I hadn't seen this yet. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Who you would... That's... hold on. I have to refresh... Now I have to refresh this. Let me just refresh one thing. Let's see if this works. You might see me on Facebook in a second. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I need to hit refresh here. See, that's me on Facebook. So what I need to do is just refresh this. Refresh. There we go. Okay, I had not seen this. Kushore posted this from Jordan Florentin. Now, where did Jordan Florentin says they're in Ukraine? It said they post about Ukraine stuff. Well, so Kushore, who I follow for Ukraine stuff, says reservists and militias are setting up checkpoints every few miles between Odessa and Kyiv. So this is supposedly a checkpoint set up by, like, reservists and militias, citizen soldier people. Interesting. Find the original post there. Let's see. What's the original post? Yeah, see, he posted, Jordan Florentin posted, between Kyiv and Odessa, reservists and militias form roadblocks every 5 kilometers. Total filtering of all vehicles passing through the different cities. That's Jordan Florentin who posted that. I guess he took the video. I'm not sure he took the video, but he's a journalist. All right, let's look at this. I want to show you this. I just had it, and now I got to show you again. It's taken forever to show this. Michael Kaufman, who's a military analyst. By the way, I'm going to say this. I want to say this. People, if you've watched our coverage, we've been covering this now for well over a month. If you've watched our coverage, you're probably sick of me mentioning Michael Kaufman, because there's certain people I think do really good analysis who I've been mentioning. People like Michael Kaufman, Rob Lee, Institute for the Study of War I've talked about for a long time. Also, CSIS has done some really good analysis, especially I like their early papers in this. So I just want to say this. Now I'm starting to see him on TV, like the big networks will interview him. I saw him on CNN the other day. He has 200,000 followers. I think when I started following him, he had like 20,000. So I just want to say, if you were watching us a few weeks ago, you'd already know who he is. You'd be familiar with him. So just we were telling you his analysis before everyone else picked up on it. Not everyone else, but because he seemed like a really smart dude. And stuff he said made sense. Oh, he had it right, by the way. There were a number of analysts like him and Rob Lee were predicting a big invasion all along. And it wasn't that, it was their reasoning. Their reasoning just made sense. It just made sense. So he's great. Okay. For a while I was like, why isn't he on TV more? For a while, you could only find him like they do like an Atlantic Council video, and he'd be on there, and I'd be like, "This is amazing," and there'd be like 10,000 views on it. So I'm glad people are interviewing him. He knows what he's talking about, I think. Okay, so he posted a thread today of analysis, like a 20 tweet thread, and I want to show you some of what he said because I think it's really interesting. It's kind of like he wrote a short article. So he kind of summarizes what he's thinking about the invasion so far. And I think it's really helpful to look at. Let me do one thing real quick. All right, he says, Michael Kaufman, he's a military analyst. He says, long thread about how I think the first 96 hours have gone, still very early / incomplete impressions. Where is, by the way, wait, what happened? Oh, before we do this, I need 15 seconds. I put a shot of Kyiv on my phone. My phone is 15 seconds away. Hang on, 15 seconds. Okay, let me get this. Gotta get this here so I can watch it, have it to look at while we're doing the broadcast. There it is. Let me put it on, get it live. Okay, I think we're good. There it is, done. Okay, now. Long thread about how I think the first 96 hours have gone, still very early, incomplete impressions. The initial Russian operation was premised on terrible assumptions about Ukraine's ability and will to fight, and an unworkable concept of operations. Moscow badly miscalculated. Okay, let's keep going here. The Russian operation was focused on getting Kyiv quickly, forcing a surrender, and pushing a small number of units forward quickly in a way that avoided large engagements with Ukrainian forces. They've been skirting major cities, going for key road junctions, smaller towns, etc. Something to notice, they have skirted major cities. They have not taken a major city. They have not even launched a major operation in a major city. There's been some fighting in major cities, but they've been these small detachments of troops or sabotage units or whatever they are. We have not seen, and there's been no attempt to. So going back to before, we talked about this before the invasion, but I showed you different analysts who said they basically have two ways to take a city. You either try to fight your way through it, which is really, really awful in the sense of urban combat's really difficult and terrible and stuff. But you have to either fight your way through it or you surround it and starve it out. And it was thought that they very well might try this with a city like Kharkiv, which is an important city to have control of for the railroads. For one, because it's a railroad, it has a lot of railroad connections there. Also, they thought they might try to do it with Kyiv. But both of those either of those options is a major, major operation. Fighting your way through a city or surrounding it, like seriously surrounding it and cutting off the food, the power, the internet, whatever else. And it was thought that they very well might do this in some cities. Nothing close to that has happened yet. Nothing close to that has happened yet. At all. Now, I hope it doesn't because it sounds horrific. But obviously, if Putin wants to take some sort of significant control and cause significant change in Ukraine, he would have to do stuff in cities. Haven't seen it yet. Let's hope we don't see it. Okay. Let's go over here. Next tweet. Why did Moscow choose this course of action? A few theories. One, they didn't take Ukraine and its military seriously. They wanted, another one, they wanted to avoid attrition and devastation because of consequences for political goals in Ukraine. The idea being they don't want to like mess stuff up too much, destroy too much in Ukraine and kill too many people, because then the populace will be really resistant to them, which they're going to be anyway. 3, cost of casualties, and they want to hide the costs from the public. Also, look, it is also possible that Russian military planners genuinely wanted to avoid inflicting high levels of destruction, given how unpopular this war was going to be at home. Most Russian soldiers are young and have little interest in fighting Ukrainians as an opponent. Next tweet. What I've seen so far suggests that Russian troops were unaware they have been... What I've seen so far, he says, suggests that Russian troops were unaware they would be ordered to invade and appear reluctant to prosecute this war. They don't see Ukrainians as adversaries, and the military didn't prepare them for this campaign. Outside of Chechens, morale seems low. I've seen some analysis that says this, including from Michael Kaufman, that says the soldiers weren't prepared for the campaign. He might even say this in this thread some, but this idea that like, this is such a complex military campaign. 150,000 soldiers across a giant country. And the idea that you do this without like fully preparing everyone for it, you can imagine where, even as an amateur, where difficulties might come from that. Okay, let's keep going. This is an unworkable concept of operations, he says. It seems they tried to win quickly and cheaply via funder runs, hoping to avoid the worst of sanctions and Western outrage. They've ended up with the worst of all worlds, trickling more resources into a failed strategy. However, Michael Kaufman says, this is barely a few days into the war. Ukraine has done remarkably well, but no analysts, except maybe in Moscow, expected Russia to defeat the largest country in Europe within 4 days, especially given Ukraine's military capability. On the shambolic effort by Russia, Russian units are not really fighting as BTGs. So he believes that Russian units are not fighting in this invasion as they've been trained to fight. He says Russian units are not really fighting as BTGs. They're driving down roads in small detachments, pushing recon units and airborne units forward. Tanks often by themselves and vice versa. Fires and enablers. Fires are like missiles and rockets and airstrikes, that kind of stuff. Fires and enablers not used decisively and often not used at all. Outside of the fighting northwest of Kyiv, we have seen a lot of smaller detachments, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, often recon or airborne units, pressing down roads and into cities. Small formations regularly outrunning logistics without support or letting support and artillery get ambushed behind them. As I've said, we have not seen any kind of like major operation involving troops attacking somewhere in Ukraine. We've seen missile strikes, we've seen artillery strikes, but like, the thing in Kharkiv a couple days ago, it looked to be like a few dozen troops. In Kyiv a few nights ago, when there was that fighting there, it didn't look like it was actually that many people. It's these small groups they've been sending forward so far. All right, hang on a second, I just need to keep reading this here. A BTG is a battalion tactical group. A BTG is a group of about 800 soldiers along with various weaponry and equipment. Beyond large numbers of units strewn out in small detachments and checkpoints, we have the inverse situation as well. Long trains of Russian vehicles stuck in their own traffic jams entering across the border. Air defense is not covering them, but stuck on the road with them. And we've seen some analysis in the last couple of days. Ukraine has released video of numerous drone strikes that they apparently have carried out on Russian equipment. And I showed you a bunch of analysis yesterday where people were like, they couldn't believe that Russia had left these vehicles just sitting there without air cover, without an air defense system set up, without planes flying around, like a combat air patrol, I think it's called. So Russia has they have these portable air defense systems, and you can set this up, and it uses a radar, and it figures out if anything is flying around in the area, and then it can fire a missile at it and take it down. So it seems that there are these cases where they have these convoys, and they're not even providing for air cover. They're not flying any aircraft overhead. They're not setting up an air defense system. And I've shown you a number of analysts who are confused. They're like, why aren't they doing this? Michael Kaufman says, as companies and platoons run ahead to seize points, logistics can't keep up, that's supplies, and they're not being effectively covered by support. Most of the fights I've seen are small skirmishes, especially on the outskirts of major cities. These may be intense, but not major battles. And we've been talking about this. It's the quote battles have been small skirmishes. It's really striking that that's what it's been. I haven't seen anything besides that. Okay. Arthur said TB2 hard to detect with radar. I'm guessing Russia has some way of shooting down TB2s. Maybe it's aircraft or something, because the expert consensus was that Russia was going to quickly establish total control of the skies. That was the idea. That was the expert consensus, that Russia was going to establish total control of the skies. Oh, also with the drones, I know Russia has electronic warfare. So I believe they have electronic warfare, if I remember from reading it, this was a while ago, that they would have electronic warfare that might be able to mess with the drones. I don't know to what extent they've put that in place, but that's a whole other thing. And also, I don't know if Russia could have done cyber stuff. There was talk of Russia messing up, of disabling the GPS that Ukraine uses, which I'm guessing might affect the drones, but they haven't done that. They haven't taken down the internet there in Ukraine. So, anyways, it was believed that Russia would completely control the skies, and they just haven't done that. Okay, the Russian failure is driven by the fact that they're attempting to conduct a full-scale invasion without the military operation that it would require, thinking they can avoid most of the fighting. Let me say that again. It's so interesting. The Russian failure, says Michael Kaufman, the Russian failure is driven by the fact that they're attempting to conduct a full-scale invasion without the military operation that it would require, thinking they can avoid most of the fighting. This has led to not only unworkable force employment, but lack of employment. And this is, we have said this again and again. I keep showing you different analysts who say this. It's so striking. It's so striking. The truth is that large parts of the Russian military have yet to enter this war, with many of the capabilities still unused. Not to take away from Ukrainian great military performance and resilience, but I see a lot of early judgments and conclusions that need moderation. This is so crazy. In the first 4 days, Russian tactical aviation, except for some Su-25s, largely sat on the sidelines. So have most combat helicopters. They're not using most of their plane and helicopter capability. They have hundreds of both deployed in the area. Russia's Air Force is missing in action and largely unused. It's just stunning. The Russian military sought to use cruise ballistic missiles to destroy, suppress Ukrainian air defenses and target air bases. However, Russia is not flying combat air patrols or offensive counter-air, and only today I have spotted the first Su-34 bomber conducting strikes. Except for heavy shelling around Kharkiv, use of fires, long-range projectiles, rockets, missiles, and such, use of fires have been limited compared to how Russian military typically operates. Sadly, I think this will change. Russian military is an artillery army first, and it has used a fraction of the available fires in this war so far. Sparky's Cove says conserving resources they might be doing. I don't know. There's some reason for it. The bulk of the Russian military has yet to enter the fight. Outside Kharkiv, most of the 1st Guards Tank Army and 20th Army are just sitting there. They pushed a few battalion tactical groups a considerable distance past Sumy, but I think a lot of Russia's forces are still on the sidelines. Another point, Russian losses are significant and they have had a number of troops captured, but they have been advancing along some axes. In general, Ukrainians, this is really interesting. In general, so again, Russians, they've had losses, but they have been advancing. In general, Ukrainians are posting evidence of their combat successes, but the opposite is less true, distorting the overall picture. We're not seeing videos of frequently of Ukrainian equipment destroyed and Ukrainian dead bodies. Now, there have been those things that happen, but it's like Russia has no they're not, from everything I've read, and we've talked about this, I've read you certain stuff about this, they're not really publicizing this that much at home. There seems to be a concern on the Russian government that this is not going to be popular. So they're not really giving people a full picture of it in the government-controlled media. And so, but there doesn't seem to be any organized effort by Russia to push out I don't see videos being posted with any kind of regularity of Ukrainian stuff destroyed, Ukrainian soldiers dead. You would think that maybe Russia would do that. The stuff you see on social media is overwhelmingly stuff where it's Russian troops dead, Russian equipment destroyed. You do see a little of the other side, but they're really not making an effort at it. The Russian government doesn't seem to be making an effort at it. So he says, Ukrainians are posting evidence of their combat successes, but the opposite is less true, distorting the overall picture. Now, maybe part of this is that it's taking place in Ukraine. So you're not going to have Russian civilians walking around shooting stuff on their phones, but you got all these Ukrainian civilians walking around shooting stuff on their phones, and if they see stuff they might just post it. So that could be a difference too. But it's really striking. Hence my next thought, in a desperate effort to keep the war hidden from the Russian public, framing this as a Donbass operation, meaning it's only going on in the most farthest east part of Ukraine. Moscow has completely ceded the information environment to Ukraine, which has galvanized morale and support behind Kyiv. Another miscalculation. I agree. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a big media push by Russia to push their narrative out there. A narrative that I'm guessing I would and many others would find ridiculous, but they just don't seem to be doing it. Yeah, John Shirley says, I heard all social media in Russia is turned off. Well, what I've seen reported is that places there's severe restrictions on social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook, where you might normally see, because they don't want the criticism of the war out there. Okay. I won't comment on the host of official claims made in this war so far, except that I think Kyiv is doing a great job shaping perceptions and the information environment. That said, folks should approach official claims critically in time of war. I say that all the time. I say, coming from the military of each side, I would take everything with a grain of salt. Looking at the military effort, he says, I think Russian forces are getting some basics really wrong, but we're also learning things that are probably not true about the Russian military as well. They're not really fighting the way they train and organize for a major conventional war. The assumptions have Grozny 1994 vibes, while some of the operations remind me of classic military organization-driven blunders. Sending air assault brigades or naval infantry in early on to, quote, do their thing, even though it is unnecessary, risky, or impractical. I've seen some analysts like Michael Kaufman say they think that some of the operations have just been, for example, the airborne troops want to participate, so they give them something to do. It's like giving the branches something to do. He's saying that he thinks that's going on. What's next? Russia's political leadership is still not conceding their plan's failure, trying to take Kyiv quickly. But we're seeing them open up greater use of fire strikes and air power. Sadly, I expect the worst is yet ahead, and this war could get a lot more ugly. I was going to add, he says, that I've seen and read other explainer threads out there about the Russian military failure. I differ with some of those explanations. They're generally not coming from Russian military experts. And 4 days into a war might be a bit early for conclusive statements. Also, looking at today, day 5, seeing major adjustments, Russian military is suspending unsupported thunder runs. These smaller, quick bursts ahead, I believe he's talking about, like when that small group of troops went into Kharkiv a couple days ago. He says, Russian military is suspending unsupported thunder runs, resupplying and reorganizing. Ukraine's military has performed really well, but I think we're going to see a different Russian approach moving forward. We will have to see. Really good thread, really good analysis by Michael Kaufman. Really interesting. Again, he's a great person to follow. He specializes in Russian military analysis. Director of Russia Studies at CNA, Michael Kaufman. So, yes, Draco next. We showed a bunch of drone attack videos yesterday. I'm going to show a new one today because I posted one on Twitter that I saw. But again, it's so striking how I want to go back to that one post he made where he said, like, they're trying to win a major war. They're trying to conduct a major military operation without doing a lot of the fighting. I think that's what he said. It's really striking. And they have all of this capability on the sidelines. Where's the helicopters? They have all these helicopters, hundreds of them. Barely see them. It's really weird. And I don't know if it's... He didn't really get into this. He didn't really get into the why of that. Well, he didn't really... I don't think there's a question of why. I mean, one of our viewers thought they were saving them. I feel like I have seen some analysts say something like, well, he wants to keep some of his forces intact in case there's like a conflict with NATO or something. But like, what is he expecting to... It seems so strange to actually do this invasion of this country of 44 million people, and then you're keeping all of this military on the sidelines. Marco thinks they don't want civilians to be shot. It's possible that they don't want bad publicity from stuff, but how are you going to take over the country? It's really, really strange. And maybe there's other reasons like none of us are thinking of, but here it is, right here. The Russian failure is driven by the fact that they're attempting to conduct a full-scale invasion without the military operation that it would require, thinking they can avoid most of the fighting. Very, very strange. I mean, I'm glad we haven't seen more strong. I'm glad we're seeing a bunch of their military on the sidelines. Again, that's Michael Kaufman. A New Day says he is saving the bulk of their supplies in case there is a World War III. Hey, a quick thanks to Gnostic Unity Church. Thank you, Gnostic Unity Church. I'll be checking my messages shortly. Michael Panos. Smokin' R Barbecue. Calvin Atwood. Sean McAdam. Way too much info. S3 Kick 1V. More Zelensky, Russia talks to more, not Zelensky, I don't think Zelensky's in it. More Russia, Ukraine talks tomorrow happening. Cesar Quintana. I've heard a little stuff from Mariupol. I don't really know the situation there, Cesar. If I see more stuff tonight, I'll let you know. I've heard a couple little reports. Not anything like big. Ernie, thank you. Think before you type. Zanti Misfit. Think before you type said, will Will the fact that we saw a apparent drive-by Molotov cocktail attack done from a car on a Russian vehicle today cause Russians to target civilians in cars? I mean, I could see a world in which if it happens a lot, that happens, but I don't know how much Russians are really, are coming into, I don't know how frequently that situation is happening, where Russia is driving down like a city street, where lots of just the city's cars are, I don't know what city that was in. So, I mean, Russia would have a reason to want to avoid lots of civilian casualties that would look really bad. So, but it's an interesting, we'll have to, I'm guessing Russia would adjust their tactics depending on what they see in the field. Zanti Misfit, thank you for your support. All right, let's keep going here. Oh, are there sirens? Sirens in Kyiv? Yes, there are sirens going off in Kyiv. There are sirens going off in Kyiv right now. There are sirens in Kyiv right now. I am listening to the sirens on the live stream. Before we came on the air, there were a bunch of sirens 2 different times, and I'm not aware that anything landed in Kyiv. So that was right before we came on the air a few hours ago, but we are hearing them again. Hopefully they just stop going on, but we'll have to see. Yeah, see? Sirens go off in Kyiv again. Residents asked to head to nearest shelter. That's from Asami Terajima. There is a live stream by this channel, Live Stream Events on YouTube. It's called Live Stream Events on YouTube. They have a Kyiv shot with audio. Live Stream Events. No, that stream is not a replay, because every time I see the sirens sound on that stream, I see somebody from Ukraine, from Kyiv, who's in Kyiv posting that there's sirens. So it would be the most extraordinary of coincidences if they were doing a replay and the sirens on the replay just happened to have what happened when the sirens in real life were happening. I think they might have stopped. I think they might have stopped. I don't hear them anymore. I'm hearing something, actually. No, they're still going. They're still, I just heard one. Maybe they stopped. They might have stopped. Quiet now. For the moment, they stopped. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, a bunch of people were posting about it, but it seems to have stopped. Okay. Look at this. Guys, look at this. What is going on with the Russian army? Ukrainian villagers stumble upon an alleged Russian outpost in Sumy that was completely abandoned. Posted by OSINT Defender. I'll play the audio in a second. Let me see if I can get the actual video, the original video for OSINT Defender. Hold on a second here. Hang on. It says Ukrainian citizens are reporting that Russian forces at a depot in the Sumy region abandoned the outpost and fled into the woods. Now, I don't know if that's during the night, leaving behind this equipment. There is no indication as to why they fled. So let's see. This is from OSINT Defender.
Чемодановка, Сумська область, Україна. Вирушена кацапська техніка. БТР, Урал, МТЛБ, БМП-1, БТР связі, І ще 2 БТРа. З метками. Так, хлопці, акуратно, щоб подивитися, чи нема нічого.
Now, just to be clear, I haven't confirmed that this is, I haven't confirmed this video. You know, I'm looking, I'm not used to seeing the red marks on it. So again, I'd be interested in seeing other analysts look at this and say like, oh, that's definitely from now. Like, I'm not used to seeing that marking. So I don't know how old this is, right? It could, I mean, I'm going to wait and see if there's any other verifying information on this. I don't know. I mean, first of all, I'm guessing somebody who knew the language could listen to what the guy was saying. If they say it's in Sumi, I mean, it would be legit, because it's not like Russia was invading Sumy 3 years ago. Sumi's in northeastern Ukraine. So if the person says Sumy region or something, no, I meant the marking, the red marking. I'm not used to seeing that marking. So all I'm saying is I don't know. You know? But maybe somebody who is better at looking at this stuff will be able to if it could be geolocated, if somebody could geolocate it, you know, so. I just want to be careful with this stuff. So I'll say for now that's unconfirmed. Unconfirmed. The Kyiv Independent says President Zelensky orders to temporarily lift visas for foreigners wishing to join the International Legion and fight for Ukraine against Russia. Source, his decree signed on February 28th. Some people say we're thinking they were Belarus, but I'm not aware of any Belarus armed forces in Ukraine yet. Well, that document is not loading, so I can't look at that. Woofers posted this one. Supposedly, Ukrainian civilians, got an abandoned Russian BTR-82A and working and took it for a drive.
Мы хуярим. Спиздили БТР, блядь. Мы хуярим.
It got ammunition in it too. Now, here's a post. I don't know the deal with this. Again, it's unconfirmed. This is from C4H10. I guess they found a TikTok. They say thousands of vehicles were transported, like thousands of miles, from the Pacific to the border of Ukraine, but only after 50 kilometers running out of fuel. That looks like maybe a T-90. If this is legit. Again, I'm not sure. Let me play this. You see another number of videos like this.
Бочку мені відкрутіть.
А тут понял, тут дохуя. Тут як снаряд йде, хорошо, да?
So somebody said it's a T-72. People said it's a T-72. I thought with the front like this, I thought that was T-90. I'm not sure. With that kind of shape on the front there of the armor. I might be wrong though. I'm not going to get into it right now. I'll wait for the, oh, somebody said looks like an upgraded T-72. I don't know. Anyways, it's interesting to see these videos. I mean, I can't confirm any one in itself, but I don't think all those vids are sus. Someone said all those vids are sus. So Ukrainian people who speak the Ukrainian language, you're saying they literally faked this. You're saying they brought in 2 tanks. They said, we want to fake a TikTok video. So let's bring in 2 tanks, and then we're going to dump them off here, and then we're going to, whatever we move the tanks with, like a big flatbed truck or something, we're going to get rid of the flatbed truck, and then we're going to shoot this TikTok video. Is that the idea? Sus. Every time in our chat somebody says something is sus, it's actually a case when the thing isn't sus. For the reason you're saying. What's going on here now? I'm not hearing sirens. I'm watching the stream. I'm not hearing sirens. Tank. I don't know the different varieties of them. I don't know. No sirens. Anyways, it's interesting to see all those videos. I saw some other stuff today I want to show you. Hold on. We got to catch up on some of the videos. Oh, this was from the Ukraine Armed Forces. I can't play the sound. They released another drone video today. This is the Ukraine Armed Forces. Look at this, another drone video. This looks like they're blowing up maybe some kind of fuel train or something like that. Watch again. Hold on. They keep, it says TB2 drone. Then there was another video that came out, which was supposedly a longer compendium, but I don't know that one. I haven't seen that officially posted yet, so I'm not sure about that one. Anyways, hey, thanks, Drew Saunders. Drew Saunders, very kind of you. Thank you. Also, very appreciate that. Amanda Mosher. I think the video, there's like a viral video. It's actually of a Russian woman telling people how to drive an APC. So I retweeted that. I might show it in a second, or at least let people know where it is. Rick D, thank you. Rick thought the Russians might not want to risk their helicopters and aircraft because they have info. There are so many Stingers and SAMs ready to take them down. Look, maybe there is. It's perfectly reasonable. Rick says he thinks that maybe the Russians aren't using their helicopters and planes because they think they might get shot down. So I understand. That's an interesting point. I'd be interested in knowing more about what experts say about this whole question. Alexander Grimes, thank you. Drew Saunders, 303IO, Papa Kilo. Patrick Davis. Thank you for your support. Also, Duster Singer, who's watching over there on Facebook. Thank you, Duster. Hang on. Oh, this was really interesting. This was really interesting, I thought. Look at this. Elliot Higgins with Bellingcat. What we're seeing across Ukraine are the remains of these rockets embedded in the ground and often being misreported as unexploded rockets. This is evidence of successful deployment of cluster munitions, not an unexploded weapon. So a cluster munition has a bunch of bomblets in it. And then what happens is before it hits the ground, it opens up and all these bomblets drop out. So he's saying that this right here is not an unexploded rocket. He's saying this is a cluster munition where the bomblets have come out of it. He says they can land several hundreds of meters away from where the cluster munitions are released, and the direction of the impact can also be established by the way the munition remnants are pointing, like in this example. Okay. He also says it should be noted that the tail fin section can become detached, which can lead to misidentification. This picture shows both the rocket and the motor and the detached tail fin section nearby. So he's saying this is not, there's a whole thread here. But he says that's not an unexploded rocket. It's a part of a cluster munition. It's where it's already released the bomblets, and it's what's remaining. So I thought that was interesting. BNO News just posted, as some of our viewers said. Satellite photos reveal large Russian convoy north of Kyiv, stretching 40 miles in total. We got to get more on this. We'll get some more on this. Hang on a second here. Here, look, Evan Hill. New satellite imagery shows the Russian convoy heading towards Kyiv is actually 40 miles long. This is Evan Hill, who I think is with the New York Times, Maxar. Some homes near Ivankiv along the convoy route are shown burning. So here is 40 miles. I don't even understand. It's just sitting there. What to make of this?
How's everyone's evening tonight? Hopefully you guys are all doing well.
Is that
safe.
possibly a misprint? Somebody's saying that it was somebody's saying that it was like it was misread. Somebody online was saying, oh, they misread it. This person, the Trash Father, says they say it's 3 point. No, see, this is an old report. The 3.25 mile long convoy is, I haven't seen the new report. The 3.25 mile long was reported yesterday. Multiple outlets are posting this 40 mile thing, by the way. Here, look. CNN has it. Reuters has it. I just saw Luis Martinez, who I think is with ABC or Fox, posted. So if everybody's misreading this, like everybody's mistaking it, because I've seen it posted by so many outlets, which makes me think it's not like a reading error. Russian military convoy near Kyiv is more than 40 miles long, according to satellite images. New satellite images from Maxar Technology show the Russian military convoy that has reached the outskirts of Kyiv is longer than it was previously measured. Maxar said late Monday the convoy is more than 40 miles long. That's mind-blowing. Earlier today, Maxar said it took up roughly 17 miles of roadway. So there you go. It's not a misread. Maxar earlier told CNN the large military convoy consisted of armored vehicles, tanks, towed artillery, and other logistical vehicles. Maxar attributed the updated convoy length to additional satellite imagery they collected and analyzed. According to Maxar, in some areas the roadways are so choked with military vehicles it's actually causing traffic jams. On Sunday, they said the convoy was 3.5 miles long. I got to see if there's some analysts talking about this, because that seems crazy. I wonder what the experts think about this. Reuters says the same thing. Reuters, Idris Ali. U.S. satellite company Maxar says new images show military convoy seen north of Kyiv is considerably longer than 17 miles initially reported, and is approximately 40 miles. By the way, I haven't seen this video. This is from this is like the first day of the invasion. First or second day of the invasion, there was a airborne air assault on Hostomel Airport, which ended up not achieving its goals. Russia attacked this airport on the outskirts of Kyiv right at the start of the invasion, first day of the invasion, I believe, first or second day. And they used a bunch of helicopters, which we haven't seen much of from them. So this is a new video. Rob Lee, video of the Russian air assault operation on Hostomel Airport on February 24th with these helicopters. Let's watch this.
Все, пиздец. Все, текайте. Сидите. Сейчас, секунду.
How scary is that? They ran down the stairs. They're really gonna get shot at. That's really scary.
Это не шутки. Ого. Ого, блядь.
Okay, so I hadn't seen that before. "40 miles long." right, hang on one moment here. Checking some of the messages people have sent as well.
Has anyone heard of anything new happening besides what we've been hearing right now?
Posted by Borzu Daragahi, who's with the Independent. Supposedly just a good old boy apparently embedded with Russian forces in Ukraine. Oh, there's an article. War of the Words meet the Texan trolling for Putin. I guess. I don't know about this guy.
It's Tejas on the front line with the denazifiers and liberators of Ukraine. These guys are tough, these guys are ready, and there's plenty of them.
All right, anyways, if you want, it looks like you can find out more about this guy if you want to. In the Texas Monthly has an article about him. Thank you for sending that in. PW360 said he had heard from CNN, or he or she, that they're not having talks tomorrow. I had heard today that they're supposed to have talks tomorrow. Well, maybe that's not true anymore. Maybe things changed. Hang on a second here. Blah, 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 blah. Eight hours ago. I thought they were meeting again. I might have had wrong information. I will check and see what I can find. I'm sorry if I had wrong information. First talks. First talks show no progress. New York Times. As the Ukrainian talks ended with little more than an agreement to meet again. An agreement to meet again. I thought they were meeting tomorrow. Maybe they're not. You can see the New York Times says an agreement to meet again. And they call it first talks. So it seems they're going to talk again at some point. Al Jazeera, no breakthrough at talks. The first round of talks has concluded. Another round of talks was agreed to, said the head of the Russian delegation. Okay, I don't know when that is. I thought it was tomorrow. In the near future, a second round could take place in the near future. I'm sorry. The next meeting will take place in the coming days. Okay, so I apologize. I thought it was tomorrow, but it looks like they haven't settled on a time for it. So thank you, PW360, for making me look that up. Yeah, we mentioned this already. We talked about this. Institute for Study of War. They say they think the next major phase of Russian offensive operations, will likely begin in the next 24 hours and play out over the ensuing 48, 72 hours. This isn't new. Like it's not new. They said that in their report. We went over their report earlier. Okay, hang on a second here. Oh, I had another article I wanted to show you. This was good. So I was trying to read a few more of your messages. I'm getting so many messages, so I'm sorry I can't get to all of them. Danielle Miller says, how is Ukraine receiving ammunition from other countries? Russian soldiers don't surround the whole country. So for example, there's, here's Ukraine here. There's all this border where land border. I mean, for all I know, they could be flying stuff in. Maybe I'm not going to say that U.S. isn't flying stuff in on aircraft that's not on the radar, who knows, or helicopters or something. But there's all these land borders. Hungary's NATO country, Romania, NATO country, Hungary, NATO country, Slovakia, NATO country, Poland. So any of these borders, they could bring them in. They could be using land borders here. They could even bring it in through Moldova if that was worked out. Moldova is not a NATO country, so there's plenty. Russia is not. They don't have troops all along the border there. I did see an interview with the British Defense Secretary this morning, and he basically said, if I remember right, if it was either the British Defense Secretary or the Pentagon briefing, one of the two, where the person said, like, yes, we're bringing in equipment, but I'm not going to say how we're doing it. So they're not going to tell you how they're doing it. Somebody said Hungary refused. Maybe that happened. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. Maybe it did happen. I don't have that information. My point is they can bring it over land through one of those countries. Oh, Ellie Bourne mentioned Turkey. Our viewer Ellie Bourne mentioned Turkey. Yeah, I'll show you something about that. Turkey controls access to the Black Sea, and they say they're going to start clamping down on it, basically. Although I don't know that Russia would want to bring any more warships into the Black Sea. They have a lot there already, so I don't know how much of an effect on Russia that's really going to have. Not that they do it now. I don't know if Russia even is planning on bringing in more ships to the Black Sea. Where is it here? One moment, I'll show you.
Sounds like thunder in the background.
Reuters. NATO member Turkey changed its rhetoric to call Russia's assault on Ukraine a war on Sunday and pledged to implement parts of an international pact that would potentially limit the transit of Russian warships from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. Kyiv had appealed to Ankara to block any more Russian ships from entering the Black Sea. They have to go through this narrow area which Turkey controls. There was an update about this today, but again, I don't know that Turkey says war exists in Black Sea, allowing it to block Russian Navy. Wall Street Journal. Turkey's foreign minister said the situation in Ukraine had become a war, a legal distinction that paves the way for Ankara to potentially ban Russian warships from entering the Black Sea through a strategic choke point. But again, I don't know that Russia's planning on bringing in any ships in there anyway, besides what they have. Ankara can block some warships from countries involved in the conflict from accessing the Black Sea under the 1936 Montreux Convention. The convention allows Turkey to ban ships not based in the Black Sea under certain circumstances during times of war. Turkey has invoked a state of war ban to ban warships only one other time in history, during the Second World War, when it blocked Germany and Italy from using the Turkish Straits to access the Black Sea. How about that? And they control it because to get to the Black Sea, which is here, you have to go through here, which is controlled by Turkey. Okay. Thank you, by the way, BZ and all our other YouTube members. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. BZ. And we have a bunch of others in there today, too, as well. Mark, Ace Ramon, Drew Saunders, and others. Scott Gimble said 40 miles, if it's one car for 20 feet, that's like 10,000 cars. Because he's saying every 20 feet would be about 250 cars in a mile. Could be. Thank you, Andrew Gagner. Andrew says, look at the 10-day forecast in Kyiv. I don't know how much Russia is being held up by the mud. What I've heard, I've heard analysts say that Russia is sticking to the roads. I think generally Wesley Clark today said that, but I think I've heard other people say too. Russia is sticking to the roads, maybe because of the mud issue. I don't know, but they're sticking to the roads. They're not traveling over land. So I don't think the forecast will affect the roads, but. Yeah, it's above freezing during the day. Next 7 days, you can see pretty consistent there. Kim A, thank you, Kim A, for your support. And Jorg Wolasek. Call from Anonymous to use Google Maps reviews to spread information about the Ukraine war to Russian people. I've not heard about that yet. I'll have to check it out. Thanks, Papa Kilo. Zachary Dial. Thank you. Travis Malone. Matthew Breedenstein. And I don't know what the Z is for. No one knows exactly what the Z is for that I've seen. I've seen different analysts. We've talked about, talk about how it might mean people in different task force groups or something. I have never seen a definitive explanation of what it's for. Let me quickly, I owe a thank you to Scott says, I keep hearing next 24 hours, our viewer. I do think a possibility that's not being given enough attention is just that there'll never be a major offensive. Russia clearly has the forces to do way more things on a way larger scale than they're doing, but they haven't done it yet. And as Scott points out, there's this prediction that they're going to use it. Which makes sense. But what if they don't? What if they just don't? Maybe there's some reason they're just not going to. I don't know what that is exactly, but I would like to see that explored a little more. Everyone just assumes this. Well, now they're going to start using a lot more of what they have, and I understand that. But is there some reason that they're just not going to? That they haven't so far, and they're going to keep not doing it? At a certain point, if enough days pass, without some huge change in the Russian forces' behavior, then you got to start wondering: is there going to be that change? Thanks for the Facebook stars. Linda Cosma, Jason Beers, Rosa Ciboldi, Randall New, John Gates, Tiago Ferreira, Valerie Maglio Echetti, Shannon Leslie, Lou Green, Kevin Brooks, Christina Neal, Autumn Bride, Amy Hannes, Alicia Rivera, Santos Strano III, Janet McLaughlin, Soma Amar, Brian Van Wart, Jet Canady, and Jeremy Medford. Phil Stewart says, from Reuters, Toyota supplier Kojima confirms its server was the target of a cyber attack. Received threat. Still unclear if attack at all related to Japan joining Western allies in clamping down on Russia after it invaded Ukraine. Oh, what is this? Oh, more videos coming out of this air assault by Russia like 4 days ago, the failed air assault on Hostomel. Another video of the air assault operation at Hostomel on February 24th with helicopters. Let's look at this. I mean, this is from 4 days ago.
Я не знаю, как можно не стоять у окон, потому что.
It's so crazy. They're just seeing this out their window. They're seeing this out their window.
Это пиздец. Да. Я не верю. Я тупо не верю. А перед этим еще штук 5 точно пролетело. Я не хочу.
Anyways, Rob Lee posted that. They're just there and they're seeing it out their window. The really big news today was, I mean, I'm not going to talk about it again right now. We spent a lot of time talking about this before, but the indiscriminate shelling in the city of Kharkiv by the Russian forces, which killed a number of people, an injured number of people, lots of projectiles and landing and exploding in urban areas, in civilian areas there. That was I think the biggest story. But aside from that, so far today, there's been stuff coming out, but there's been nothing. There has not been a big change. I don't even feel like there's been like a big new development where it's like something. I mean, the Ukrainian ambassador claimed that Russia used a vacuum bomb, which would certainly be significant, but it sort of kind of goes along with the Kharkiv story. But aside from that, again, there's been things coming out. We talked about some different things, but I'm not aware of some kind of big change. You know, it's not like a day. Was it yesterday when President Putin said he's putting like the nuclear forces on alert? You know, something like that. I don't, and there's been no like big offensive or anything. So it's interesting. And there's been no big, you know, yeah, Russia attacked Kharkiv with these indiscriminate, you know, rockets or whatever they were, or cluster bombs or whatever, which is a huge deal. But it's not like that requires like a huge it's not like a huge invasion or something. So to me, it's yet another day. It's yet another day, which is good, where Russia has all this force, and we know there's fighting going on in other areas. Like there's fighting going on in Mariupol and stuff. But as far as I'm aware, I'm not aware of like some huge new move by Russia to bring forces into the. They've had a lot of forces on the sideline. I'm not aware of like some huge move by Russia to bring forces onto the battlefield or to launch a large attack of some areas with lots of planes or lots of helicopters or lots of missiles or lots of troops. So I'm glad about that. Okay. I saw a really interesting article I wanted to show you. By the way, convoy update, we talked about the convoy, I guess now 40 miles long. Christoph Kotul, convoy update based on analysis of additional imagery provided by Maxar. Troops are at Antonov Airport, meaning military vehicles and equipment are stretched out along 40 miles of road. This image shows homes on fire along the route. The convoy route. Why are they on fire? What happened? I have no idea. Like, could it be the case? Could it be the case that Russia's logistics and or morale problems are bigger than was thought? I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, could there be, is the reason why we haven't seen, why we're seeing a lot of this Russian force left on the side, how, as Michael Kaufman said, a lot of the Russian actions have been these small actions. Could there be, might it not just be a choice? Could it be like that there's some big morale issue or big logistical issue that's constraining Russia from doing this? Because I feel like we keep hearing analysis that's saying, well, they've had these issues so far, but they've chosen not to ramp up the attacks. They've chosen to leave all this stuff on the sidelines. And I'm just wondering, is there an alternative besides that they've chosen this? Is there something keeping them from doing it? Just wondering. Remember, yesterday, Institute for Study of War basically said, well, for the last 2 days, they've been regrouping, they've been changing their plan, but we expect in the next 24 hours, they're gonna relaunch the assault on Kyiv. Well, it's been 24 hours now, basically, and they haven't relaunched the assault. So, and again, I think these people are very smart. If you get to a certain number of days, I just wonder if something else is going on. Could be all kinds of things. I mean, if Putin chose to invade for a reason. Putin did not choose to invade to have the troops sitting there with these little small incursions and a few missiles fired. So it's a very weird situation right now. I want to emphasize this. I feel like this is not being talked about enough. They chose to invade. They did the invasion with like 2/3 of their troops, I guess, or something, are actually over the border who are surrounding. So they've put lots of troops in there. And they're certainly fighting, and people have been killed, of course, which is terrible. But we've heard analysts after analysts talk about how much of the forces on the sideline, how there have not been big attacks, like Michael Kaufman said, small attacks. So it's very weird because they did the invasion. So And Michael Kaufman thinks that they just thought it was going to be that the Ukrainians were going to give up, or something, But it's just the oddest thing. If they've really chosen, it's really weird to me if they've chosen to invade and then day after day after day, by total choice, by free choice, without any constraints, they're just like, well, today let's do 15 missile attacks and we'll fight in Mariupol a little bit, and the convoy will move forward a few miles. Oh, by the way, I do have another article about this that's telling you it's natural for stuff to move slowly. But so I want to present a different view of this, because there are different views. And this is not, all I'm saying is I just wonder if there's some other factor besides free choice that's keeping the amount of force and the way restricted, and applying some constant restriction on the use of force. That's all I'm wondering. I don't know what that would be. So I did see an interesting article just to keep in mind, though, and I want to show you this right now. This talks about, look, this is good to keep in mind. The Russian invasion has some logistical problems. That doesn't mean it's doomed. Supply problems are the norm, not the exception. I don't know why that would affect the helicopters, or the Air Force, or the missiles, or the electronic warfare, or the cyber attacks. But anyways, okay. By Ryan Baker, Washington Post. As the most recent Russian invasion of Ukraine enters the second week, some observers are starting to suggest the Russian army's slow progress and supply problems are evidence that the invasion is in trouble. Russia may be facing logistical problems, but my research on the logistics of military operations suggests that this early in a campaign, such difficulties can be overcome. Supply problems are the norm, not the exception. Even successful offensives usually have moments of high drama caused by supply shortages. Okay. Okay. So supply problems are common. Large military operations move slowly. The striking speed and maneuverability of modern tanks notwithstanding, military forces rarely advance at anywhere near the top speed of their vehicles. During the campaign against Iraq in 1991, the average pace of the U.S. force was a little over 1 mile per hour. Even the fastest division barely managed on average a little over 2 miles an hour, the speed of a leisurely walk. So something to keep in mind. Although the convoy is going much less than 1 mile an hour. The convoy seems to be going like 5 miles a day or something. Okay. Fine. The speeds may seem slow, but they're not unusual in an old, but still blah, 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 blah. Also, it is still very early. None of this is to suggest things are going exactly as planned for the Russian army or that it will succeed in Ukraine. However, it's important to distinguish the difficulties that every operation confronts from those that are severe enough to lead to failure and defeat. Only over time do shortages become decisive. It is the accumulation of resource deficits that lead to defeat, not a shortfall in any one unit. Anyways, so interesting points to keep in mind from Ryan Baker. This is more about the logistics stuff, though. It's not about not.
Thank you for following The Real Calm PD. I really appreciate it. And I agree, you don't know what to believe on any of the news sites.
Done. I haven't heard about it. I would think we might if they were turning off the GPS and stuff. But maybe they have used some. Maybe they've used some. I don't know. But the cyber stuff we haven't heard much of. Air Force in helicopters very little used. The attacks have been small attacks when they do them. Right, Jacob says still very early. So I get the whole argument that a number of analysts have given. I would say the consensus among analysts is that Russia thought that Ukrainians wouldn't fight back. They thought it was going to be fast, but now they're changing their tactics. And maybe that's true. I hope it's not, because I don't want to see more fighting. I just wonder if there might be another reason. So, just throwing it out there. Gesman said old manufacturing equipment. you know, is there a problem with the morale? Is there a problem with the equipment? Is there staffing problems? You know. Okay. Let me say a quick thank you, by the way, to Ryan Bliss. Thank you, Ryan. Also, Raquel Martinez. That's very kind of you, Raquel. Thank you. Also, Francois Trottier. No, I don't think, I can't imagine this. Once in a while people ask this, whether there's like another operation that's being planned. So much of their resources are being used here. I can't imagine that they'd be conducting another operation at the same time with all these resources they have in the country. No, Francois, I haven't heard any analysts suggest that. So that's the best I can say. Thank you, Francois Trottier. And Ben Cruz. In terms of the abandoning of vehicles, there's videos of abandoned vehicles. I have no sense of how prevalent that is. So I can't read into several videos of vehicles that look abandoned and say, oh, there's a big abandonment problem. Maybe there is. Maybe they're running out of fuel. Like, even the professional analysts don't know this. I mean, we don't know, you know, to what extent, when you see a video and a tank is sitting there, and the Ukrainian people are surrounding it, and there's no Russian people around. What happened? Not sure. Maybe somebody says something about it in the video. Maybe they don't know. So this is stuff that the experts are trying to figure out too. Thank you, Stig Held Wisterheim from Norway. Thank you. And Lee Field. Lee, we talked about the nuclear thing a little earlier in the broadcast. Thank you, Lee. That's another thing a lot of experts are debating is would Putin ever use a nuclear weapon, even a tactical one? There's lots of different debate about that. Buddy 13440 Posi, we thank you. Top Gun 3611. Thank you. Top Gun 3611 NTOG. And Pedro Morgado. And BZ49, CK Limited, Eric Teller. RT says a lot of the video is from previous wars in Crimea. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Guys, in the videos, in so many of the videos, you can see people talking. I'm sure that some of the analysts looking and hear people talking. I'm sure that there's, I know when these videos come out, a lot of these OSINT people, they geolocate it, they figure out where it is, and they listen to what the people are saying. I'm sure if given the language being spoken and what's being said, I'm guessing if the videos were, usually I see this, when a video comes out once in a while, somebody posts a video, and it's not legit, you will very quickly see in the replies people saying this. Oh, it's old. Oh, it's from here. Oh, it's from here. So it's not like nobody's looking. Lots of people are looking when a new video comes out to see whether it's an old video or not. So this idea that most of these videos, that these OSINT people who take care and are really conscientious about this, the idea that most of them are from like Crimea is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous propaganda idea if that's what's being said. That's not the case. And again, the OSINT people, they will geolocate this stuff. So they can tell it's not in Crimea. They figure out where it is. But, you know. But I'm also guessing, my guess is if you spoke the language and you listened to what was being said, my guess is you could very well ascertain that this is about the current conflict. Believe me, any video that comes out, there's tons of people trying to figure out whether it's fake. Not fake or old or something like that. Oh, look at this. New video from Moshe Schwartz. I've geolocated this video, which shows heavy clashes in Mariupol, Ukraine today. And to be clear, I want to be clear about this. I've said this. There is clearly significant fighting going on in different parts. We've heard about Mariupol, eastern Ukraine. So I'm not to say there hasn't been any significant fighting going on, and I keep repeating this. So I want to make clear I'm saying that. But, you know, we haven't seen, read the Michael Kaufman, Fred, we read earlier, and where he talks about how much of the Russian military has been on the sideline so far, and the attacks have tended to be smaller. Okay, this is he says this is from apparently Mariupol, Ukraine today. You know, one interesting thing about that video is you hear lots of shooting and some explosions, but you're not seeing many. It looks like you see like 2 or 3 tanks. So, you know, you can't tell just from the video. How, you know, how many tanks were there? Were there a few tanks riding through town? I mean, this kind of thing has happened. That happened in Kharkiv a few days ago, where about what 10 vehicles and like a few dozen people came into town, started walking around. So I don't have a sense. I can't tell what scale the fighting was on. You seem to see a few tanks in this video. So I don't know. That was posted by Moshe Schwartz. BNO News says Monaco, a tax haven often used by the super rich, says it will freeze assets and impose sanctions against Russia. Now, I don't know how much Russian money is there. Yeah, Reuters posted it too. Monaco, an international hub often favored by wealthy Russians. How about that? Will also proceed with freezing assets and imposing sanctions on Russians in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, said a statement by the Monaco Royal Palace. That is from Phil Stewart. I missed that today. That was posted earlier today. That was posted about 7 hours ago. I had not heard about that. That's from Reuters. Quick thank you. Quick thank you to Stephen Joyce. Thank you, Stephen. Candace, Alan Barnes, and Chris K. Thank you. Imperialist too. People keep asking about the peace talks. We show you support. No real progress that I'm aware of in the peace talks. Deleted. Maybe we'll talk about the oligarchs thing a little later. I think I'm going to have to take a break and eat something in a second.
I'm surprised he's just taking a break now. Usually eats every 15 minutes.
The Ukrainian government said that they might, if they need to, they could use some of their planes from Polish airfields. And we talked about whether Russia would see that as an escalation, and I don't know. So we talked about that a little earlier. I don't have a good answer for you. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, is what I'm going to do, really quick. One of our viewers said, hold on. Press Play is asking if Putin is sick. I don't, there's different theories people have about his health. I don't know the state of his health. I've seen different things supposed about it. And the Inuit warrior says, what if Putin changes his mind and starts leveling cities because he sees her resisting him? Some people think that's going to happen. But we just have to wait. I mean, we just have to wait and see. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to eat something because I have to. And then we'll come back and do some more coverage. That's what I think we should do. It's getting to that point where I have to eat something. Look, oh, by the way, I just want to emphasize this again. We've talked about this. Look at what Rob Lee says about the convoy. He's a military analyst. One of the surprising aspects of this war is how many mistakes the Russian military committed in 2008 that it is now repeating again. Even with organic defense, air defense coverage, these forces are very vulnerable to airstrikes, he says. The convoy stuff. The big convoy north of Kyiv. All right. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. This is interesting also. Christopher Miller says, I went to Vasil, Kyiv today. The city is 20 miles south of Kyiv and home to a strategic air base that Russia wants to take. They have dropped airborne forces and pounded the city with missiles. One hit a college, another an oil depot, which is still smoldering 2 days later. All right, I'm going to eat something right now. I'm going to leave the stream on, and I'm going to go into the other room and eat something because I think that's better than eating on air. And then we'll come back after and we'll continue the live coverage. If there's some big development when I'm off the air, when I'm not sitting here, I will run right back in and start covering it right away. Okay? So I'm not going far, and I am available to come back in here at any moment if there's some big development. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this here. And I'm going to say, taking a food break, back shortly. Okay. Thanks Taylor Thompson and Candace. And all of our moderators. Thank you to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. So let me take a quick break. And grab some food in the other room, and I'll come back shortly and we will continue in a little bit. Oops, hold on. Okay.
I can hear him eating, I think. I can hear him eating. Sounds like he's having some chips. This is the part that sucks, though. This is all he does. He just sleeps, eats, poops, and licks himself. How's your guys' evening this evening? I don't know if my microphone's too close or not. Sorry if I'm blasting out your ears. Or maybe I'm not even talking loud enough. I'm kind of having a rough day today. That's why my camera's off. But, just kind of interested in seeing what's going on. I like to keep up on things. You just never know. I don't know what the heck he's eating, but he must have had to cook it. Maybe go slaughter it, I don't know. Now would be a perfect time to get something to eat. Hopefully you don't have to go slaughter yours. Yes, and hopefully the night gets better. And thank you for letting me know about my mic. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have someone pleasant in here to talk to. Some other people, I weren't sure if they were being mean or if they were being... I don't know. Would you guys like me to keep it on here or find something else? I enjoy watching this guy because he does all the researching and looks all the videos and stuff up that have recently been out, and he from reliable sources, and if he's not sure if it's a reliable source or not, he'll let you know. That's what I like about him, but sometimes he goes off on his chatters. I don't know. So I try to ignore that part, but otherwise it's a little break from the mainstream media, I guess. I like to check all kinds of different things out to get all kinds of different points of view, and then, you know, you can do your own research and look up and make up your own mind. So that's just my opinion, and that's that. That's perfect. That's what I like to do too. But if you have any other recommendations, I'll be more than happy to put them in one of the boxes or anything like that. I'll be more than happy to. So just let me know, and thank you so much. I haven't been doing this very long, as you can probably tell. But I don't know, I'm trying. I like watching this, and it's nice to have people to watch it with. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And I understand if you gotta go too. Don't worry about that. I should give you guys a little warning too that I do also game sometimes, but you guys can just ignore those streams or whatever streams, you know, whoever is following me. You you probably don't want to watch some of the games I play, so but for the most part I've been doing this a lot lately too, so I just thought I would throw that out there. There also has been sirens a couple times tonight, and a few big noises, but for the most part, so far it's been pretty quiet. We've just been kind of keeping up with the different news that have broken out and different videos that have come out. I like playing like Skyrim, Fallout. I like playing The Sims. That's one I was talking about. You probably wouldn't want to play. I've been playing Medieval Times. What other ones? Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, kind of stuff like that. I don't like too scary of ones. I'm a chicken, but I will play them. My husband gets me to play 7 Days to Die with him. I'm not good with zombies or spiders. So Skyrim, I scream a lot. I try not to throw my controller because I have to pay for it. But I'm trying to get better at that. And the dragons, I'm not good. What ones do you play besides those ones? 'Cause I can't think of all of them off the top of my head that I have played. I play all different kinds. I really used to be in a lot of Final Fantasy when I first started playing way back in the day. I'm old. Like, I started playing when games very first came out. Like the Sega and oh my gosh, why can't I think of it? Nintendo? With Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers? Yeah. My mind went blank for a minute. Just trying to make conversation till we get back to it. Sorry, folks. I think I might hear him coming back. Or maybe it's just one of the screens. I do have all the sounds on. Can't remember if I told you guys that or not. I know, and it's hard to type all of them too. That's why I just started to talk. Do you mostly play like on the computer, the PS4, or the Xbox? I'm a PS4 player. Well, my son has an Xbox, but I mostly play PS4, but then I moved to PC games, and now I'm addicted, so yeah. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, so you're the same. Cuckoo. I don't know what that is in the distance, if it's thunder or cannons or what the heck, I don't know. Not cannons, but you know what I mean. Or is that just the wind? I've been watching and keeping an eye on what's been going on since it first started. And the very first night it was 4 a.m. Ukraine time. Then the other 2 nights it was 3 a.m. between 3 and 3:30. And then the past 2 nights it's been really quiet. So I wonder what tonight's gonna be like. That's what I'm kind of curious about. It'd be nice if this just all went away and everything went back to normal the way things used to be. I'm not sure because, well, I'm Central Time and I think over in Ukraine it must be about, I don't know, I want to say 2 o'clock. So I don't know, it depends, I guess, how quiet things are tonight. That's, yeah, I have no idea. Till whenever, I guess. He usually says too once in a while what time it is over in Ukraine, so that's nice. I like when he does that. I'm shocked. It usually doesn't take this long. Should I find something to put on in the meantime? Right when I do that, then he'll come back on. I don't know what to do.
Interesting in this show to talk about why Ukraine is such a bloody field that has been fought over for generations by some of the most megalomaniacal and evil, bloodthirsty regimes in human history. Why? Why is this place so sought after? Why are these fields so stained with the blood of patriots and
We are back. Thank you for your patience. If you're following me on Twitter, you would have seen there are reports that Russia has launched an offensive on the city of Kherson. So I want to bring you up to date on that. Just give me a moment here. But again, Russia has reportedly launched an offensive on the city of Kherson. So we're going to be getting you up to date here. Let me show you some updates here on this. Give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment here. Okay, I want to also I want to just update the headline here. Also, yes, there's a shooting in Sacramento, apparently. I posted some stuff about that. I will take a look at that in a second. I just need to fix the headline. So I did post some stuff about the shooting in Sacramento. I don't have a lot of details. I will, again, get to that in 1 second, and we will update you on that as well. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. Let me get caught up here. Let me get caught up. Okay, I see a report. Really quick, I see a report about Sacramento. So really quick, we'll get back to the war very, very shortly, in just a minute or two. But I want to just update you on this. Sacramento Sheriff deputies are responding to a shooting at a church, apparently. And then Van True just said a freelance photographer tells me he saw at least one deceased victim, appeared to be a child outside the church, and showed me photo. So it looks like there may have been a very bad shooting in Sacramento. So I don't have, there's no scanner that was active for it. I checked. And BNO is hearing about multiple fatalities. So I'm going to keep checking on that. Give me one moment, and then I'll give you updates on that, and I'm also going to give you, of course, updates on what's going on with the war, and I'll get to that in 1 second. So if you just give me 1 second, I am trying to kind of do two things at once and get updated here. Hang on. Yeah, this is Eric Guerra, who's a Sacramento councilman. Please be aware and on the lookout. Local law enforcement are responding to a mass casualty shooting event in the county at a church. Please be alert in the area as local law enforcement responds. So, so just I'll be looking for updates at that for that as well. Hang on one moment here. Several victims, says law enforcement, according to Madison Wade. Several victims, but unclear about injuries. That's from Madison Wade. Okay, let me go back. I will get more updates on that. I will get more updates on the shooting in Sacramento. What I want to show you now, though, is we have some big news coming out of Ukraine, which is Kherson. This was like an hour and a half ago. I didn't even see this. Ukrainian media reports Putin's army has now launched an offensive on the city of Kherson, which is in southern Ukraine. But let me show you some of the updates I saw about it, and then I'll try to get you more information. OSINT Defender said the city of Kherson is reportedly under siege by the Russian military from the north, south, and east, with the only way out being to the west towards Mykolaiv. The mayor of Kherson has stated he will hold out for as long as he can, which he says will be at least until sunrise. Let me check some Ukrainian sources and see what I can find you. And just to show you where Kherson is here, we're talking about, if I remember right, down here somewhere. It's near Crimea, I believe. Kherson. Yeah, Kherson is right near, it's not far from Crimea. Crimea was taken over in 2014. It was taken from Ukraine by Russia in 2014. So it's, Russia has been moving troops in through Crimea. And so this is Kherson here. And Kherson has, hang on a second here, a population of 283,000 people. 283,000 people. There's Kherson there. And supposedly, according to this unconfirmed report from OSINT Defender, the only way out is to the west towards Mykolaiv, which would be up here. There's Mykolaiv there. So the idea is, in theory, if this is correct, north, south, and east, they are under attack. And again, this is, it would be about 4 a.m. there, 4:23 a.m. in Kherson. So I'm very concerned about this news, and let me try to get you some more, and I want to check some of the very little information coming out, but let me see what I can find. The sounds of, all right, so this was when? And that was 3 hours ago. Like 3 hours ago, I think we showed that yes, we showed a video from like 3 hours ago that said there was explosions at the Kherson airport, but apparently there's some kind of big thing going on there. So I would not assume, because we're not hearing about it, there's not some really big activity going on there. Remember, it's 4 in the morning local time, 4:24 a.m. local time, but it sounds like, I just checked some of the Telegram channels I follow. I didn't see anything there. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I have another idea. Okay, guys, update here. Chris Murphy, who's a senator, said, just leaving classified briefing on Ukraine crisis, a few takeaways I can share. Confirmation that Russians have fallen behind their timeline. Ukrainian resistance have been fierce, and there have been multiple Russian equipment and logistics failures. He says, DOD and DHS are pressing hard for Congress to end the continuing resolution, get a budget passed. There's a fine. Look at this. The ability to keep supply lines running to Ukraine remains alive, but Russia will try to encircle and cut off Kyiv in the next several weeks. The fight for Kyiv will be long and bloody, and Ukrainians are rapidly preparing for street-to-street combat. That is tonight. That was posted about 20 minutes ago by Senator Chris Murphy. He says Russia will try to encircle and cut off Kyiv in the next several weeks. In the next several weeks.
Holy buckets. This is crazy.
Not good.
Crazy.
Hang on. Okay, and then the U.S. and allies are coordinating to not only freeze the assets of Putin and his oligarch allies, but to seize those assets as well. This is a likely further step that Putin's inner circle anticipated. That they didn't anticipate, or that they did anticipate? Never anticipated? I don't know. Okay, so that's concerning. Marco Rubio just posted, by the way. He said, now I guess he just said, no matter what happens, Putin loses. His economy is melting down. His military will continue to suffer historical losses, and he will be drained by a long, protracted, and costly occupation or leave behind a puppet government Ukraine will overthrow. I'm just seeing if he posted anything. I guess it was a senator meeting tonight. That's what it sounded like. Oh, look, Kherson is under assault. Kherson is under withering assault, he says. Kherson, look at Marco Rubio. Kherson is under withering assault. Expect Russia to go to great lengths to prevent news and images to emerge because the world will be horrified by the crimes they are committing there. So again, we are hearing reports that there is an ongoing attack, a big offensive by Russia going on now in the city of Kherson, the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. We don't have much information from there. But Marco Rubio, he posted about 15 minutes ago, and he said they are under withering assault. We expect Russia to go to great lengths to prevent news and images to emerge from emerging because the world will be horrified by the crimes they are committing there. So this is concerning. I'm seeing a report. Hold on a second here. You can write to me on @Twitter. @Lookner on Twitter. Hang on a second here. Yeah, people are sending me a lot of like unconfirmed stuff from like places. I don't know where it's coming from, so that's not going to be stuff I'm able to report on or would want to. Okay, sorry. Let me do this. Okay, I'm going to try it this way. Let's see if this gets us anything more. Very little information out right now about Kherson, which is apparently under a major offensive right now from Russia. But very hard to get any information. I'm looking at some different sources here. And again, guys, a lot of people are just sending me stuff, and it's just somebody posts it, and I don't know anything about the person. Random person on social media saying something is not very credible. So that's not something that I'm going to be able to report on or that I would find credible. So I appreciate you sending me information, but again, it should be from some kind of source that I'm going to know something about. Hang on a second here. Oh, update, a really quick update for you guys. Really quick update. Hang on. 5 dead. 5 dead, including the shooter and his 3 children. Well, how terrible. Okay. BNO News, police confirm 5 dead in California church shooting, including the shooter and his 3 children. So, just terrible. Just terrible. Not good. Look, here it is. Confirmed by Sacramento Sheriff Van 2, suspect took his own life, shooting in the main sanctuary office of the church. Call at 5:07 p.m. tonight. Worker heard shot, left, called 911. Father shot and killed 3 children under the age of 15. 5th person also deceased, no relation known. 5 dead total. Well, there you go. Just terrible.
Sacramento?
So condolences to everybody who was friends.
Sacramento, California? Is that what he's talking about?
Okay. Now look at this. Look at this. Intel Crab says a source in Kherson contradicts ongoing claims of intense fighting in the city. It's quiet here, no sirens are heard, no shelling. So I don't know what's going on. There's been several reports, as I said, several reports of an ongoing, I don't know who this person is, but there's several reports of an ongoing offensive in Kherson. I don't know that one person, OSINT Defender, claimed that they heard something from the mayor of Kherson. And there's video that came out a few hours ago that was apparent that was published. Sorry, there's video that came out a few hours ago that was apparently of. See, look, this is 3 hours ago. I saw this was posted on some of the channels that specialize in Ukraine news. Had posted this video of like 3 hours ago. Joe Treisman posted it too, saying sound of explosions being reported near Kherson airport. So I don't know what the current situation there is. Oh, and Marco Rubio, who's the vice chair, don't forget, Marco Rubio, who's the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, posted about a half an hour ago saying that there was a big attack underway in Kherson. He posted that too.
Yeah, I've been hearing those all night.
All right, hold on. Some people said some updates are posted, so give me a second. Give me a second. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, guys, we talked about the convoy earlier. So we'll talk about that more, but we talked about it a bunch earlier. Again, this was just 27 minutes ago. Senator Marco Rubio said Kherson is under withering assault. Expect Russia to go to great lengths to prevent news and images to emerge because the world will be horrified by the crimes they are committing there. So really trying to get you the latest updates. It's unclear what the current state of things is with Kherson. It is 4:38 a.m. local time. I'm looking at some of the Telegram channels that focus on that region, and they're not even saying anything about it, which is kind of strange. Oh, hold on a second here. And there's that unconfirmed post from OSINT Defender who said that I don't know where they saw this. OSINT Defender said, oh, Woofers posted something too. Woofers, who does OSINT stuff, had heard that fighting at Kherson for the past 90 minutes as Russians attempts to enter the city, Russians based out of Kherson airport and assaulting from that direction. We did that video that came out several hours ago, showed a lot of explosions near the airport apparently. And then, Woofers said Kherson mayor is going to make them fight for it, it would appear. The Russians are currently in control of the exits and have shelled the suburbs. But I don't have confirmation of any of this. So just trying to get you the latest updates here. I don't know what's going on. Marco Rubio, and again, he's the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, so he probably knows some things. He says Russia is moving to quickly choke off supplies to Kyiv by sealing off the western part of the city. Remember, all the material being sent to Ukraine has to come across the border and from the western part of the country. CNN had reported that the White House is closely monitoring the Russian military convoy that has reached the outskirts of Kyiv and appears to be more than 40 miles long. Thank you to all of our moderators, by the way. Linda Belk is moderating. Thank you. Lexa Fulmer, Cynthia Moon, Lizzie, Rusty G. Also, let me say thanks to Roxanne Betke, K. Larry Body. Oh, I guess there's some issues with Facebook tonight. My Facebook is working. Roxanne said, I guess Facebook mobile might have having some issues. So I guess some people are having some issues on Facebook. I had heard there might be some issues. I can see it fine here. I'm on desktop. Thanks, Allison Edwards, for the stars, by the way. So thanks to all of our moderators who are there. Bud Green is there too. Thank you, Bud Green, as well. And our Twitch moderators too. Thanks to our Twitch mods. Let me say a quick thanks to them. Thank you to Bastion Girl Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schultheis, and Toby. And real quick, I owe a thank you to Denise Horton, Gloria Alvarez, Gringo, Silver's Ring, Danielle Kaufman, our viewer with the 3 symbols, Anthony Cormier Lozier, Nick Van Sickle, Jeff Bodel, Caesar Day, Dave McCarthy, Taylor Thompson, and really quick, a couple more thank yous that I owe. Mason Mahaffey, and thank you, Syntax Overflow, and Jennifer Pickin, thank you. So we're covering right now, we have, again, unconfirmed reports, including from Senator Marco Rubio, that the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson is under attack, that there's a major offensive going on there by Russia, I guess to take the city, it sounds like, but we don't know for sure. We've heard some unconfirmed reports about stuff the mayor has said, but I don't know where that's coming from a couple of OSINT accounts. So I am trying to get you more updates on that. Give me a shout if you're hearing something at Lookner on Twitter, and we will keep you updated. And it's again 4:43 a.m. there. And I'm checking the Telegram channels about it. Oh, I just saw something new. I just saw something new, guys. I just saw something new. Hang on a second here. I just saw something new that I want to mention to you. I don't know where it's coming from. One of these Telegram channels posted something about this briefing. Was it Chris? Sorry. I just saw it right now. Maybe it's like a New York Times thing or something. Maybe it's in an article somewhere. Give me one moment. Apparently, there was just a Senate briefing for senators. And I saw a piece of information that apparently came out in it, but I'm not sure where the source got that information from. It's not there. I looked at Chris Murphy, but it's not. Chris Murphy didn't post this new thing that I saw. It was like a different. It was like a Ukrainian news source, but they were posting like a quote from a senator, and I don't know where they got the quote from. So I don't want to start telling you what the quote was when I don't know where they got it from. So my thought is I should be able to find the quote, but I haven't found it yet. I'm guessing it'll come out soon, but it's a senator talking about something they said at the meeting. It was concerning. Oh, I'm sorry. Something I forgot to say is a Ukraine government said that Kherson was under assault. This is from, look, Asami Terajima. She's a Japanese journalist based in Kyiv. She says Kherson is under withering assault according to the State Service of Special Communications. The Russian military has set a number of checkpoints in the outskirts of the body. It looks like it will be a long night for the major city in southern Ukraine. So again, nothing confirmed here, but we keep hearing these reports. But I believe I saw somebody else say this too, that a government body had said that Kherson was being attacked. Over 200,000 people live there. What is this? NBC News, frustrated Putin may order escalation of violence in Ukraine, U.S. official says. The U.S. has solid intelligence that Putin is expressing unusual bursts of anger at people in his inner circle over the state of the military campaign so far, officials said. This is tonight. U.S. intelligence agencies have determined that Russian President Putin is growing increasingly frustrated and may see his only option as doubling down on violence, said current and former U.S. officials and for current and former U.S. officials briefed on Maritel NBC News. Mark Warner said this is somebody that's clearly been off guard by the side of Ukrainian resistance. He's isolated himself. Okay. Western intelligence agencies have good visibility into the Russian leader right now and are closely watching his moves for any significant behavioral changes, several current and former officials said. 4 American officials said there's no intelligence that he is mentally unstable, but said he has displayed a different pattern of behavior than in the past. The U.S. has solid intelligence that Putin is frustrated and expressing unusual bursts of anger at people in his inner circle over the state of the military campaign so far and the worldwide condemnation of his actions. 2 current and 1 former U.S. officials told NBC News. That's unusual, they say, because Putin normally keeps his emotions in check. He is no longer the same cold-blooded, clear-eyed dictator he was in 2008, a former CIA director, John Brennan, told NBC News. A Western diplomat said the Russian president appeared to be increasingly insulated and misinformed. The main concern is the information he's getting and how isolated he is. The isolation is a really big concern, the diplomat told NBC News. We don't believe he has a realistic understanding of what's going on. Former CIA Director Brennan said, this was just a bad miscalculation on Putin's part. He's never faced something like this before. I'm sure he's lashing out at advisors, ministers, and others. There may be an emotional spiral here. He suffered 2 black eyes, a bloody nose, and a series of punches. He's being crippled on the battlefield and the financial front, and he has no good options. Apart from heavy shelling around the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, Russian forces so far have not unleashed the kind of concentrated artillery and bombing campaign they have employed in previous military actions, according to analyst Michael Kaufman. Sadly, I expect the worst is yet ahead, and this war could get a lot more ugly, he said. Okay. Putin could order his military to use brute force to seize Kyiv and other cities by employing indiscriminate bombing and shelling of civilian areas. That was Russia's approach in its war in Syria. Okay. In Chechnya, several thousand Chechen civilians were killed when Russian troops laid siege to the capital Grozny. In both Syria and Chechnya, human rights groups accused Russia of war crimes and the targeting of civilians. This analyst, Vershbow at the Atlantic Council, said the next stage may be the scorched earth tactics we saw in Chechnya and Syria, which would mean much more death and destruction. I don't think they'll have too many scruples when it comes to this. Okay. So that's from NBC News. Trying to get you some update on what's going on in Kherson, also Kherson, Ukraine. So some reports suggest that Russia has launched an offensive tonight on Kherson, the city of Kherson. But we don't have much information right now. Hang on. I found it. I found the thing I was looking for. I think. Oh, where is it here? I thought I found it. Overwhelming wave of Russian troops expected in Ukraine, U.S. officials warn. U.S. administration officials warned lawmakers in classified briefings Monday that a second wave of Russian troops will likely consolidate the country's positions within Ukraine and by sheer numbers be able to overcome the Ukrainian resistance, according to 2 people familiar with the briefings. The officials also said Russia was likely to lay siege to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and predicted ugly scenes of urban warfare, one of the people familiar with the matter said. See if I can post this. can take that out. Can I fit this all in? Change that to second. Do that. Then I'll just post it. That part was disheartening, one lawmaker told CNN. Hang on. Overwhelming wave of Russian troops expected in Ukraine. Administration officials warned lawmakers in classified briefings Monday that a second wave of Russian troops will likely consolidate the country's positions within Ukraine and by sheer numbers be able to overcome the Ukraine resistance. There it is. Oh, I was thinking of a second wave of Russian troops. Okay, so just to be clear, they're saying overwhelming wave of Russian troops expected in Ukraine. And again, for all of the, I'll say it, toxic morons, for every single toxic moron in the chat saying some version of CNN would never lie, CNN, why do you believe it? What you are failing to understand, because you're so toxic and you're such a moron, and your toxicity has turned off your brain, this is not CNN saying it. Hey, toxic doofus, read what's on the paper. If your brain still works to read, they're hearing this from U.S. officials. So if you think it's false, don't blame CNN, toxic moron. Blame the officials telling them that, okay? Enough of the toxic, moronic garbage from you idiots who just make life miserable for everybody who just wants to actually have discussions about this stuff that aren't completely toxic and utterly misinformed. Use your head. Use your eyes. CNN's not saying it. They're getting it from officials. If you don't like what's being said, blame the officials. They're not literally making it up. God, so stupid every single time. I could read you an article where CNN says 2 + 2 = 4, and they'd say, oh, CNN, well, why would you believe them? 2 + 2 = 4. Why?
CNN does suck, but I can see what he's saying.
Be the same thing if I showed a Fox article. People would say, why are you listening to Fox? Well, read the article. Use your head. Stop being a toxic idiot. Think. Stop being a robot programmed to be toxic and wreck the world for everybody else. That's what you're acting like. Stop it. 9 people in the chat. A CNN? Huh. Well, they're just, you're looking at CNN? Somebody told them this. It's ridiculous. Every jackass posting the same stupid crap in the chat room. Anyways, It's actually it's a really important. So again, apparently in the briefing tonight that lawmakers got, they were told that Russia's going to bring in a whole second wave of troops. And remember, you might be like, well, when are they going to do this? Senator Chris Murphy said this tonight. Remember what Chris Murphy said? Weeks. The ability, Chris Murphy said he went to a classified briefing on the Ukraine crisis tonight. And what happened? They say Russia will try to encircle and cut off Kyiv in the next several weeks. So that would give them time to bring in more troops. Weeks. So that's concerning what we're hearing about that. That's if the plan is to just bring lots more troops in over the course of weeks, that's very concerning. It's only been 5 days so far. Are they gonna bring more and more troops in? And remember, there's reporting today from Maxar satellite that the column is now 40 miles long. The Russian column outside of Kyiv is 40 miles long. Report Russian tank column. Well, it's not just tank, it's all kinds of equipment. Column is 40 miles long. Satellite images taken on Monday show a Russian military convoy north of Kyiv stretches for about 40 miles. That's according to the U.S. company Maxar. This was in The Guardian. So we're not hearing good news tonight. We're not hearing good news. Here's this. Again, we talked about this article. Putin is frustrated and expressing unusual bursts of anger at people in his inner circle over the state of the military campaign so far and the worldwide condemnation of his actions, two current and one former U.S. officials, ... That was from NBC News. The island of Tasmania in Australia has largely fallen offline, with internet phone lines and TV services down after an incident affecting fiber cables to the mainland, says NetBlocks. Real-time network data show connectivity at 30% of ordinary levels. Now, I have no evidence this is related to what's going on in Ukraine, but I am passing this along.
I'll be right back.
The island state of Tasmania. Tasmania is over here. Another abandoned Russian vehicle, apparently found by Igor Girkin, posted this, retweeted by Intel Crab. Abandoned Russian infantry fighting vehicle near Kherson. No sound on this that I'm hearing. There's like all this stuff in it. Did they run out of gas? Okay, we are bringing you the latest updates. I wonder if it's 5:07 a.m. Ukraine time. I wonder if we'll start hearing more from Kherson, where, again, there's multiple reports that there's some sort of offensive going on there by Russia. Sirens went off in Vinnytsia. Air raid sirens go off in Vinnytsia. Residents should head to the nearest shelter. That is going to be here. That's here. That's central western Ukraine. A quick thank you to Ryan Bliss, Sean C., Sigmund Fraud, Jay's Crew, Stacey M. Miller, Braden Rossi Landon, Schaff, Love, Detroit Rock Angel, Bob Messina, Rita C.K., Hey New Girl, G.C. Tommy Rippey, Aaron Easton, Katie K. Reese Smith, Benny Ray Miller, Buddy 13440, James B., Mike Morrison, Lewis R., J-Rad, and Annie, and Pavel C. Also, really quick, Oriole Today, Big Sky, Kimberly Gates, Dog Toggler, Shayna Bosco. Thank you. All right, we're going to keep bringing you live coverage of this. There's got some new developments tonight, some concerning developments we've been talking about. So we're going to continue with our live coverage here. Going to take some more comments from you. Sorry, there's been a bunch of stuff happening to talk about. So, but we're going to take some more of your comments. And thank you, Sonic, as well. I appreciate that, Sonic. Thank you. I just need to take 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Did I miss anything? Where the heck did he go now? Did he go get a snack? He forgot his mic.
We're back. I thought I had undone my. I thought I had turned on the sound. Okay, let's go over this again. I want to summarize the headlines we're talking about right now. So there is multiple unconfirmed reports that there is a Russian offensive going on now in Kherson, which is in southern Ukraine, and there's reports that say a government source said this, that a government body said this, but I haven't seen the original report. There's also Marco Rubio, who's a U.S. senator, posted that it was happening, and there's some other reports as well, but I can't confirm it. So, like, for example, you can see here, this person, OSINT Defender, who does OSINT stuff, they had gotten some quote from the mayor. I don't know where they saw this. They said the city of Kherson is reportedly under siege by the Russian military from the north, south, and east, with the only way out being to the west towards Mykolaiv. The mayor of Kherson has said he will hold out for as long as he can, which he says will be at least till sunrise. And then another OSINT account had also heard the mayor say something. Oh, and Nexta said, Ukrainian media reports that Putin's army has now launched an offensive on Kherson. And then Marco Rubio said, Woofers said, fighting at Kherson for the past 90 minutes as the Russians attempt to enter the city. Russians based out of Kherson airport and assaulting in from that direction. Kherson mayor is going to make them fight for it, it would appear. The Russians are currently in control of the exits and have shelled the suburbs. And then Marco Rubio said, if I can find it here, Kherson is under withering assault. Expect Russia to go to great lengths to prevent news and images to emerge because the world will be horrified by the crimes they're committing there. So a few hours ago, one video came out that supposedly showed lots of explosions at Kherson airport. I don't know. I saw the video. We showed it. I don't know if it's legit. So we're waiting to hear more about Kherson right now. That's one big thing we're waiting on. And I will certainly keep an eye out to try to find out more on that. I saw a video, but who is this person? Somebody posted a video, but I don't know who they are. So that could be from 10 days ago. And this person, who is a reporter in Kyiv, says the State Service of Special Communications claims Kherson is under withering assault. Now, maybe it'll turn out to be, maybe it'll turn out to be a mistake, that it's not actually true. So again, all I can tell you is there's a bunch of reports of it. I don't know if it's happening. Oh, look, Leonid Rogozin He does Russia reporting. He says Russian troops began storming Kherson, a regional center next to Crimea, around 3 a.m. this morning. He says local telegram channels I've been relying on in previous days are now silent. See that? So I guess he's been looking at telegram channels that specialize in Kherson or in Kherson. So I can't confirm what's going on there, but we're seeing multiple unconfirmed reports of an assault in Kherson. So I'll keep an eye out for that. We'll go over the other big headlines too right now. But before we do that, I want to check a couple things. And I'm getting a lot of messages. I appreciate the messages. PW360 said, could the internet be out there? I do not know. I do not know. I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know the situation there with the internet. I will certainly let you know if I hear more. Hang on one moment.
Has he said what time it is there for a little while? I ran downstairs.
So, by the way, Stephen McDonald reports the Chinese embassy in Ukraine says it's now started to get groups of Chinese citizens out of the country. That China is only getting its people out now could mean, one, Beijing initially felt it was important not to upset Russia by prematurely getting Chinese people out of Ukraine, or two, China did not expect Moscow to attack all of Ukraine. Or possibly three, could it mean China thought Russia would take Ukraine so quickly it would not necessitate Chinese people leaving? So it is interesting that the Chinese embassy is right now, starting to get groups of Chinese citizens out of the country. Stephen McDonald's a reporter in China. It's interesting that that's happening now. Someone says all three. Another possibility is that they think things are going to get worse all of a sudden, for some reason. Let's talk. I just want to go over the convoy really quick. That's really concerning. Who knows what's going to happen with that? Maybe we'll hear more about that briefing too. Lawmakers got a briefing tonight. We've heard some things that were said in that briefing. Here, look, convoy. Russian convoy north of Kyiv is now stretched out over 40 miles. A large convoy of Russian armed forces is moving closer to Kyiv. The group have at least several hundred vehicles. Must be more than that if it's 40 miles. Was initially detected in satellite imagery from Maxar Technologies on Sunday. An analysis of additional imagery, says the New York Times, provided Monday night revealed that Russian troops have reached Antonov Airport on the outskirts of Kyiv. I'll show you where that is. In total, the convoy of vehicles stretches over 40 miles, although there are some gaps in the column. The line is so extensive it was not even captured in its entirety in today's satellite imagery. In some areas, the vehicles are 2 to 3 rows deep, like this. I mean, look at this. Look at this. It is unclear if the convoy is planning to go towards Kyiv's city center or whether it will possibly join forces with other Russian troops to encircle the city. Chris Walton said they need to hit the first 50 vehicles and block that in now. I mean, no. Yeah, look, I don't know to what degree this convoy, given the Ukrainian Air Force and drone capacity and what anti-aircraft they might have set up there, I don't know if it is vulnerable. I'm sure, first of all, I'm guessing Ukraine has been well aware of this for a while. I'm sure the U.S. is providing them information, and countries like France and UK and whoever else is providing them information. And I'm sure Ukraine has been discussing this with various countries and their military advisors and their intelligence. So I'm guessing they have I'm sure they have reasons and some sort of plan to do whatever they will. I'm guessing if they had the capability to take out some of it and they thought that would be the best way to go, then they would do it. But my guess is that one or both of those things is not true. T. Fantini says convoys air support. I don't know if they do and to what extent. I don't know. But maybe they do. Maybe they have planes flying over there. Maybe they've set up there. Maybe the convoy has. Maybe there's been anti-aircraft equipment set up along the convoy. But another issue is when you see that big convoy is that report that lawmakers were told that a second wave of troops is going to come in. Let me show you that report. That's this one. Right here. Overwhelming wave of Russian troops expected in Ukraine, U.S. officials warn. U.S. administration officials warned lawmakers in classified briefings today that a second wave of Russian troops will likely consolidate the country's positions within Ukraine and by sheer numbers be able to overcome the Ukrainian resistance, according to 2 people familiar with the briefings. This part was disheartening, one lawmaker told CNN. The officials also said in the briefings that Russia was likely to lay siege to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, and predicted ugly scenes of urban warfare, one of the people familiar with the matter said. Putin's mental state, questions about Putin's mental state came up during the briefings, but were not clearly answered by the administration officials, the sources said. Charles Grassley, GOP senator who attended the Senate briefing, confirmed that Putin's mental state came up, but he declined to elaborate on what was shared. He did say, however, that regardless of the briefing, he personally is worried about Putin's mental state. And remember, there was also this that came out. One of the lawmakers in those briefings was Chris Murphy, apparently. Chris Murphy said, just leaving classified briefing on Ukraine crisis. He said, the ability to keep supply lines running to Ukraine remains alive, but Russia will try to encircle and cut off Kyiv in the next several weeks, not several days, next several weeks. Maybe they're going to use those next several weeks to bring in a second wave of people, of soldiers. The fight for Kyiv will be long and bloody, and Ukrainians are rapidly preparing for street-to-street combat. This is not encouraging news. This is not encouraging news. And this is the first time I've heard the week's timeline, and the first time I've heard the proposal that there's going to be a second wave of Russian forces brought in on top of the first wave. First time I'm hearing both of those things. That convoy is various vehicles and some personnel in different, I think it says. Here's another picture of the convoy from CNN. Different military vehicles. I don't know the exact ones. A quick thank you to Tristan McCracken, Jeff Haas, thank you. Iya Towia, who said Russian embassy staff are being withdrawn from Canada. Thank you, Iya Towia, Stony Tassi, Top Gun 3611 NTOG. I'll be checking my messages shortly. And the Dijnatronic, thank you. Hang on a moment here. Also, a quick thank you to Shayna Knighton, and also Kelly Rackley. Thank you so much, Kelly Rackley, for your support. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Kelly. Here, look. This is what I was saying. Stephen McDonald posted it. I told you, Stephen McDonald said China says it's now starting to get groups of Chinese citizens out of the country. And I said, well, maybe they're doing it because they think things are going to get a lot worse. Look what he just posted. Of course, one very worrying possibility is that Beijing is getting its people out of Ukraine now because China has calculated that Russia's invasion is about to get much worse and become a much more dangerous place to be. He just posted that. It's just what we were saying. He says China's embassy in Ukraine said the first organized group left yesterday. Party media has reported that the first to leave were Chinese students from Kyiv heading to Moldova and that more groups of students will follow. Hey, you know what happened? That's weird. Just so people know, I saw, and you know, when the streams get long, sometimes things get a little weird. I just saw an ad come up on the stream. I watch my own stream just to make sure everything looks okay. And I saw an ad pop up. I don't do that. So an ad should only come up during the stream if I trigger it. On YouTube I'm talking about, and I didn't do that. But I find when the streams get long, sometimes it happens. So if you do see an ad during the live stream on YouTube, I did, you know, not before the stream, but during the stream, I didn't put it there. It's not my fault. It's a weird mess up thing. Because I just saw it on my screen. I was like, well, I didn't do that. So I apologize if you saw one.
I hear geese.
Air raid sirens in Rivne now, too. Air raid sirens in Rivne. There's been a lot of air raid sirens the last couple days in different places. So a lot of them are they go on and they go off without any kind of like big attack. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this headline, and I'll let you know more about Kherson when I find it, or if I find it. So I'm just going to replace this and it'll be. Why is this not working? So I'm taking some different news sites here. It's weird though that with Kherson, if there's an attack going on, it's the accounts on Telegram I follow that normally post a lot of stuff about Ukraine. They're not posting it right now. Oh, I got the thing about the mayor. Oh, sorry. Somebody else, another account I follow, a news account. They said they heard this report. Still, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. State Special Communications Service of Ukraine. I think I follow them. I'm trying to go to their website right now. I think I follow them. Their website isn't working, though. The State Special Services of Ukraine website seems to not be working. So I was trying to get you the actual statement from them. I found it. I found it. I found it. I got it. Do they have anything posted though? Let's see. No. This is their Twitter page. Oh, here's the foreign minister. What does the foreign minister have to say? No. So they didn't post anything about it on their Twitter. State Special Services, State Service of Special Communications in Ukraine. All right. I don't know if they post anything on their site about it. Their site doesn't seem to be working. I want to show you where that airport is, where the convoy is. Tim Hogan says U.S. rivet joint heading for the Ukrainian border. It's been a while, I think 5 days. I'm going to check that too. We'll check the flight radar. Why is this not working? It's taking a while to load. I got to log in. Flight radar is taking a second to load. There it is. What did he say the rivet joint was? Is that the rivet joint right there? That's the most tracked plane. It's going back and forth. Hang on, let me see. He thinks, Tim Hogan, no. He has it listed as, yes, LAGR 222 in Romania? Oh, maybe I'm too far north. Here. No, that's a strato tanker. That's not the rivet joint. Maybe he had it wrong, unless there's another one. Hang on. He said a rivet joint was up. Maybe he made a mistake. Because that's a tanker. That's in Romania, though. So I think he meant this. But that, maybe it's a drone. It's interesting, though. It's a, so one of our viewers says it's a drone surveillance pattern. That's what AD says. I don't recall seeing this pattern before. Maybe I just haven't been looking. So this aircraft is at 17,000 feet, and it's not that far from the Ukraine border. Interesting. This is the #1 tracked plane. Homer 21. Is Homer 21 up? Are people not tracking it? Homer. Oh, Homer 21 is up. He's right. He's right. It's there. There it is. There's the rivet joint right there. How about that? He was right. So we'll see where this goes. That is a surveillance plane. Heading for Ukraine, it looks like. That's a manned. Some people are saying maybe that other plane is doing search and rescue because it's kind of going over the same area. So I don't know. But it's interesting to see this 135, RC-135E rivet joint heading up to, looks towards Ukraine. Okay, so there's that. And then let's look at supposedly the convoy is here. Supposedly the convoy, the 40-mile giant convoy, has made it all the way to Antonov Airport, which in terms of distance from like downtown Kyiv would be about 15 miles. Not far. One of our viewers says it'll fly just outside Ukraine airspace. Maybe it will. There's been nothing. The Ukraine. So I don't recall seeing on the radar a plane fly over Ukraine airspace, a surveillance plane, since the invasion started. Now I don't know what's flying over there that we don't know about. Sacramento, man who shot his 3 children in California church had restraining order against him. Just updating you with that from Philip Lewis. Really sad story from Sacramento. A guy shot 3 of his 3 children at a church and himself. That was Flight Radar 24 we were looking at. All right, let me take some of your comments here. You can @LookNo on Twitter. I'm getting a lot of messages, so trying to go through some of them. Excuse me. In case you missed it, the Russian stock market is closed Tuesday as well as Monday. It has not opened yet after the sanctions. Start going over some of the messages here. Our viewer Novinworks messaged me about the Starlink satellite stuff. Yeah, so I don't know to what I don't have the details on how exactly that's being implemented. So you can see here, Starlink user terminals arrive in Ukraine. So Elon Musk has offered to hook up Ukraine with some of this satellite-based internet. So I don't know to what degree people are going to be able to use it. Also, another thing is, I don't know if there's an issue with if Russia really wants to. I guess a big idea about it would be if Russia shuts off the internet, it would be another way to get the internet. Although I don't know that if it's satellite-based, could Russia just shut that off too, right? So I don't really know the details on this. A shipment of Starlink user terminals, small antennas that allow customers to access SpaceX's satellite-based web services, arrived in Ukraine Monday, providing a backstop for Ukrainians who may see their traditional service interrupted with the Russian invasion. First of all, again, if Russia wanted to, I wonder could they just do something to the Starlink? Second of all, I don't know how many it is. So I'd be interested in knowing more details. There's not really details in here. Starlink is an satellite-based internet constellation intended to blanket the planet in high-speed broadband and could potentially bring connectivity to billions of people who still lack reliable internet access. Satellite-based internet has long provided a crucial backstop to land-based internet service. However, satellite internet traditionally had a reputation for spotty and slow connections. Musk Starlink makes use of around 340 of satellites that operate in low Earth orbit to provide continuous coverage. Starlink had about 145,000 users in 25 countries as of January. There are about 2,000 Starlink satellites up. The Starlink service was recently used in Tonga to provide internet service out to the volcano there, to connect remote villages following the eruption of an underwater volcano in January. So again, I don't have the specifics on this right now. I just don't know to what degree people are going to be able to use it and all that. So if a lot of people can use it, that'd be great. Thanks, by the way, Ron Wolschlager, who said Rivet Joint was up on Saturday around midnight. Thank you, Ron Wolschlager. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. Thank you also to Matt Friesen and Lee Field. Thank you, Lee Field. I appreciate it. And also to Tom Powell. Thank you, Tom. Much appreciated. And by the way, I left off a couple of Facebook moderators before. We got Soma Amar and Curtis Cardwell are moderating right now. Thank you, Soma and Curtis. And we have Roxanne Becky, Kailari Body, Bud Green, maybe others too. I owe Fwynn Aaron a thank you for the Facebook stars. Timothy Cornegay, thanks for the Facebook stars. Very kind of you. Thanks again to our other moderators, real quick. The mods are awesome. Lexa Fulmer, Sarah, Cynthia Moon. Also in Twitch there, Bash and Girl Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Nightbot, Papa Bear, Schultheis, Toby, and Sully. Thank you. Linda Belk over there on Twitter. Tom Smoth, one of our viewers, said that pattern of that drone or whatever it is was an odd pattern on flight radar. The one where it was going like the figure 8 thing it was doing. That's this one here. Oh, it's not there anymore. That drone thing disappeared, or whatever it was. Oh, no, it's here. Here it is. It's there. It's doing this very tight, maybe searching for something pattern. Maybe it's practicing. The Rivet Joint is now the #1 tracked plane. Oh. No, that's the Stratotanker. That's the #1 tracked plane. That's the tanker. How about the Rivet Joint? Why? I don't know why. Do people not know that the Homer's flight? I would think eventually the Homer's going to be the most tracked plane. Homer, oh, there's 2 Homers. Homer 19 is up. Homer 19. That's another surveillance aircraft. That is supposed to leave, I guess, soon from Crete. Is that Crete? Yes. So the second RC-135 Combat Sen, that looks like it's about to take off from down in Crete. Interesting. And the other one, there's Homer 21 right there. It's now the 5th most tracked. Homer 21 is actually, look, it's about to, it's all the way up here now. It's moving towards the Black Sea. I like Flight Radar 24, James. James like ABSD Exchange. I know about it. I prefer Flight Radar. I might check it out in a little bit, though. I appreciate the suggestion, James B. Thank you. And thank you, Buddy13442, and Kitten Duo, and Darren Cluth. Thank you. Hang on a second here. Checking some things out here. Intel Crab says he's hearing after a calm night in Kharkiv, small-scale fighting has resumed. This account says the night is relatively calm. 20 minutes ago, I don't know what Baki started is. It is almost 6 a.m. It's almost 6 a.m. Ukraine time. Yeah, this is the thing that James was talking about. This is the. I mean, I could also, the other thing I can do, I could set a filter. I'm just not bothering to. I could set a filter on flight radar. So that's the Homer plane right there, and that's the. These are the military planes up. But there's your Homer plane right there. That's the one that's going to, that's a surveillance plane. Okay. See, what I'm wondering, it's weird. It's like, I feel like the last few days, Russia has done this thing where they launch these attacks in the morning, like the early morning. It's 6 o'clock a.m. right now. 6 a.m. Some more alerts recently, as Roz sent me, our viewer. Kyiv Independent posting about some more alerts. Again, I would say on average, usually the alerts turn out to fortunately not be cases of big attacks, because we've been hearing about a bunch of alerts, but we'll keep an eye out. Okay. Here's what I think I'm going to do. Guys, here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is this. Here is my plan. Thank you, CH, by the way. Here's my plan. It's almost 11 o'clock right now. So what I'd like to do is this. I want to keep an eye out for, if there's going to be, in the next couple hours, if there's going to be kind of, offensive stuff we see in the morning. However, it is getting late, and I'm also trying to really, I'm quite behind on my sleep, put it that way. So I'm trying to kind of balance everything, because this is going to, unfortunately, I think it's going to go on for a while. So I think what I'm going to do now is, we've been on the air about 6.5 hours. I think I'm going to stop right now, and I'll be up for a little while. And if stuff like happens, I can come back on the air. A couple nights ago, we did that. A couple nights ago, all the stuff started happening in Kharkiv, like 2 or 3 nights ago. And I actually came on the air again. And I'm open to doing that. So, if I'm sitting around in an hour and all the stuff starts flaring up, I'll just come back on the air again. But I think that would probably be I got to be careful, I think, and try to, have balance things out. So I think I'm going to do that.
And while he does that, he said he's going to post on his Twitter account, which is @Lookner.
Breaking news, including about the war. And then subscribe, follow the channel. We'll definitely be doing more coverage, but again,
Steve Lookner, and he's at Agenda Free TV. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a big stream in his screen with a bigger window, and I'm going to keep an eye on him. And if he comes back on, I'll put him back on. But otherwise, I'm going to restart the stream. So I'm going to shut it off after he gets off and turn it back on so we can keep it rolling throughout the night also. So, okay.
Notifications. So I'm sorry I didn't get to more comments. There's all these good questions people ask in comments, and I don't even get to them all. And I feel bad. So again, I really appreciate you asking questions and sending in comments and sending in news links. Just know I get so many of them that I can't get to all of them.
So make sure to follow me if you would like to have notifications when I come back on. It shouldn't be too long.
I'm very concerned about these reports that like Russia might be bringing in like a second wave of troops and.
Oh, now the church bells are going off. Weird. Maybe they're supposed to.
A good situation. It's very worrying and very disturbing, and I feel so bad for the people in Ukraine right now. Terrible. I mean, just think about it. If you think about like what it must be like there and what all the people are going through, and people who are refugees now, hundreds of thousands at least, who've had to leave the country. And then they split the family up because the kids and the wife leave, or some combination. The women and children leave and the men stay, and it's just so terrible. And now people don't have their homes, some people, and people get injured and get killed, and it's terrible. But it could be a lot worse in the future. So just please have a thought for them. Okay, I want to thank our moderators because they are fantastic, and they are always there. And they're volunteers. So thank you so much to them. Linda Belk moderating, Colligan Crafts, Sarah, Marina, Alexa Fulmer. We've had a bunch of moderators. I really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body, Roxanne Betke. Hold on a second here. Also, Kay Lowry Body, Roxanne Becky, Curtis Cardwell, Soma Amar, Bud Green. We've had some other mods. I think Sylvia was there, if I remember right. So thank you to all of our Facebook moderators. They're awesome. We got some new ones too, which is fantastic. Twitch moderators. Hey, thanks so much, all of our mods on Twitch. Like